Damn it. I hope this cursed company collapses soon. Son, he shouted, his face twisted in anger as he forcefully threw his phone onto the bed. Lao Yi, what's the matter? Even his precious phone got smashed, asked Zhang Bo, his roommate, astonished, for he knew that the phone had always been Sun Yi's prized possession. With a gloomy expression, Sun Yi replied, I just got notified that I lost my job. It's just a job, lost it is lost. There are plenty of companies in SH City. Finding a new one with your abilities should be a breeze, Zhang Bo consoled. Zhang Bo comforted him. Wei Taijian has already warned me. There's no way I can make it in SH City, Sun Yi said darkly. Wei Taijian is the nickname Sun Yi uses for Wei Xian, a super-rich second-generation scion in SH City and the heir to a Fortune Global 500 company, as well as a student at Haida University. A few days ago, Sun Yi accidentally witnessed Wei Xian assaulting a girl in a secluded grove. Overwhelmed by his sense of justice, Sun Yi ignored Wei Xian's threats and bribes and chose to report him, thus sparking a feud. In the days that followed, Wei Xian achieved nothing and instead issued fierce threats to deal with Sun Yi, causing a public uproar. Damn. With Wei Taijian's stature, when he speaks, everyone is forced to give face. It seems life in SH City won't be easy for you, Zhang Bo cursed, well aware of Wei Xian's influence. But don't worry too much. With your excellent grades, numerous certificates, and your role as an outstanding student leader, some company is bound to notice you, Zhang Bo further consoled. My certificates and my leadership status have been revoked by the school, Sun Yi said with a sullen face. Zhang Bo's expression twitched as he continued, it's all right. Even if you lost your job, you still have the class beauty as your girlfriend. Everything will work out. Mano dumped me this morning and ran off with Wei Taijian, Sun Yi continued with a sullen tone. It's fine. If nothing else, you can always stay on for graduate recommendation at school. There's always an alternative, Zhang Bo reassured. I received a notification this morning that my graduate recommendation eligibility has been revoked. Sun Yi's face grew even darker. Damn, Laoyi, please accept my condolences. It seems Wei Taijian isn't about to let this go. If worst comes to worst, join me. I can have my father arrange a job for you. It might not be glamorous, but it'll put food on the table, Zhang Bo said. Zhang Bo rolled his eyes, utterly at a loss for words to comfort Sun Yi. His family runs a small construction company in the neighboring city, a fact well known to Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded. If it comes to that, I'll have to trouble you. Being steadfast friends, they knew that in desperate times this was the only option, as Sun Yi urgently needed money and a job. If we're brothers, there's no need for formalities. What's done is done. Don't overthink it. Look at your face, you're not in good shape. Take care not to let your anger get the better of you, Zhang Bo said with concern. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Bo's phone rang and his expression suddenly shifted. Noticing this, Sun Yi quickly asked, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible. After hanging up, Zhang Bo hurriedly began gathering his belongings, saying, my father has been hospitalized. I must rush back immediately. Is it serious? I'll accompany you back, Sun Yi said with genuine concern. It's not clear yet. I can go back on my own. By the way, my Xingzhan game headset hasn't been bound yet, so I'm giving it to you. Besides, the Xingzhan game launches in an hour. I know you're under a lot of stress. Why not jump and slay some monsters to relieve the tension? It works wonders. I know you're not fond of gaming, but it might help to relax in a different environment. Let's go. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to call me. In a few swift moves, Zhang Bo packed his backpack, waved at Sun Yi, and dashed out of the dorm with evident haste, leaving Sun Yi alone. Watching Zhang Bo's receding figure, Sun Yi sighed, and then turned to look at the game headset left on the bedside, feeling a sudden warmth in his heart. Among the 6 roommates, the other 4 had in recent days distanced themselves from Sun Yi and become allies of Wei Xian, while only Zhang Bo, dismissive of Wei Xian's warnings, continued to stand by him and offer unwavering support. The game headset on the bed was a prized treasure that Zhang Bo had managed to secure from the official website for 3 RMB. After half a month of effort, he polished it 10 times a day, and no one was allowed to touch it, not even his girlfriend. In a surprising gesture, he gave it to Sun Yi, deeply moving him. Walking over to pick up the headset, Sun Yi pondered for a moment and decided to heed Zhang Bo's suggestion to enter Xingzhan to slay monsters and relieve his stress, even though his heart still burned with anger. Even though Sun Yi wasn't particularly fond of gaming, the constant presence of Zhang Bo, a diehard fan of Xingzhan, and the overwhelming barrage of advertisements eventually led him to gain some interest in the game. It is understood that Xingzhan is a global virtual reality online game developed in collaboration by several nations, boasting a grand setting and diverse gameplay. Endorsed by governments and featuring a joint bank enabling in-game currency to be exchanged for cash, it became wildly popular even before its official launch, with game devices selling out instantly. The key point is that in Xingzhan, the ratio of game time to real time is 2:1, 2 in-game days for every real day. This means that playing Xingzhan effectively doubles one's in-game lifespan, driving players into a frenzy. In truth, Sun Yi was somewhat curious about Xingzhan, but the exorbitant price of the game devices made him dismiss the idea of playing. Noticing there was still some time, Sun E went out for lunch. By the time he returned to the dorm, there were only 3 minutes left until the game launch. Quickly adjusting his posture and donning the headset, a crisp voice suddenly rang in Sun Yi's ears. Welcome to the activation of the Zhengzhan terminal device. Binding your identity. Identity binding successful. Please choose your preferred profession. The scene shifted and Sun E found himself in a brightly lit room. Across from him appeared 6 figures clad in splendid gear, each bearing a professional title representing the basic classes in Zhengzhan: warrior, swordsman, mage, scout, archer, and priest. Sun E immediately chose the swordsman, wielding a long sword. After all, he was here to slay monsters, and clearly the swordsman was the best choice. Please name your character. Nanfeng. Please adjust your in-game appearance. Maximum increase by 30, minimum decrease by 30. Decrease by 30. Please review the details carefully before choosing your 4 basic attributes. In an instant, 2 options appeared before Sun E: random attributes and fixed attributes. With only 10 seconds left until the game launch, eager to vent his simmering anger on the monsters, he chose random attributes without hesitation, ignoring the details. After clicking confirm and waiting a few seconds, a flash of light enveloped him, and in the next moment Sun E found himself in a brand new world. Welcome to Newbie Village 9527. Whisper backpack to open your exclusive bag and attributes to check your stats. Wishing you an enjoyable game. As the prompt ended, staring at the incredibly lifelike world before him, Sun E was utterly stunned, as if he had been transported to another realm. Wow, it's truly beautiful. That's unbelievably realistic. Quick, accept a quest and prepare to hunt monsters. Suddenly Sun E snapped back to attention. Glancing at the new players continuously appearing around him, he hurriedly opened his backpack, took out a novice wooden sword, and charged excitedly toward the outskirts of the village. Even as a gaming novice, he knew that at the start of the server there would be hordes of people, and that the monsters outside the village would be fiercely contested. One had to seize the initiative. However, Sun E soon noticed something was amiss. Although he had dashed out toward the village outskirts, immediately players began to overtake him one after another, and before he knew it, a group of figures appeared ahead. What's going on? I've given it my all. Why am I so much slower than everyone else? Sun E exclaimed, bewildered. Haha, look at that fool who got screwed over by random attributes. Seeing that passing players were all giving him the look of a fool, Sun E quickly opened his attributes panel, and upon seeing it, his face turned shockingly green. Character name: Nanfeng. Level 0. Health 50. Mana 0. Physical attack 1 equipped with a novice wooden sword. Magic attack 0. Physical defense 1 equipped with novice cloth attire. Magic defense 0. Base attributes: Strength 0. Constitution 0. Agility 0. Intelligence 0. Hidden attribute: Reputation 0. How the heck do you play this? Seeing his amazing attributes, Sun E nearly fainted on the spot. All 4 basic attributes were a shocking 0. No wonder his speed was so slow. What to do? Abandon the account and start over. Forget it, it'll just make do and play. It's not worth wasting time. Shaking his head, Sun E resolutely joined the throng of players rushing out of the village. Although his pace was slow, by the time he arrived, he still spotted plenty of wild chickens that no one cared about. Spotting the nearest wild chicken, Sun E brandished his novice wooden sword and charged angrily. Wei Taijin, go to hell. Sun E roared in anger, raising his sword to slash at the wild chicken as if he were venting all the fury in his heart. 1. A dazzling damage number flashed, yet the wild chicken's health bar scarcely budged. Cackling, the wild chicken, now enraged, let out a few shrill cries and counterattacked. 9. Sun Yi's health bar instantly dropped by 1/5. Damn, things aren't looking good, better run. Seeing the dire situation, Sun E turned and fled without hesitation. Unfortunately, he misjudged the speed difference between himself and the wild chicken, which relentlessly pecked him from behind, inflicting damage with each strike. Escape was impossible. Sun E managed to hold on for only 10 seconds before meeting his glorious demise. Oh my, someone's dead. Look, someone got killed by a wild chicken. My goodness, did someone really get killed by a wild chicken? Could that be a wild chicken boss? No, I'm sure that was just an ordinary wild chicken. This guy's unbelievable. Killed by a wild chicken in under half a minute. Poor kid. I really wonder what kind of ridiculous attributes he got from random selection. The surrounding players stared at Sun Yi's corpse as if looking into a mirror, and exclamations burst forth, making Sun E infamous outside the village. In a flash of white light, a dejected Sun E reappeared at the resurrection point. His initial intention to vent his anger in the game had backfired, leaving him even more seething. Damn, even a wild chicken dares to mess with me. I'm not done with you all. Sun E shouted furiously, and when he looked up, he saw countless eyes fixed on him. So someone died this quickly. How did he die? He might have the first death in Zhengzhan. A friend said he saw him get killed by a wild chicken in under half a minute outside the village. What? Died in less than half a minute? No way. Are the wild chickens in Xingjiang really that strong? It's because he's too weak. He must have gotten a crappy random attribute. What kind of attribute would cause him to be taken down by a wild chicken in under half a minute? The surrounding players continued to discuss and speculate about Sun Yi's attributes, which only further infuriated him. In that moment filled with a sense of desolation, he bowed his head wishing he could crawl into a hole, as if a song whispered in his ear, "May I ask, where is the way?" What should I do? Deleting the character and starting over would be far too time-consuming. Maybe I should find a party instead. With that thought in mind, and amid the chatter of the crowd, Sun Yi quickly slipped away. Around here it was unlikely anyone would be willing to team up with him. When he reached the village entrance, he saw a group of players gathered their shouts for party members ringing out one after another. Forming a party to level up, need a priest to lead the run. Veteran leading the party to level up, hurry, need 2 damage dealers. All mage leveling party looking for a hardcore damage dealer. Sun Yi spotted a party that was short 1 member and walked over. Brother, can you take me along? The warrior leading the party glanced at Sun Yi and asked, how much attack do you have? 1 point. Sun Yi thought about it and decided to answer honestly. After all, even if he tried to hide it, his weakness would be exposed the moment he started hitting monsters. Damn, 1 point of attack. What kind of freakish stats are those? The warrior opposite stared at Sun Yi in utter shock. Nothing I can do, the system screwed me over, Sun Yi said, helplessly spreading his hands. Then how much HP do you have? The warrior asked again. 50, Sun Yi answered without concealment. The warrior rolled his eyes and refused bluntly, sorry, you're too much of a burden. We can't carry you. Go find someone else. Sun Yi could only sigh inwardly and was about to try another party when a startled shout suddenly came from nearby. Whoa, isn't this the great god Nanfeng who just got killed by a wild chicken? Attack power of 1 HP 50. Those stats are insane. No wonder he got one shot by a wild chicken with attributes like that. This swordsman account is completely trash. With garbage stats like that, he still wants to join a party. He'd obviously just drag everyone down. Everyone keep your eyes open, don't let this guy drag you into a pit. Realizing he had been recognized, Sun Yi wished the ground would swallow him up. He hurriedly lowered his head and bolted toward the outskirts of the village. Any hope of leveling up in a party had now been utterly shattered. What now? Do I really have to delete the character and start over? Sun Yi had no idea that in Conquest you could only create 1 character per month. In fact, even if he wanted to delete his account and start again, now he wouldn't be able to. Just as he was hesitating, a sudden scream drew his attention. Looking up, he saw a warrior not far away besieged by 3 wild chickens, his HP nearly depleted. One of the chickens attacking him was likewise on the verge of death. There's a chance. Sun Yi's eyes lit up, and he rushed toward the unfortunate fellow. Just as he reached the battlefield, the poor guy let out a final scream and collapsed in glorious death. Brother, rest in peace. I'll avenge you. Sun Yi roared, gripping his novice sword as he charged at the nearly dead wild chicken. He raised his hand and brought his blade down in a slash. A damage value of 1 floated above the wild chicken's head, shaving off a sliver of its remaining HP. With a sharp screech, the chicken launched a counterattack. A damage value of -9 appeared above Sun Yi, his HP dropping rapidly, yet he did not hesitate and continued swinging his wooden sword at the chicken. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't even handle 1 half-dead chicken. Burning with anger, Sun Yi kept hacking at the wild chicken with his wooden sword. A golden damage value of 2 popped up above the chicken's head. With a miserable screech, the wild chicken collapsed and lay still, leaving behind a black longsword and several copper coins. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 5 experience points. It actually dropped equipment. Sun Yi exclaimed in surprise as he stared at the black longsword beneath the chicken's corpse, then bent down and picked it up. No way, this can't be real. Gazing at the sword's attribute, Sun Yi felt as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. Sword of Fortune, silver attack, 25-30 strength, 5 vitality, 5 agility, 5 intelligence, 5 required, level none. Staring at the sword's outrageous stats, Sun Yi felt as though he were dreaming. According to Zhangbo, the drop rate of equipment in Conquest was extremely low, and the ranks from lowest to highest were whiteboard, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, purple gold, demigod, and god. It dropped to silver already. The goddess of luck must be on my side. He hurriedly swapped out his novice wooden sword. Power surged through his entire body, and he opened his character panel again. Character name Nanfeng, level 0, HP, 100 MP, 50 physical attack, 35, 40 magic attack, 10 physical defense, 6, equipped novice, cloth magic defense, 5 base attributes, strength 5, constitution, 5 agility, 5 intelligence, 5 hidden attributes. Reputation 0. The refreshed stats filled Sun Yi with soaring confidence. With eyes brimming with killing intent, he fixed his gaze on a nearby wild chicken, let out a roar, and charged at it, bringing his sword down in a slash. A satisfying damage value of 37 floated into view. The chicken's counterattack only shaved 4 HP off Sun Yi, a stark contrast to before. Another 3 swings finished off the wild chicken in front of him, earning him 10 experience points and 5 copper coins. Satisfied, Sun E continued to charge at nearby solitary wild chickens. In this way, Sun E transformed into a veritable wild chicken reaper, launching a frenzy of vengeance. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 10 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. With a flash of light, Sun E leveled up. His strength increased by 3, constitution by 2, agility by 1, and the system also granted him 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Sun E allocated all the free points into strength. His attack instantly rose to 4,752. Each level added 50 HP, and with the extra 2 points in constitution, his HP climbed to 170. Looking at his new stats, Sun E finally felt satisfied. With his current attributes, he could now kill a wild chicken in at most 3 strikes. The only problem was that armies of players had already flooded the wild chicken area outside the village, making it very difficult to monopolize any lone chickens. Forget it, I'll look for somewhere farther away. Following the main road into the distance, he saw that the rabbit area was already filled with players fighting as well. Sun E did not stop and kept moving forward, soon arriving at the wild dog zone. Everywhere he looked were stray wild dogs prowling about. The monsters' names above their heads had turned red, and for the moment, there were no other players in the vicinity. Sun E checked the attributes of the nearest wild dog. Wild dog level 3. Aside from its name and level, all other stats were hidden. Forget it, it shouldn't be a big problem. Gripping the sword of fortune, he charged at the nearest wild dog. When he was still 5 meters away, the dog turned, bared its fangs at him with a vicious snarl, and lunged forward. Facing the charging dog, Sun E showed not the slightest fear and swung his sword. A damage value of -30 appeared. Clearly the dog's defense was not low, it had offset part of his attack. The dog barked sharply and bit down on Sun E. A damage value of -15 floated above his head. With his current HP, he could withstand 11 such attacks. Dealing with the dog would not be a problem. After a quick assessment, Sun E felt reassured and swung again. A golden critical hit value of 66 suddenly popped up, startling him as the dog's HP bar dropped by a huge chunk. A critical hit already. Sun E was overjoyed. The situation was much better than he had expected. After a few more swings, the wild dog gave a final wail and collapsed, leaving several copper coins behind. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 25 experience points. Picking up the coins, Sun E locked onto the nearest wild dog. He needed 500 experience to reach the next level. 20 dogs would be enough. Eunuch Wei, go to hell. Sun E slashed down at the dog's head, venting his anger toward Wei Xian on this unfortunate wild dog. The wild dog roared and counterattacked, but it still could not match Sun E and soon lay dead on the ground. Scooping up the coins under the dog, Sun E felt his mood lighten considerably. As expected, cutting down monsters was an excellent way to vent his pent-up rage. Locking onto the nearest wild dog, Sun E dashed forward and slashed away. After several strikes, he sent yet another dog to the afterlife. Another equipment drop. The drop rate doesn't seem as low as Zhang Bo claimed. He picked up the equipment beneath the wild dog and saw that it was a white grade item. Wild dog tunic, white defense, 10 level requirement 3. Its defense was clearly far better than his novice gear, but he couldn't wear it yet due to the level restriction. He tossed it into his backpack and continued charging toward the nearby wild dogs. After cutting down 8 wild dogs in a row, Sun Yi's HP bar was nearly empty. With no health potions on hand, he had no choice but to stop and rest. This HP regeneration is way too slow. Damn system. It took a full 5 minutes for his HP bar to refill, prompting him to complain under his breath. Clearly, he would have to carry health potions in the future. Once recovered, he hefted the sword of fortune and charged back toward the wild dogs, beginning another slaughter. With the sword of fortune in hand, these wild dogs posed virtually no pressure to Sun E and were all converted into his experience. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 25 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. A flash of white light signaled that Sun E had reached level 2. He dumped all his free attribute points into strength, boosting his attack to 5,964. His HP increased to 240, and his agility rose by 1. Freshly leveled with his condition completely restored and his strength greatly enhanced, Sun E continued his slaughter of the wild dog horde. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 25 experience points. One wild dog after another fell before him, his efficiency improving dramatically. His experience climbed steadily. In the blink of an eye, 40 wild dogs had died at his hands. With another flash of light, Sun E leveled up once more. Those 40 wild dogs had also yielded 2 white-grade pieces of equipment for Sun E. Unfortunately, one was a duplicate tunic while the other was a pair of leggings. Wild dog leggings, white defense, 8 level requirement 3. After equipping both pieces, his defense rose to 29. Once again, he allocated all free attribute points to strength, raising his attack to 7,176. His HP climbed to 310, and his agility increased by 1 more point. Seeing that the experience required for the next level had risen to 5,000 Sun, he decided to find another place to grind. Parties had already begun forming in the Wild Dog area. Passing through the Wild Dog Zone, Sun, he entered a stretch of forest where massive wild boars roamed back and forth, their sharp tusks gleaming with a cold light. Wild Boar level 5. Although the boars were 2 levels higher than Sun, they posed no real threat in his eyes. He lifted his longsword and charged at the nearest wild boar. The boar also spotted him and let out a roar, charging straight at Sunny. The Sword of Fortune descended from above, and a large damage value appeared above the boar's head. -52. It was clear that the boar's defense was not low. Its counterattack also landed squarely on Sunny. -20. Sunny raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the boar to hit so hard, especially when his defense had already reached nearly 30 points. Fortunately, it was him. Any other level 3 player would hardly be able to withstand such attacks. Continuing his assault, Sunny finally brought the boar down with a miserable scream as it crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 100 experience points. The experience was generous, and the boar also dropped 20 copper coins. Pleased with the reward, Sunny decided to make the Wild Boar Forest his temporary grinding spot. After killing 10 boars in succession, Sunny surprisingly obtained another piece of equipment. Wild Boar Gloves, White Defense, 12 level requirement 5. Since he could not wear them, yet he simply tossed them into his backpack. Just as he was about to continue hunting, a tree to his left suddenly crashed to the ground, and an enormous wild boar emerged before him. This boar was more than 3 times the size of the others. Its razor-sharp tusks were like twin blades, and its blood-red eyes locked onto Sunny, irradiating a murderous intent that washed over him in waves. Damn it! Accursed Nanfeng, I will make you pay. Aoshi Ingsha stood at the resurrection point, his face twisted with fury, murderous intent radiating from his very being. As the regional representative of the Aoshi Guild in this village, he had been slain, his black iron weapon purchased for 2,000 coins looted from his corpse. Upon hearing rumors that Nanfeng possessed rare-tier equipment, Aoshi Ingsha had joined the hunt. Relying on his learned invisibility technique, he avoided wild boars entirely, and when he located Sunny, the Wild Boar King was already near death. He had assumed his black iron weapon and skill enhancements would let him seize the advantage while Sunny was weakened. Instead, Sunny's defense proved monstrous. Not only did he counterkill Aoshi Ingsha, he even looted his weapon. Unforgivable. Nanfeng, you'll wait for me. All Aoshi Guild members, assemble at the village gate. Aoshi Ingsha spent 50 silver coins on a regional broadcast, igniting chaos across the entire novice village. Hearing the announcement, Sunny sneered coldly, then turned his full attention to looting his spoils. After sorting through the loot, the Wild Boar King yielded 23 silver coins and 18 copper coins for Sunny, 3 skill manuals, 4 pieces of equipment, 1 Wild Boar King hide, 1 piece of fresh Wild Boar King meat, and 2 crafting scrolls. Dual Wield Proficiency Basic grants the ability to wield two-handed weapons, do offhand weapon damage reduced by 20. Class requirement Scout or Swordsman. Sunny's eyes gleamed. The output of two-handed weapons far surpassed single-handed ones, and attack frequency doubled when wielding them. He instantly selected Learn. A flash of light shimmered, and the skill appeared in his skill bar. Healing Light Novice consumes 20 mana to restore 60 health to a single target within 25 meters, followed by an additional 10 health per second for 10 seconds. Casting time 2 seconds. Class requirement Priest. Cooldown 30 seconds. A fine skill, nearly equivalent to carrying an endless mid-tier healing potion. Regrettably, it was useless to him. Explosive Fireball Novice consumes 20 mana to inflict 100 fire element damage upon a single target within 25 meters. Casting time 2 seconds. Class requirement Mage. Cooldown 25 seconds. Another excellent skill, but reserved for mages. He tossed it idly into his inventory. Next, Sunny examined a crude black suit of armor, and upon reading its attributes, a satisfied smile spread across his face. At last, an item he could actually use. Wild Boar King Battle Armor Bronze, Physical Defense 35. Magical Defense 35. Strength 3. Constitution 3. Health 100. Required level 5. Far superior to his current Wild Boar Tunic, and remarkably a level 5 item dropped by a level 7 boss. Perfectly suited to his current level. He swiftly replaced the tunic. His stats surged dramatically, and the black armor lent him a commanding, formidable presence. Next came a shield. He could not use Wild Boar King Shield Bronze, Physical Defense 50. Magical Defense 40. Constitution 5. Health 200. Required level 5. Though impressively powerful, it served no purpose for him, so he stowed it away in his inventory for later disposition. Black Iron Battle Axe, Black Iron Attack Power 1520. Strength 5. Critical Strike 10. Required level 5. Wild Boar King Bow Black Iron Attack Power 1520. Strength 4. Agility 3. Required level 5. Sighing inwardly, he wished for a longsword, ideal for his newly acquired dual-wield proficiency. Fortunately, his starter wooden sword remained unequipped and ready to serve as a temporary substitute. He then inspected the 2 remaining crafting scrolls. Novice Courage Scroll. Novice Materials required 1 Novice Parchment, 1 Novice Elfstone, 1 Novice Magic Water. Effect increases attack speed by 10 for 10 minutes upon use. Profession requirement Novice Alchemist. Minimum proficiency 80. He carried 10 Novice Elfstones, dropped by wild boars, now revealed as crafting components. Yet Sun E knew neither the other required materials nor the auxiliary professions of conquest. If only he could craft this scroll. He had grown weary of the game's sluggish combat rhythm. Each strike demanded a full 2-second delay, an unbearable constraint. Novice Leather Expansion Scroll. Novice Materials required 1 Novice Leather, 10 Novice Tailoring Threads, 1 Novice Runestone. Effect expands inventory by 1 row upon use, maximum 2 uses per character. Profession requirement Novice Tailor. Minimum proficiency 80. Though simple in function, its utility was immense. Every player began with only 3 inventory rows, 10 slots each, with stack limits of up to 100 identical items per slot. Glancing into his own inventory, he saw quest items, gathered resources, and looted gear, chaotic clutter threatening to overflow his capacity. This scroll had to be crafted immediately. Sun E made his decision on the spot, stowing the scroll away before opening his character panel named Nanfeng. Level 5. Health 150,580. Mana 50. Physical attack 102107. Magical attack 10. Physical defense 78. Magical defense 53. Base attributes Strength 38. Constitution 18. Agility 10. Intelligence 5. Hidden attribute. Reputation 100. Equipment Lucky Sword Silver Wild Boar King Battle Armor Bronze Wild Boar Pauldrons White Wild Boar Gauntlets White Wild Dog Boots White. Skills Dual Wield Proficiency. Equipping the battle armor had dramatically elevated his stats, most crucially compensating for his previously abysmal magical defense and pushing his physical attack past 100. All told, an outstanding improvement. It was time to return to the village and complete his quest. After resting until his health fully recovered, Sun E set out toward the novice village. Unaware, he strode forward while beyond the wild boar forest hundreds of players had already gathered. Over 200 Aoshi guild members led by Aoshi Ingshan now stood at its edge. Not far away, Xiongba Kindergarten of the Xiongba dynasty approached, with nearly 200 more. Even more spectators, drawn by curiosity, had converged. Seeing both major guilds mobilize en masse, and recalling Aoshi Ingsha's earlier broadcast, they quickly pieced together the situation. Good heavens, what's happening? Are both guilds marshaling forces just to take down one man, Nanfeng? Has he stirred up a hornet's nest? I heard over a dozen Xiongba dynasty members surrounded him and were slaughtered. Clearly the Aoshi guild suffered the same fate. No way, just who is this Nanfeng? Rumor has it he's the first novice in our village killed by a mere chicken. Confirmed intelligence says he lasted exactly 10 seconds against it. Impossible. How could such a man repel the Xiongba dynasty? Word is he now wields rare tier equipment and has undergone a complete transformation. Pity. With both guilds after him, he won't last long in this game. Spectators buzzed with speculation, the scene electric with excitement. Aoshi Ingsha fixed his gaze upon Xiongba Kindergarten and said gravely, Xiongba Kindergarten, I was just slain by Nanfeng. This vendetta is mine alone. For the sake of courtesy, please stand aside. He killed me too. And more of our Xiongba dynasty fell to him than to anyone else. Why don't you do us a favor and hand the boy over? Xiongba Kindergarten smiled faintly at Aoshi Ingsha. Though unspoken, his expression betrayed full awareness of Aoshi Ingsha's true motive. Personal revenge was pure pretense. Nothing more than a thin veil for coveting Nanfeng's gear. Aoshi Ingsha knew instantly his intentions had been seen through. Yet Xiongba Kindergarten remained unaware that Nanfeng had just slain the Wild Boar King boss. Though he hadn't witnessed the full drop, he knew the haul was substantial. Alas, the Wild Boar King had fallen to Sun E, and its loot enjoyed 1 minute of inviolable protection. Others could not claim it. Had the window been open, Aoshi Ingsha would have seized the gear without hesitation. As Aoshi Ingsha pondered how to persuade Xiongba's forces to withdraw, a lone figure emerged from the wild boar forest. Look, there's Nanfeng. He's here, the 10-second man. Swiftly, countless gazes converged upon the solitary figure emerging from the forest. Those who had seen Sun E before recognized him instantly. Aoshi Ingsha halted his thoughts and immediately noticed the extraordinary armor Sun E now wore. Undoubtedly the legendary gear dropped by the Wild Boar King. We must loot his equipment. Charge, kill him. Aoshi Ingsha roared, and his guild members surged forward with thunderous cries. We're moving in too, loot him. Xiongba Kindergarten bellowed, in turn leading his faction straight towards Sun Yi. Emerging from the forest, Sun Yi froze, startled by the sheer scale of the mob roaring toward him. Instinctively, his scalp prickled with dread. The first to strike were ranged players. Arrows and tiny fireballs rained down upon him in unison. 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. A pitiful string of damage numbers floated above Sun Yi's head. So low onlookers nearly dropped their jaws. Seeing these attacks posed no real threat, Sun Yi steadied himself. A glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes, and instead of retreating, he charged forward straight into the crowd. What in blazes is this insane defense? He's definitely wearing rare tier gear. Cut him down, loot him. Witnessing his absurdly high defense, the crowd grew certain Nanfeng bore legendary equipment, and their desire to strip him of it intensified tenfold. Even idle bystanders joined the fray, hoping to snatch spoils amid the chaos. Die! A speed-focused swordsman lunged forward, brandishing his starter sword. Sun Yi could see the raw frenzy blazing in his eyes. With a contemptuous snort, the lucky sword descended from above, striking the swordsman squarely. 160. The man was truly unfortunate. Sun Yi's very first blow triggered a lucky strike. Instantly, his left-hand blade slashed downward. 66. In a flash of light, the swordsman collapsed lifelessly. Come on then. Let's see if Grandpa fears any of you. Having effortlessly felled one opponent, Sun Yi swelled with heroic fervor. His fury transmuted into towering battle spirit as he surged toward his next foe. 72, 87, 90. Most attackers were merely level 2. None exceeded level 3. Their health and defense were negligible. Even the sturdiest warriors crumpled beneath Sun Yi's onslaught. Within moments, over 30 had fallen. Still, their overwhelming numbers steadily eroded his health. Fortunately, his current total hovered near 600, giving him precious breathing room. How can he possibly endure so much punishment? Incredible. Truly unbelievable. He's not even human. Bloody hell. I feel like I'm playing a different game. Why is he so exceptional? While we're all just players. Go on, loot him. Sun Yi carved through the ranks like a whirlwind, unstoppable, unmatched, leaving spectators awestruck and speechless. Moments later, Sun Yi lost count of how many he'd slain, surely over 150. Yet his health had plummeted below 300, and only one healing potion remained. Indeed, ants could devour an elephant. Retreat was inevitable. Sun Yi knew prolonging the fight was futile, but cutting straight through that seething, frenzied mass would be no easy feat. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Sun Yi's mind, a brilliant one. After downing the last red potion, he turned and dashed towards the wild boar forest, his current agility allowing him to outpace the majority. As Sun Yi escaped into the wild boar forest, a few dozen highly agile archers, scouts, and swordsmen helplessly came to a stop. Without a numerical advantage, their small group would merely be delivering food to him. Soon Ao Shiring Sha also arrived with his men, staring grimly at the wild boar forest for a while, unable to make a decision. The members of Xiongba Wang Chao waited at the side. Yuan Ge, what should we do? Should we chase him in? Asked Xiongba Sihai, standing beside the Xiongba Kindergarten. Did you not see that the Ao Shir Guild has already stopped chasing Sun Yi? The Xiongba Kindergarten did not continue pursuing him. After a while, Ao Shiring Sha instructed his nearby subordinate, find someone to guard all the exits and notify the main force immediately if Nanfeng appears. Understood. Several members of the Ao Shir Guild immediately dispersed, while a few players from Xiongba Wang Chao also positioned themselves to guard the exits of the wild boar forest. Nanfeng is finished this time. Indeed, with so many people lying in wait, as long as he dares to step out of the wild boar forest, he will undoubtedly die. To be able to single-handedly take down over 100 from 2 major guilds, Nanfeng is already quite impressive. He must have more than one piece of top-tier equipment on him. That black longsword must at least be bronze quality. It's a pity we couldn't loot it. The onlookers were abuzz with chatter, all shocked by the power Sun Yi had displayed, though the majority of players did not hold high hopes for him. At this moment, Sun Yi dove into the wild boar forest, sprinting towards the area with the most wild boars, and soon a horde of wild boars gathered behind him. Having spent so much time in the wild boar forest, Sun Yi certainly knew where the wild boars were most abundant. To prevent the wild boar aggro from resetting, he occasionally stopped to let the wild boars catch up. Just like that, in a matter of minutes, the army of wild boars behind him grew to over 100. That's enough. Glancing back at the densely packed army of wild boars, Sun Yi's face revealed an excited expression. Shortly after, he charged out of the exit of the wild boar forest. Look, it's Nanfeng. He's out over here. Everyone come prepare to cut him off. A crowd of gazes focused on Sun Yi as a large group of players surrounded him once more. Standing at the exit of the wild boar forest, watching the approaching players, Sun Yi was filled with excitement and suddenly shouted, "You trash over there, get ready to be served." Just as everyone was puzzled, large figures charged out from the wild boar forest behind Sunny. 1, 2, 3. Clang clang. A massive group of wild boars charged towards the opposing players as if two armies had collided. Heaton. What the hell, where did this army of wild boars come from? Damn it, Nanfeng is leading the monsters to harm us. Run, we can't hold them off. There are too many monsters, hurry and escape. These were all level 5 wild boars, not only possessing high defense, but also decent speed. Once they entered the crowd, their aggro quickly shifted from Sun E to the other players launching attacks. Flashes of white light occurred as players continuously fell. The scene was chaotic and most players no longer had the luxury to attack Sun E. The few attacks that landed on him posed no threat. Sun E pushed forward and in no time he broke through the players' blockade. Looking back at the chaotic scene, he couldn't help but feel regret. Having run out of red potions, he wished he could turn back and wreak havoc. But with just over 200 health points left, if the opponents reacted, he would surely be in trouble. He hurried towards the direction of the novice village, and before long Sun E burst into the novice village where he was completely safe and could not attack others. Just after entering the novice village, he saw Ao Shi Sha coming over with a gloomy face, followed by players from the Ao Shi guild. Oh, your free return to the city is quick, Sun E said with a smile. Nanfeng, don't think this matter is over, we shall see. Ao Shi Sha left with a grim expression and Sun E smiled nonchalantly. When soldiers come, block them. When water flows, damn it, it was nothing to worry about. First he turned in his quest, then cleaned out his backpack before going to hunt monsters. After slaying monsters for a while, Sun E felt his anger subside significantly and began to enjoy this feeling of playing the game. He decided to play for a longer time since he had the opportunity today. The area announcement from Zhanlang Wushuang shouted, Zhanlang is buying equipment at high prices with white gear starting at 300 renminbi each. Black iron and bronze prices negotiable. All are welcome, the more the better, with guaranteed credibility, located at the novice village square. While walking to turn in his quest, an area announcement suddenly caught Sun E's attention. White gear for 300 renminbi each. What a joke. Is equipment in the game really worth that much? Sun E was somewhat shocked, unable to believe it. With a mindset of trying it out, he quickly walked towards the square. Upon reaching the square, Sun E quickly found Zhanlang Wushuang, who was trading with another player. Hello, are you sure white gear is 300 each? Sun E directly approached Zhanlang Wushuang and asked. Zhanlang Wushuang was a tall youth in his 20s with a simple and honest face. He was a level 4 warrior, the first level 4 player Sun E had seen, which surprised him a bit. It's you. Zhanlang Wushuang looked at Sun E in surprise. You know me? Sun E asked, puzzled. Zhanlang Wushuang smiled and said, haha, you're quite the celebrity. In this novice village number 9527, most people may not have seen you, but I doubt anyone doesn't know your name. Wow, you've already reached level 5. How did you train? It seems you do indeed possess top-tier equipment, brother. Why not sell me that armor on you? It'll offer a high price. Zhanlang Wushuang sized Sun E up, his gaze fixated on the black armor, his eyes gleaming with desire, as if he wanted to rip it off Sun E's body. I have use for the armor, so I'm not selling it for now. Sun E shook his head. That's too bad. I buy all kinds of equipment at fair prices, no cheating. All you need to do is open the trade window, place the equipment in, and it'll give you an estimate. If you agree, it'll transfer the money to your account directly. After you confirm receipt, you can finalize the trade. Aren't you afraid of being scammed this way, eh? Sun E asked curiously. Haha, I really want to see who dares to scam our Zhanlang's money. Zhanlang Wushuang said confidently. Alright, I have some equipment here, can you give me an estimate? Sun E opened the trade window with Zhanlang Wushuang and placed the white gear from his backpack onto the table. The white wolf gear and wild boar gear filled up the 10 slots in the trade window. So much. And level 5 equipment. Zhanlang Wushuang was stunned upon seeing the 10 pieces of white gear placed in the trade window. It's worth noting that the drop rate for equipment in Zhengzhan is notoriously low. He had faced much criticism in the past few days. In the square, after collecting for half a day, he had only received 12 pieces, none of which were level 5. So can you take all of it? Of course, he'll take everything. Level 5 equipment is 500 each, and the rest are 300 each, totaling 3,800. How about I make it 4,000 for you? No problem. Sun E's heart raced a few times, quickly sending his bank account details to Zhanlang Wushuang. In less than half a minute, he received the notification that the transaction was successful. Did you receive the money? Zhanlang Wushuang asked. I received it, a pleasant cooperation. Sun E hastily confirmed the trade and transferred all the white gear to Zhanlang Wushuang. Looking at the additional 10 pieces of white gear in his backpack, Zhanlang Wushuang smiled broadly and said, brother, let's add each other as friends. If you have any equipment to sell in the future, you can contact me. Zhanlang Wushuang casually added Sun E as a friend, and Sun E confirmed without hesitation, then opened the trade window with Zhanlang Wushuang once more. Do you have any more equipment to sell? Zhanlang Wushuang asked in surprise. I have a few more pieces, can you give me an estimate? If it's reasonable, let's take them all. As he spoke, he placed the black iron dagger into the trade window. Wow, a black iron dagger. They'll offer 2,000 for it. Seeing the black iron dagger appear in the trade window, Zhanlang Wushuang's eyes lit up, immediately offering a generous price of 2,000. No problem, son, he thought happily, the figure of Ao Shiring Sha flashing in his mind. He had forgotten to compliment him earlier. He would definitely remember next time. Then he placed the black iron battle axe into the trade window. Upon seeing another black iron weapon appear in the trade window, especially a level 5 warrior weapon, Zhanlang Wushuang squealed in excitement. Wow, you actually got a 5-level black iron battle axe. That's impressive. They'll offer 3,000 for it. How does that sound? Zhanlang Wushuang's eyes shone with greed as he looked at the axe, just 1 level away from being able to equip it. Okay, son. He then placed the Boar King bow into the trade window, which again elicited a gasp from Zhanlang Wushuang. Brother, don't tell me all this equipment was dropped by you. Basically yes. Is there a problem? Son, he asked in surprise. Nanfeng, I think you might have been favored by the goddess of luck. They'll still offer 3,000 for this bow. What do you think? Deal. This should be the last piece, right? Zhanlang Wushuang thought to himself. Just then another piece of equipment appeared in the trade window, and Zhanlang Wushuang froze in shock upon seeing it. Blinking to confirm, he wasn't mistaken, it was a bronze-level shield with exceptional attributes. They'll offer 10,000 for this shield. If you think that's too low, we can negotiate further. Zhanlang Wushuang took a deep breath, trying to suppress his excitement. That's enough, just go with this price. Son, he wasn't greedy. He never imagined that equipment in Zhengzhan could be so valuable. A mere bronze shield was worth 10,000 renminbi. Poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Zhanlang Wushuang unhesitatingly transferred 18,000 renminbi to Sun Yi and successfully received 4 pieces of equipment. Looking at the equipment in his backpack, Zhanlang Wushuang's smile was almost overflowing. Just when he thought the transaction was over, Sun Yi suddenly asked, "Brother, do you want any skill books?" "Quick, let me see." Zhanlang Wushuang eagerly opened the trade window. Sun Yi placed Healing Light, an exploding fireball, into the window, watching Zhanlang Wushuang nervously. After examining the 2 skill books, Zhanlang Wushuang said seriously, "How about 10,000 for both skill books?" "Deal." Sun Yi did not hesitate to confirm the trade. Once the transaction was completed, Zhanlang Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Sun Yi and asked, "Nanfeng, do you have any other good items for sale? For example, that armor you're wearing?" Glancing at his lucky sword and armor, Sun Yi suppressed the thought of selling them and shook his head, saying, "Let's talk again when I have something good to sell." "All right, pleasant cooperation." Zhanlang Wushuang reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the Wild Boar King battle armor, certain that it was definitely top-tier equipment, but unfortunately Sun Yi wouldn't sell it. Standing at the edge of the square, Sun Yi confirmed that his bank account had increased by 32,000 renminbi. He felt as if he were dreaming. In less than a day, he made 32,000 renminbi. If he sold his lucky sword and armor together, he could probably reach nearly 100,000. What job could compare to this? I'm rich. I'm rich. Damn it, why look for a job? I want to be a professional player. Standing at the edge of the square, Sun Yi made the most important decision of his life. From this moment on, he became a professional player, a rookie-level professional player. Since I have decided to become a professional player, I can no longer hold a casual attitude. I must deepen my understanding of the game. I immediately entered the official website of Zhengzhan and began to carefully examine its introduction. After an hour, Sun Yi transformed from a novice with only a superficial understanding of Zhengzhan into a knowledgeable expert. He thoroughly understood details about the game, background, profession, skills, and tasks. He diligently absorbed all aspects related to the game like a sponge, soaking up knowledge about Zhengzhan. In just an hour, his understanding of Zhengzhan surpassed even Zhang Boss. So this is it. Zhengzhan truly is a groundbreaking game. The more he learned about Zhengzhan, the more shocked Sun Yi felt, further reinforcing his belief that his choice was not wrong. However, to gain a deeper understanding of the game, merely relying on the official website is insufficient. It requires insights from experienced players, as the website has already stated that the enjoyment of the game depends on the player's own exploration. Entering the forum page, Sun Yi saw numerous posts, with the top 10 pinned posts being the most popular, each with replies exceeding tens of thousands. The first post's title read, "A god appears in the novice village, single-handedly challenging thousands, invincible video as proof." Who is this amazing person? Curious, Sun Yi clicked on the post where a video was prominently displayed at the top. As he watched the video, a strange expression quickly appeared on his face. To his surprise, the so-called god in the post was actually him, as the video documented his recent battle outside the wild boar forest. Am I really that strong? Seeing the footage of his rampage, Sun Yi felt a bit peculiar. He curiously began browsing the comments below the post. First floor, wow, is he really that amazing? Challenging 2 major guilds alone. 666. Second floor, though the title is a bit exaggerated, the content is still quite shocking. This god, named Nanfeng, is impressive. Third floor, only 6 hours have passed in the game. How did this guy level up? He's already at level 5, impressive. Fourth floor, TSK Tisk, didn't everyone notice this fellow has completely ditched the novice gear? Where did he get his equipment? Fifth floor, defense is insane, attack power is insane, health is insane, my assessment, Nanfeng, big anomaly. Sixth floor, can someone tell me who this Nanfeng player is? Why haven't I seen him on the leaderboard? What is the leaderboard? Sun E looked puzzled. A quick online search revealed that the leaderboard is a list of the top players in the country featuring 100 players, all of whom are top-notch gaming experts. As he continued browsing, most comments below were astonished by Sun E's strength, while others accused him of cheating. Some members from the Overlord Guild and the Proudview Guild left derogatory comments, and some analyzed Sun E's attributes, with others even inquiring about buying his equipment. In a short time, the post's comments exceeded 200,000. Just as Sun E was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a long comment pinned at the top. While Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng has posted a long comment. This is Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng's first long comment in Zhengzhan. Let's see what he wrote. The post instantly became even more popular, catching Sun Yi's attention. A quick online search revealed that Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng is hailed as the #1 commentator in gaming with considerable influence. Sun E curiously opened his comment. Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng, after carefully studying the video, I found that the player named Nanfeng is not a god player but a complete novice. No way is he really a novice. Could Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng be mistaken? How could a novice challenge hundreds of players? I have my doubts, but is he really just a novice? The beginning of Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng's comment sparked a heated discussion among the players watching the comments. Almost everyone couldn't believe it. Sun E was also very curious about how this commentator concluded that he was a novice, so he continued to read. Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng, my judgment is based on 2 points. First, the player named Nanfeng did not use a single basic skill from his profession, the 4 basic skills of a swordsman, blood-sucking / double strike block, and rage slash, can be learned from the novice trainer in the novice village. As long as one is not a novice player, they will rush to learn these 4 basic skills as soon as they can. Upon reading this, Sun E felt his face flush. He honestly didn't know about these skills. Second, we know that player operations are categorized into 4 standards: beginner, small success, great success, and peak. However, the player named Nanfeng's operation was dismal, not even reaching the beginner level, merely at the novice level. For reference, please see the operation video of a real god player below. As for why he could challenge hundreds alone, it was entirely due to his possession of top-tier equipment that others lacked. I speculate that the long sword he is using is at least silver grade, and he has also learned the rare two-handed mastery skill. The armor he wears should be bronze grade, with health around 600, of physical defense around 70, magical defense around 50, and attack power likely exceeding 100. What I want to convey is that Zhengzhan is a world of miracles, not exclusive to god players. Even a novice player can create miracles in Zhengzhan. Thank you all for reading my comment. Amazing. To be able to see through oneself and almost perfectly analyze one's attributes and equipment just from a video is something ordinary people cannot achieve. Sun E felt no anger at being labeled a novice by Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng. Instead, he greatly admired this person. After reading his comment, Sun E realized his shortcomings. Reaching this level relied entirely on equipment and luck. After exiting the thread, Sun E immediately found a battle video of a god swordsman. The video featured a level 4 player named Feng Yuan Jian, who despite facing 2 level 6 black bears displayed remarkable skill, defeating the bears using a novice longsword. While fighting, Feng Yuan Jian shared various tips on how to allocate points, how to coordinate skills, how to predict monster attacks to dodge, and how to utilize the surrounding environment in battle, as well as how to choose equipment. After watching the 10-minute video 3 times, Sun E felt as if he had been enlightened. So this is the correct way for a swordsman to play. Indeed, Feng Yuan by Xiaosheng was right about my judgment on my operational level is truly at the novice level. Through a single video, Sun E recognized the gap between himself and the god players. However, he did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt an overwhelming excitement, as if his blood was boiling. Sooner or later, this novice will soar through the skies. Sun E suddenly clenched his fists, exuding a strong battle intent. Sun E was well aware that his current advantage lay in possessing exceptional equipment that surpassed others' slightly stronger attributes and a temporary level lead, allowing him to hunt high-level monsters first and avoid wasting time competing with other players for kills. He must seize the initiative and maintain his lead in levels. After exiting the forum, Sun E had already realized his strengths and weaknesses, forming a vague plan for his upcoming goals. He quickly went to the apothecary to submit a task and acquired the basic herb gathering skill and 1,000 experience points. Seeing nearly 50 silver coins in his backpack, Sun E made a firm decision, spending 40 silver coins to buy red potions, then turning to the tailor to submit another task. His backpack instantly expanded to 40 slots. Unfortunately, he did not receive the gathering skill as a reward, but completing this task gave him the qualification to learn it, and Sun E painfully spent 2 silver coins to learn the basic gathering skill. Then he went to the blacksmith to submit another task, and also learned the basic mining skill. Looking at the remaining 6 silver coins, Sun E felt a pang of regret. He then found the novice trainer mentioned by Xiaosheng and opened a dialogue directly. Learning the 4 basic skills of the swordsman cost him a total of 400 copper coins, and he also spent 100 copper coins to purchase the basic detection skill. Bloodsucking Slash deals 130 damage to the target and converts 10 of the damage dealt into health. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Double Strike deals consecutive damage of 110 twice to the target. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Rage Slash deals 150 damage to the target. Cooldown time 1 minute. Block uses a weapon to block 1 regular physical attack from the opponent. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Basic detection skill view the basic attributes of targets up to 5 levels higher than oneself. Although the cooldown times for exclusive basic skills are not short, their effects are excellent, especially Bloodsucking Slash, which is crucial for Sun E. After learning these 5 skills, Sun E felt that his strength had significantly increased. He then spent 1 silver coin to open a warehouse account, dumping all the spirit stones and scrolls he didn't need into it. It's time to set off. With everything prepared, Sun E strode towards the village exit, this time not taking any quests. Just as he walked out of the village, Sun E noticed a few members of the Proud View Guild sneakily following him. Sun E snorted coldly and ignored these tailing pests. The priority was to level up and expand his advantages. He shouldn't waste time on these nuisances. He sprinted with all his might, quickly shaking off these guys. Along the way, Sun E noticed many players competing for wild chickens and rabbits, and there were noticeably more players in the wild dog area, most of whom were in parties leveling up. Upon entering the wild boar forest, Sun E noted that several teams were already leveling up there, with the highest level player reaching level 4, which made him feel a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a wild boar charged at him with a roar, its sharp tusks gleaming ominously. Sun E's eyes sharpened. Let's test my new skills on you. With dual swords in hand and the battle images of Feng Yun Jian flashing in his mind, Sun E suddenly dodged to the left as the wild boar approached. Miss? Seeing that he smoothly evaded the wild boar's attack, Sun E's face lit up as he raised his lucky sword and unleashed a rage slash. 140. Although Sun E aimed for the wild boar's eye, it didn't result in a critical hit. Nevertheless, the high damage left Sun E exhilarated. The enraged wild boar turned and charged again. This time, Sun E couldn't dodge, losing 15 health points. Seizing the opportunity during the wild boar's attack, he executed a bloodsucking slash. 120 as damage numbers appeared above the wild boar's head. A green number 12 appeared above Sun E's head, almost instantly replenishing the health he had just lost. Then Sun E executed another double strike with his right hand. 100. His left hand also delivered a regular attack. 74. The wild boar let out a howl and collapsed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, you gained 100 experience. Looking at the wild boar's corpse before him, Sun E took a deep breath. The first battle after learning the skills revealed a tremendous difference. Previously, dealing with a wild boar required 6 or 7 attacks with an interval of about 2 seconds between each, meaning it would take at least a dozen seconds to handle one. During these continuous seconds, the wild boar could launch 5 or 6 attacks. Although each attack dealt low damage, it still caused Sun E to lose health. However, Sun E had just taken down the wild boar in less than 5 seconds, and as soon as the skill cooldown ended, he was able to use it again, leaving no time for intervals. Would it be smoother if ordinary attacks were mixed between skill usages? While pondering this, Sun E picked up the copper coins dropped by the wild boar and continued walking forward after gathering. While advancing and experimenting with his idea, it turned out to be just as he suspected. The combination of ordinary attacks between skills had a very good effect. Since he was dual-wielding swords, the attack interval was only about 1 second, making his movements smoother than those of other swordsmen. Before he knew it, Sun E had walked out of the wild boar forest. Although the distance wasn't far, his progress was significant. Standing outside the wild boar forest, he saw 8 main paths leading to different places. Sun E thought for a moment and stepped onto the leftmost path, leading to Wolf Valley. Turning a bend, he came upon a vast grassland filled with gray wolves. These wolves were the size of calves, gray in color, and there were countless of them. Notably, they traveled in packs with at least 3 wolves gathered together, none straying alone. Sun E located the nearest gathering point of 3 gray wolves, maintaining a distance of 30 meters just outside the wolves' aggro range. He cast a detection spell on the nearest gray wolf, level 7 health, 650 attack power, 65, 72 skill, Ripping Claw. With the basic detection spell, he could see the monster's attributes more comprehensively. The Grey Wolf's attack power was not low, but Sun E was quite confident in his defense. Thinking about how with a level 4 wind and cloud sword, he could take on 2 level 6 black bears with just a novice sword, he figured taking on 3 Grey Wolves should be manageable. Hey wolf pups, your doom is here. Without further ado, Sun E charged forward with his sword, and the moment he stepped into the Grey Wolf's aggro zone, all 3 wolves turned to look at him. Aru. The next moment, the 3 Grey Wolves roared and charged at Sun E. Locking his gaze on one of the wolves, he timed his attack and first unleashed a normal attack with his right hand. 62. The damage number that appeared above the Grey Wolf's head made Sun E raise his eyebrows. His attack power was over 100, yet this damage was too low. Next, he executed an anger slash with his left hand almost without any interval. 75. This damage number was slightly higher, but Sun E was still not satisfied. He then launched another normal attack with his right hand using the lucky sword, striking the Grey Wolf again. 65. As soon as the damage appeared, he used a double slash with his left hand. 55. Within less than 2 seconds, the Grey Wolf's health had been halved by Sun E. Although the damage was lower than he had expected, the result was still satisfactory. At that moment, the Grey Wolf opened its enormous mouth and lunged at Sun E. He immediately attempted to dodge, but unfortunately, he couldn't evade. 45. The attacks from the other 2 Grey Wolves came almost simultaneously. Despite Sun E's best efforts to evade, he failed. 47. The damage from the Grey Wolves exceeded his expectations, likely because they were 2 levels higher than him. After the double slash, Sun E aimed his lucky sword at the Grey Wolf's eye and thrust down hard, a golden number instantly bursting forth. 130. He then aimed his left hand at the Grey Wolf's eye and used blood-sucking slash, but unfortunately this time, there was no critical hit, resulting in only 60 points of damage, which restored him just 6 health. Barely useful. After using blood-sucking slash, he immediately launched a normal attack with his right hand, reducing the Grey Wolf's health by another 50 points. At that moment, the Grey Wolf lunged at him again with its mouth wide open. Sun E attempted to dodge like he did with the wind and cloud sword, but unfortunately, he still failed and lost 45 health. Seeing that the attacks from the other 2 Grey Wolves were coming simultaneously, Sun E quickly used his block skill. Miss. 50. He successfully blocked one of the Grey Wolf's attacks and raised his lucky sword again to strike at the injured Grey Wolf. 70. Unfortunately, his skills were still on cooldown, and he couldn't use them immediately, forcing him to wait about 1 second. 1 second is not long. In a blink, another flash of sword light passed by, instantly reducing the remaining 28 health of the Grey Wolf to 0. With a wail, it collapsed to the ground. Ding. Congratulations, you gained 500 experience. The experience reward was quite generous, which was commendable. Although Sun E took down 1 Grey Wolf in just a few seconds, he also lost 231 health under the onslaught of the 3 Grey Wolves, having lost over a third of his health. He quickly consumed a bottle of basic healing potion, instantly restoring 30 health, just as the attacks from the remaining 2 Grey Wolves followed. Sun E continued to evade the Grey Wolves' attacks like he did with the wind and cloud sword, while also counterattacking. However, without skills available, he couldn't handle the remaining 2 Grey Wolves as he did with the first. Without skills, he had no choice but to use normal attacks. The lucky sword and the novice wooden sword alternated in their strikes, continuously landing hits on one of the Grey Wolves, and damage numbers kept popping up. Even though Sun E aimed at the Grey Wolf's eye each time to exploit its weakness, the critical hit rate was frustratingly low. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, continuing to target weak points. At the same time, while the Grey Wolves attacked Sun, he tried to actively evade their strikes, though he mostly failed. Nevertheless, he found joy in it. Aru. Another Grey Wolf let out a wail and collapsed before Sun E. Shifting his focus, he locked onto the last Grey Wolf and began his assault. With a sword from his left hand and another from his right, a Grey Wolf was no match for Sun E, its health continuously depleting until it quickly dropped to half. At this moment, Sun E also relaxed his guard. Just then, the Grey Wolf in front of him suddenly took a step back, followed by a burst of speed, and raised its right paw to swipe fiercely at Sun E. It was as if a claw attack came at him, landing on him. 110 system prompt: you have been attacked by the Grey Wolf's ripping claw. Sun E was startled. He had over 70 points of physical defense, yet this Grey Wolf managed to take away 110 health in one hit. If all 3 Grey Wolves had used ripping claw on him together, the result would have been terrifying. It seemed he could never let his guard down. Sun E began to concentrate, fully facing the Grey Wolf before him, practicing his positioning and maneuvers. Time quietly passed, and before the skill cooldown ended, the last Grey Wolf also let out a wail and fell to the ground. Phew. He let out a long breath, seeing his remaining health at 260. Sun E kept reminding himself to be cautious. Finally, it was a close call. Checking his spoils, fortune smiled upon him. the 3 gray wolves had dropped an item: 3 spirit stones, 3 silver coins, and 56 copper coins. After gathering, he obtained only 1 gray wolf skin and 1 piece of wolf meat, but overall it was a good haul. Gray wolf skin hat, white defense 15, level 7. Unfortunately, he was not high enough in level to equip it, so he tossed it into his backpack and moved aside to start gathering daffodils. Sun E noticed that using the herb gathering skill to collect daffodils was different this time. A 2-second progress bar appeared during the gathering. Ding! Congratulations, you obtained a daffodil herb gathering experience 1. Looking at his herb gathering skill, it had now become basic herb gathering 1100. Sun E was not surprised. He had already seen the introduction on the official website. Gathering items was not a 100 success rate, and experience was only gained upon successful collection. According to the official website, the initial success rate for gathering was very low, making it challenging to level up the herb gathering skill. Knowing that many high-level herbs required advanced herb gathering skills to collect, Sun E was already consciously training his herb gathering skill. After all, recovering health while practicing herb gathering was a win-win situation. Near the 3 gray wolves there were 4 daffodils, and Sun E successfully gathered twice, obtaining 2 daffodils and 2 points of experience. Once the cooldown for the red potions ended, Sun E unhesitatingly gulped down a bottle of intermediate healing potion. In no time his health was fully restored, and aside from the block skill still being on cooldown, all other skills were available. Let's get to work. Finding the nearest gathering point with 3 gray wolves, Sun E dashed over. The 3 gray wolves roared in response, charging towards him. Focusing on the nearest gray wolf, this time Sun E first used his left hand, transforming the novice wooden sword into a flash of light aimed at the wolf's eye. 57. The damage dealt was noticeably lower than what he inflicted with the lucky sword. Subsequently, he used his right hand to unleash an anger slash, with the lucky sword crashing down hard on the gray wolf's eye. 100. The damage from the anger slash with his right hand was significantly higher than when using skills with his left hand. Sun E felt a surge of joy, and his left hand swung again, delivering another blow from the novice wooden sword to the gray wolf's eye. 60. Following this, he used a double slash with his right hand. 80. The skill once again brought Sun E pleasant surprise as the damage increased considerably. In a short amount of time, before the gray wolf could even attack, its health had already dropped by 377 points, having its health. The same skills used in a different order resulted in such a significant damage difference. Aru! The enraged gray wolf opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. Sun E hurriedly dodged to the side, but still couldn't evade. However, because he deliberately avoided the other 2 gray wolves, he actually managed to evade one of the attacks, which greatly boosted Sun E's confidence. With his right hand, he unleashed a blood-sucking slash. 90. Instantly, he restored 9 health, followed by a normal attack with his left hand. 60. The gray wolf's health was nearly depleted, but the skills he could use were already exhausted, and the cooldown for the block skill was still ongoing. The cooldown for this skill was too long. He could only rely on normal attacks and engage the 3 gray wolves in a battle. The moment the first wolf attacked and dealt damage, Sun E had already consumed a basic healing potion, slowly restoring his health. While using normal attacks, he practiced his positioning and optimized his skill combinations, fully immersed in the experience. Initially, it took about 30 seconds to deal with 3 gray wolves in a full state, and after defeating them, he had over 200 health remaining. Through his continuous optimization and effort, he compressed the time to deal with the 3 gray wolves in a full state to just over 20 seconds, and after defeating them, his remaining health reached over 300. Moreover, as he continuously practiced his positioning and active dodging, as well as his weak point attacks, although his agility had not changed, he felt his movements had become considerably more agile. His progress was significant, though he was still far from the level of a master like Wind and Cloud Sword. Knowing that there was a significant gap between him and Wind and Cloud Sword, Sun E was not discouraged. Instead, he focused his mind and practiced his operations using the gray wolves as excellent practice partners, contributing their lives to his growth. Aya! Another gray wolf collapsed before Sun E, yielding 1 silver coin, 26 copper coins, and a pair of gray wolf metal pauldrons, which Sun E casually tossed into his backpack. He activated the harvest technique on the gray wolf. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained gray wolf hide and gained 1 experience point. Watching the carcass gradually fade away, Sun E fell into quiet contemplation. After sustained experimentation, he had refined the optimal sequence for combining skills with basic attacks. Only battle experience remained to be honed. In truth, he possessed only 4 skills, though identifying their ideal synergy was no great challenge. Sun E identified 3 critical weaknesses within himself. First, his agility was insufficient. His movements lacked fluidity and grace, retaining a faint stiffness. Though imperceptible to ordinary eyes, he keenly felt the vast gulf between himself and Feng Yun's sword. Second, his combat experience against monsters remained limited, his observational acuity was underdeveloped, and his reflexes sluggish. Third, his composure in battle wavered. Emotional fluctuations undermined precise control, demanding urgent reinforcement. Having diagnosed his flaws, Sun E knew remediation demanded relentless combat. Once fully restored, he resumed his search for packs of 3 gray wolves. One by one, gray wolves fell beneath Sun Yi's blade. Time blurred, and the count of slain beasts dissolved into obscurity. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. A radiant glow enveloped him as he ascended to level 6, instantly restoring all stats and resetting all skill cooldowns to 0. Without hesitation, he allocated all available attribute points to agility. Then, locking onto the final gray wolf, he swept his novice sword with his left hand. A damage numeral flared above the beast's head. 65. Instantly, his right hand, wielding the lucky sword, slashed downward toward the wolf's eye. 110. Though the Fury Strike failed to land a critical hit, the damage was formidable. His left-hand basic attack followed without pause, striking the wolf's skull. 67. No sooner had the number appeared than the lucky sword descended from above. Dual Strike unleashed. 90. Immediately after Dual Strike, another left-hand basic attack landed. 65. As the damage numeral flickered into view, Sun E executed Blood Siphon with his right hand. 100. The damage was substantial, and simultaneously restored 10 points of his health. Then a final left-hand strike drained 68 more life points from the wolf, which let out a mournful howl before collapsing. This intricate cascade of blows appeared complex, but in reality it unfolded in the blink of an eye, comprising only 4 basic attacks, spaced roughly 3 seconds apart. The gray wolf never managed a single counterattack before falling. Sun E distinctly sensed that the 4 agility had rendered his motions markedly smoother, and the lingering stiffness noticeably diminished. Previously executing a full skill rotation from peak condition required 5 to 6 seconds, a span ample for a gray wolf to launch 2 assaults. Through persistent training, Sun E grew increasingly adept at his skills. His progress was remarkable. After collecting his spoils, Sun E scanned the grasslands. Though he had felled dozens of gray wolves, they were but a speck against the vast horde roaming the plains. Glancing at the 800 experience points required to reach level 7, Sun E drew a deep breath, and his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Onward, to battle. He raised his long sword and charged toward a distant gray wolf. Alone in the Wild Wolf Valley, Sun E trained relentlessly, unaware that the Aoshi Guild and Shionba dynasty were scouring the world for him. Outside the Boar Forest, a cluster of Aoshi Guild members gathered. "Boss, we've combed every inch of the Boar Forest. Still no sign of that kid." An Aoshi scout stood beside Aoshi Ingsha, who frowned and turned to an archer on his right. "Are you certain you saw him enter the Boar Forest?" The archer thumped his chest in solemn assurance. "I witnessed it with my own eyes." "If the boss doubts me, ask the leveling parties near the entrance. They surely saw him too. Could he have ventured into higher level zones to grind?" Aoshi Ingsha murmured. "Boss, beyond the Boar Forest lies far vaster terrain teeming with stronger monsters, far beyond our current level. I suspect he's pushed deeper into uncharted hunting grounds." The game Conquest featured balanced mechanics. Those scouts began with invisibility, its duration capped at 1 minute, with a 2-minute cooldown. Moreover, if a monster exceeded the scout's level by 3 or more, the invisibility effect would fail entirely. Typically, aggro range expanded proportionally with level disparity. Sun E was 2 levels below the gray wolves. Their aggro radius measured 30 meters. A 3-level gap would extend it to 40 meters, a 4-level gap 50 meters. Given the density of monsters near the beginner village, low-level players venturing into high-level zones amounted to suicide. I refuse to believe that Brat will never return to the beginner village. Have you coordinated with the Shionba dynasty? Aoshi Ingsha asked coldly. Coordination is complete. The Shionba kindergarten has agreed to a joint operation against him, but demands that any silver-tier equipment dropped be auctioned jointly, with proceeds compensating mutual losses. The scout reported. Aoshi Ingsha paused thoughtfully, then nodded. Contact the Shionba kindergarten. I accept their terms. Meanwhile, Fengyun Baixioxing's forum assessment of Sun E had gone viral. Everyone now believed he wore silver-tier gear. Within mere hours of launch, even bronze-tier gear was rare, silver-tier rarer still. Who wouldn't covet it? And given the enmity between Sun E and both guilds, surrender was unthinkable. Both factions had aggressively recruited and invested heavily in gear, bolstering their strength dramatically. Each felt certain corner Sun E and victory was assured. In the Wild Wolf Valley, Sun E trained with singular focus. Gray wolf after gray wolf fell before him, transforming into hard-earned experience. Like a sponge, he absorbed every lesson, steadily sharpening his might. Sun E had always been a quick-witted scholar, sharp-minded, and analytical. Once immersed in play, his growth accelerated at a terrifying pace. Beep beep beep. A communication chime rang out. With only Zhanlong Wushuang on his friend list, only he could contact Sun E via this channel. Sun E opened the comlink. Zhanlong Wushuang's voice came through Brother Nanfeng. Are you grinding outside the village? Yes, currently leveling. What's up? Sun E replied while parrying a gray wolf's lunge. Stay vigilant. The Aoshi Guild and Xiongba Dynasty have joined forces to strip your silver tier gear. Zhanlong Wushuang warned. Ha ha ha. So the two giants are stirring up trouble again. How tedious. Sun E chuckled, utterly unperturbed, confidence radiating from his voice. Alarmed Zhanlong Wushuang urged, don't underestimate them. This time they're holding nothing back, not even their elite squad, and they've stockpiled gear. They're not to be taken lightly. Brother Wushuang, thank you for the warning. For now I'm staying put. By the way, I have some gear. Would you like to see it? As he spoke, Sun E transmitted the stats of his Grey Wolf loot, all level 7 Y-tier gear. His backpack already held nearly 2 full sets. Yes. I'll buy every piece. You name the price. 500 per item, deal? Zhanlong Wushuang exclaimed eagerly. In Conquest, gear drop rates were notoriously low. Every major guild maintained active recruitment and acquisition efforts in the beginner village. Demand vastly outstripped supply, even at premium prices. Though Sun Yi's level 7 gear lay beyond immediate use for Zhanlong Wushuang's members, early preparation held undeniable strategic value. Agreed. I'll reach out once I return. Understood. I won't interrupt your grind further. With that, Zhanlong Wushuang ended the call. At the beginner village square, Zhanlong Tianhua, the guild's fire mage, remarked suddenly, I assumed you'd invite him to join our guild. Ha ha ha. You've seen the forum videos, haven't you? Nanfeng merely possesses superior gear. His actual skill is mediocre. Others will soon surpass him. Risking Aoshi and Xiongba's wrath over him isn't worth it. Zhanlong Wushuang smiled, faintly revealing profound indifference towards Sun E. Zhanlong Tianhua returned the smile. This time Aoshi and Xiongba are dead set on eliminating him. Given his current strength, his odds look grim. None of our concern. A single warning suffices. Our duty is done. Zhanlong Wushuang replied coolly. Sun E severed the connection and refocused on slaughtering gray wolves. He knew willpower was paramount. His immediate goal was level 7. Once achieved, upgrading his gear would catapult his strength forward, once more rendering confrontation with Aoshi and Xiongba far less daunting. Huh, a silver wolf. Suddenly Sun E noticed a lone wolf striding apart from the others. Larger by a quarter, its fur shimmering with a faint silvery sheen. It wandered alone, not clustered with the gray wolves, patrolling with regal, deliberate strides, as if surveying its domain. A boss. Sun Yi's eyes lit up. Excitement flared across his face. Recalling the Boar King's generous bounty just days prior, the distant silver wolf now shimmered in his vision, not as a beast, but as a mobile mountain of gold. He must seize the boss before rivals arrived. The decision crystallized instantly in his mind, yet claiming this silver wolf boss would be no simple feat. A meticulous plan was essential, and ideally he should raise his level first. Estimating its patrol route, Sun E calculated that he must first eliminate 4 wolf packs to avoid being surrounded during the boss fight. Each pack contained at least 4 wolves, the largest numbered 6. With his current strength, 3 wolf packs posed no challenge, 4 wolf packs were trivial, 5 wolf packs induced moderate pressure. 6 wolf packs, however, carried genuine peril. Weighing his remaining experience deficit against the silver wolf's speed and path, Sun E drew a slow, steady breath, his gaze locked with steely determination. Difficult, yes, but for survival and supremacy, he would give everything. In a bid to save time, Sun E rushed towards the wolf pack with the fewest members not waiting for his health to fully recover. Howl! As he stepped into the aggro zone, 4 gray wolves roared and charged at him. Sun E locked his gaze on the leftmost gray wolf, delivering a basic attack with his left hand, while his right hand unleashed a fury slash. 80. 130. Then instead of continuing the attack, he swiftly dodged to the left, instantly positioning himself beside the gray wolf. Simultaneously, the 4 gray wolves launched their attacks. 50. Miss. Having successfully evaded the other 3 gray wolves' attacks, Sun E felt a surge of joy and continued his assault on the nearest gray wolf. Before the second attack from this gray wolf could descend, he ended its life. The remaining 3 gray wolves posed no threat to Sun E, and shortly after they fell before him. As he collected the spoils, he found that these 4 gray wolves had surprisingly dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a gray wolf leather armor top and a gray wolf hide armor bottom. Such a drop rate led Sun E to speculate a bit. The forums always claimed that the drop rate in Xinjiang was extremely low, yet he felt that his drop rate was quite high. Ultimately, he guessed that it might be due to his hidden attribute of luck being relatively high, affecting the drop rates. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the hidden attributes for now, and he was unaware of his exact luck. Looking at his remaining health of around 400, he paused to drink a potion, waiting for his status to recover while observing the approaching silver wolf from afar. After a while, once his status had recovered to a certain extent, Sun E immediately charged towards the locked wolf pack. Again, he targeted the leftmost gray wolf, initiating with a basic attack followed by a fury slash, causing 2 consecutive high damage hits. Then Sun E dodged to the left once more. 50, 47, 55, miss, 45. Unfortunately, he only evaded one gray wolf's attack, and his health dropped significantly. However, Sun E remained calm for the moment as his health had reached over 700 and he could still endure. He continued his assault on the nearest gray wolf with damage numbers popping up above its head as its health rapidly decreased. Despite not being at full health, this gray wolf could not withstand much longer and soon collapsed. In a brief moment, Sun E's health dropped again, and facing the remaining 4 gray wolves, he felt a slight pressure. He stepped beside one of the gray wolves, using its body to shield himself from the other 3 attacking while keeping an eye on their movements. Seeing one of the gray wolves suddenly take a small step back, Sun E realized it was about to use a skill. His focus sharpened, and as the gray wolf launched its attack, Sun E took a small step back and then moved 1 meter to the left. Miss. He successfully evaded the gray wolf's rending claw. Through this battle with the gray wolf, Sun E had gleaned some techniques. The rending claw attack of the gray wolf was powerful and had a defense-breaking effect. A critical hit would be very dangerous. Thus, while fighting, Sun E sought ways to dodge the gray wolf's skills. The movement he had just executed was a technique he had discovered, and it was highly effective. At first, due to his lack of familiarity, he could only dodge 1 out of 10 skills, but as he grew more skilled, his success rate in dodging gray wolf skills steadily increased. Now his success rate had reached 50%, greatly aiding him. Continuing to focus on the battle, streams of sword light flashed, and soon another gray wolf fell. The remaining 3 gray wolves posed little pressure to Sun E, but he still dared not let his guard down as his health was running low. Ultimately, Sun E held firm under the pressure and defeated the last gray wolf when he had only 140 health remaining. The gap is still quite large, though I must continue to improve. While collecting the spoils and comparing himself to the Fengyun sword, Sun E discovered that the gap between himself and the Fengyun sword was still quite significant. Clearly, the Fengyun sword stats were not superior to his, yet its combat power exceeded his significantly. Sun E recognized that his skill was holding him back. Oh, a skill book dropped. To his surprise, one of the gray wolves had actually dropped a skill book. After grinding for so long, the only skill book he had received was from the Wild Boar King. He initially assumed that regular monsters wouldn't drop skill books, but he realized he was mistaken. Revival technique. Skill effect allows a deceased target to revive in place with half of their life and magic power restored. Required magic power 100. Casting time 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Required profession priest. Seeing that it was not a skill book for Swordsman, Sun E felt a slight disappointment and was unsure of the book's value. Suddenly, Sun E had a thought and opened the communication with Zhanlong Wushuang. Brother Nanfeng, is there something you need? Zhanlong Wushuang's voice came from the other side. Sun E directly copied the skill book into the chat box and asked Brother Wushuang, can you help me see if this skill book is valuable? Why you got another skill book? It's the priest's revival technique. This is a good item, it'll offer you 8,000 coins, what do you think? Zhanlong Wushuang's eyes sparkled as he stared at the skill book. The drop rate for skill books is lower than for equipment, and the priest's revival technique is very rare, crucial for team play and guild leveling against bosses. Can you help me exchange it for a swordsman skill? Sun E suddenly asked. Zhanlong Wushuang thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, he'll trade you this revival technique for 2 swordsman skill books, but I need to find them first. Alright, I'll contact you again later. Sun E nodded in satisfaction. After hanging up the communication, Sun E looked at the revival technique in his hand and sighed, placing it into his backpack. Before playing the game, who could have imagined that a mere skill book could equal a month's salary for an ordinary person? After a brief rest to recover his state, Sun E repeatedly recalled the scenes of battling the gray wolves, seeking to identify his shortcomings from the recent fight. Before long, having restored his state, Sun E charged towards the next wolf pack. It was again a group of 5 gray wolves, which still posed some pressure, but ultimately, he managed to resolve it without incident. Looking at his experience bar, he realized that he could level up by killing just 4 more monsters. Defeating that pack of 6 gray wolves would allow him to confront the silver wolf. If conditions allowed, the best strategy would be to fight a smaller wolf pack first to level up before tackling the 6 wolf group. However, if he did that, he could easily defeat the 6 gray wolves, but the silver wolf would return to the territory of the large wolf pack, and he wouldn't know when he would have such a good opportunity again. Staring at the pack of 6 gray wolves, Sun E's gaze gradually became resolute. Let's do this. Sun E erupted with an astonishing battle intent and dashed forward. As he stepped into the aggro zone, 6 pairs of fierce eyes locked onto him. Howl, howl, howl. The 6 gray wolves charged at Sun E together. Following his pre-planned strategy, he similarly targeted the leftmost gray wolf and unleashed a series of continuous attacks. As planned, the gray wolf's health dropped significantly in an instant. Moving his feet, he positioned himself beside this gray wolf, successfully evading the attacks of 2 other gray wolves. Although he didn't completely evade, avoiding the attacks of 2 gray wolves was already commendable. Just as Sun E felt a sense of hidden joy, 3 gray wolves suddenly assumed their skill stances. Not good. Sun E's expression changed and a sense of crisis surged within him. He hadn't expected these gray wolves to be so unscrupulous, completely disregarding the usual tactics. Sun E hurriedly took a step back and then jumped 1 meter to the left. The plan was sound, but due to his previous mental fluctuations, he completely failed to evade the skill attacks from the 3 gray wolves. 150. 130. Miss. The last gray wolf's attack was blocked by Sun E using a skill, but unfortunately the cooldown for the block was too long, making it unusable for the next attack. His health plummeted drastically, causing Sun E's heart to sink, but he quickly cast aside distracting thoughts and focused on attacking the gray wolf with the lowest health. After a series of damage numbers appeared, this gray wolf soon lay dead. Although he had quickly dealt with the gray wolf, Sun E's situation was quite dire. His health was only 540, with healing potions still on cooldown and all skills in cooldown as well. It could be said that Sun E had fallen into a desperate situation with almost no chance of survival. At this point, he could only blame the fact that plans do not always keep up with changes, and he had underestimated the monster's strength. His own strength was still far from sufficient. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to defeat this silver wolf boss today. Casting aside thoughts of battling the boss, Sun E focused all his attention on the 5 gray wolves before him. The immense pressure caused his mind to concentrate like never before. Howl! One of the gray wolves lunged its sharp fangs like blades. Sun E stepped forward with his left foot and slashed down at the gray wolf's eyes with his sword. 180. A golden critical hit appeared above him, but simultaneously a large miss notification popped up. The other 4 gray wolves were not to be outdone and charged at Sun E. In this dire situation, Sun E's mind became increasingly calm, with his mental fluctuations diminishing and his control over his movements unconsciously improving. 60. Miss. Miss. Damage numbers popped up above Sun E's head repeatedly as he dodged the gray wolf's attacks while he struck back with his dual swords. Howl! Another gray wolf turned into a corpse, but Sun E's health dropped again, leaving him with only 320 points. The remaining 4 gray wolves continued their assault. As his health dwindled when it fell to just 120, he managed to take down another gray wolf. Time seemed to slow down, and at this moment his healing potion was still on cooldown. To break the deadlock, he needed to defeat a gray wolf before his health reached 0, allowing him to level up and restore to full status. However, at this moment his skills were still on cooldown, and the 3 gray wolves opposite him seemed to have become smarter, simultaneously locking onto Sun E and adopting their skill activation stances. Desperation. True desperation. If hit by the gray wolf's skills, death awaited Sun E. In such a critical situation, Sun E assumed a battle stance, his muscles tensed, and his eyes fixed on the 3 gray wolves, his mind fully focused. He felt utterly fatigued in this state. Suddenly it felt as though Sun E's spirit had broken through a threshold. The fatigue sensation diminished significantly, and an unprecedented feeling swept over him. Almost simultaneously, the 3 gray wolves unleashed their rending claw attacks on Sun E. Sun E slipped into a wondrous state, unprecedentedly serene, profoundly lucid, while the movements of the 3 gray wolves before him seemed to slow, as if time itself had softened its pace. From 3 directions at once the wolves launched their rending claws. A single heartbeat passed, yet Sun E instantly perceived the flaw in their synchronized assault. His left foot instinctively retreated 90 centimeters backward, paused for the barest breath, then swept smoothly leftward another 80 centimeters. The motion flowed like wind over water, effortless, seamless, unhesitating. Miss, miss, miss. 3 evasion glyphs shimmered above Sun Yi's head. In that fleeting instant, he had evaded all 3 rending claws unscathed. Within that razor-thin span of time, he achieved absolute control. No hesitation, no tremor, far surpassing anything he'd ever accomplished in prior battles against gray wolves. His right hand thrust the lucky sword toward one wolf's eye with uncanny precision. 170. A critical strike. The beast's health plummeted sharply. A guttural howl tore from the wolf's throat as it lunged, jaws snapping. But to Sun E, its motion now appeared clumsy, sluggish. When the wolf's fangs were still 20 centimeters from his body, Sun E pivoted sharply leftward, 70 centimeters, and vanished from its path. Miss. Another flawless evasion, followed instantly by a riposte. 86. No critical hit this time, yet Sun E remained deeply satisfied with the outcome. The remaining two wolves surged forward. Yet Sun E had never lost awareness of them. His feet danced nimbly, weaving between their strikes with feline grace. Miss, miss. Having evaded both, he whirled back toward the wounded wolf and pressed his advantage. 160. Another critical strike. The wolf's vitality fell below half, yet Sun E dared not relax. He struck once, then recoiled, instantly poised for the next opening. The wolves retaliated without delay, swifter, more agile than any he'd faced before. Howl after howl erupted, three voices converging as they charged him together once more. Miss, miss. 50. One wolf's claw found its mark. His health dropped to a perilous 70 points. Even now, at the edge of collapse, Sun Yi's mind remained perfectly still. He counterattacked without delay. 65. His left hand wielded only the novice wooden sword. Its damage paled in comparison, and no critical strike followed. He withdrew again, breathing measured and calm. He had no choice. All skills remained locked in cooldown. Between ordinary attacks lingered a near second of rigid stillness, an unavoidable pause that rendered him momentarily vulnerable. That split-second immobility was a fatal flaw, one easily exploited by monsters, especially when surrounded. Just as he created a sliver of distance, a wolf lunged from his blind side. Unexpected, sudden. Sun E jerked left in an instant. Miss. Though he evaded that strike, the other two wolves closed in without mercy. Miss. The second wolf's attack met empty air, perfectly dodged. 60. The third landed cleanly, dealing 60 points of damage. His health teetered on the brink. Thankfully, no critical blow sealed his fate. 10 points of life remained. One misstep, any single missed evasion, and he would fall. Yet he granted the wolves no further chance. He stepped forward, left hand descending with the novice wooden sword upon the wounded wolf. 65. Then right hand flashed. The lucky sword followed in seamless succession. 90. 90. A devastating double strike erased the wolf's final health bar. Almost simultaneously, radiant light flared, the long-awaited glow of ascension. Ding. You have gained 500 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. All free attribute points were allocated to agility, and combined with the innate 1 agility granted by leveling, his agility surged by 4 points instantly. His feet shifted, this time evading two wolves' assaults with effortless ease. Locking onto one, he unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. 70. 180. 74. 100. 100. 75. 130. Ordinary strike. Rage slash. Ordinary strike. Double slash. Ordinary strike. Vampiric slash. In less than a heartbeat, his combo finished. The wolf never even raised its claws before collapsing. It crumpled with a final mournful cry, becoming mere experience for Sun Yi's ascent. Though most skills re-entered cooldown, the last wolf stood no chance against him, defeated without strain. Sun Yi did not immediately loot the fallen wolves. Instead, he closed his eyes and carefully retraced that extraordinary sensation, etching it deep into memory. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and a faint knowing smile touched his lips. In that brief span, he had internalized the feeling, and at last understood precisely where he fell short of Feng Yun's sword. Though besieged by 6 gray wolves, an unprecedented crisis, the crushing pressure had propelled him into the threshold of masterful player control, his progress nothing short of astonishing. This breakthrough stemmed from his unwavering discipline. After every battle with the wolves, he meticulously reviewed his performance, identifying flaws, devising corrections, refining relentlessly. Moreover, repeated combat had honed his instincts. Under duress, he had shattered the barrier of mechanical execution and ascended to true operational mastery. Now level 7 Sun E swiftly replaced his gear. His bronze tier tunic remained unchanged while all other slots were upgraded to levels. Even gray wolf armor. Gray wolf metal trousers, defense 25, required level 7. Gray wolf metal pauldrons, defense 15, required level 7. Gray wolf metal gauntlets, defense 15, required level 7. Gray wolf metal boots, defense 15, required level 7. With these new pieces, and the recent level up, his attributes transformed entirely. Name, Nan Feng. Level 7. Health 720. Mana 50. Physical attack 114119. Magic attack 10. Physical defense 127. Magic defense 57. Base attributes strength 44, constitution 22, agility 18, intelligence 5. Hidden attribute. Reputation 100. Equipment lucky sword silver, wild boar king's armor bronze, gray wolf metal trousers, white gray wolf metal gauntlets, white gray wolf metal boots, white gray wolf metal pauldrons, white. Skills dual wield mastery rage / double / vampiric / parry basic scrying. Life skills basic gathering, basic herbalism, basic mining. His defense had soared. Both recent level ups had invested points solely into agility. yielding dramatic improvement, unmistakably transforming his combat presence. He checked his inventory. High-grade healing potions numbered 5, mid-grade 8, and low-grade 12, sufficient for confronting the boss. Before the Silver Wolf boss arrived, all skill cooldowns would fully reset, allowing him to engage at peak readiness. Its exact attributes, however, remained unknown. He scanned the surroundings. No advantageous terrain presented itself. Still, he resolved to draw the Silver Wolf farther away. 3 minutes later, the silver-furred giant emerged from the main pack. Sun E approached swiftly and cast basic scrying. Silver Wolf Commander Bronze. Level 7. Health 6500. Attack 170,190. Skills Rending Claws, Howl, Desperate Strike, Summon Pack. Studying its stats, Sun E's gaze hardened. Tenfold the health of ordinary Grey Wolf's vastly superior offense and 4 distinct abilities. Its defense, however, remained unconfirmed. Though the commander's might was undeniable, Sun E felt no fear, only fierce burning resolve. Come, he declared, surging into its aggro radius. A piercing howl rent the air, echoing across the land, causing distant wolves to lift their heads and turn toward the sound. Sun E tensed, yet the pack merely glanced, then lowered their heads again. Only then did he exhale, reassured. Seeing the Silver Wolf commander charge, he spun and sprinted backward without hesitation. Though his agility had reached 18, the commander moved twice as fast, closing the gap in moments. Sensing its breath upon his back, Sun E whirled, launching his combo without pause. 50, 130, 55, 70, 70, 52, 90, 55. The sequence unfolded flawlessly. Damage numbers bloomed above the commander, yet its formidable defense muted each blow significantly. Howl! The commander slashed 100. Even with his newly attained mastery, Sun E failed to evade. Its power dwarfed that of common wolves. My defense is already this high, yet I still took 100 damage. Clearly the commander's strikes possess armor-piercing potency. Centering himself, Sun E downed a mid-grade healing potion. Early consumption meant earlier cooldown recovery. 60 health restored instantly, with 10 more seconds of gradual regeneration to follow. He resumed his assault, but most offensive skills were spent, leaving only basic strikes to sustain the duel. Ordinary attacks dealt modest damage, and though he aimed relentlessly for the commander's eyes, not a single critical strike manifested. The commander attacked with relentless frequency and astonishing agility, utterly eclipsing ordinary Grey Wolves. Each strike inflicted grievous harm, yet thanks to his prompt use of the mid-grade potion, he gained 260 health over 10 seconds, enough to endure. After those 10 seconds, however, his health began steadily declining, though the commander's health dwindled in parallel. Suddenly the commander leapt back, assuming the stance of a skill. In the next breath, rending claws blazed towards Sun E. Observing the commander's rending claws, vastly more refined than those of lesser wolves, Sun E knew evasion was impossible. He raised both swords to parry. Miss, parry. His final active skill had been expended. Now only attrition remained. Time slipped silently onward. Both combatants bled steadily. Twice Sun E evaded the commander's onslaught. At 30 seconds, vampiric slash and double slash cooled down. Left-hand strike, right-hand vampiric slash, another left strike, then double slash followed by a final ordinary strike. In an instant, a chunk of the commander's health vanished, and 10 points of life flowed back to Sun E. Howl! The commander lunged, fangs sinking deep. 110. Sun Yi's health plunged to 300. Unfazed, he drank a high-grade healing potion. Health surged by 100, with 300 more regenerating over the next 10 seconds. In that moment, the value of high-grade potions became undeniable, worth every copper coin. After half a minute of relentless output, the commander's health neared 50%. Pressure eased, victory imminent. Continuing to focus, although victory was in sight, Sun E did not dare to completely relax. Before mastering the operation, it was still somewhat challenging to take down the Silver Wolf leader. Now, although Sun E was only at level 7, his attributes had completely surpassed those of other players at the same level. He continued to fight, and the health of the Silver Wolf leader gradually decreased. When the Silver Wolf leader's health dropped to 1/5, a sudden howl emanated from its mouth. 150. Sun E's health suddenly plummeted, and his body experienced a brief moment of paralysis. Immediately after, the Silver Wolf swung its paw again. 100. In a short time, Sun E's health dropped by 250 points, leaving him with just 230 points of life. Fortunately, it was just a momentary stiffness, and soon Sun E regained his freedom. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated, his eyes fixated on the Silver Wolf leader opposite him. The Silver Wolf leader naturally pursued relentlessly, and after catching up to Sun E, it swung its paw again without hesitation. This time, Sun E suddenly accelerated to dodge to the side. Miss. Successfully evading the Silver Wolf leader's attack, Sun E did not take the opportunity to counterattack, but continued to retreat to buy time waiting for the cooldown of the healing potion. In this manner, he utilized his agile footwork to dodge the Silver Wolf leader's attacks twice in a row while successfully delaying enough time. Thanks to the earlier battle, he had become familiar with the Silver Wolf's attack rhythm, allowing him to evade its strikes so smoothly. As soon as the cooldown of the healing potion was over, Sun E unhesitatingly drank a bottle of high-level healing potion, instantly restoring 100 points of life. Despite this, Sun E still did not launch an immediate attack on the Silver Wolf leader, instead continuing to retreat and delay. Soon after 10 seconds had passed, Sun E's health had recovered to 630 points, reaching a safe position. During this time, he had miraculously dodged the Silver Wolf leader's attacks 4 times, which was simply unbelievable. Seeing his life reach a safe line, Sun E's gaze sharpened. He no longer retreated and launched an attack against the Silver Wolf leader. The perfect combination of normal attacks and skills caused the Silver Wolf leader's health to drop significantly again. When its health fell to 1/10, it suddenly stopped, raising its head to let out a resounding howl. A woo! The howl spread in all directions. Seeing this, Sun E's face revealed a look of tension as he carefully observed the distant wolf pack. Perhaps due to being too far away, the wolf pack did not respond to the Silver Wolf leader's call. As the howl ended, not a single gray wolf approached. Seeing this, Sun E finally breathed a sigh of relief. Aware of the Silver Wolf leader's ability to summon the wolf pack, he had consciously led it away from the group, and now the distance between them was considerable. Just as he had judged, this skill had a range limitation. Noticing that the summoning had no effect, the Silver Wolf leader suddenly crouched down, its silver fur standing on end, and its eyes began to glow red. Sun E felt as if he were being locked onto by the Silver Wolf leader. He tensed up, focusing intently on the wolf. A woo! The Silver Wolf roared and transformed into a silver flash, charging towards Sun E. So fast. No way to dodge. Even though Sun E was prepared, it still had no effect. The Silver Wolf leader collided directly with Sun E, sending him flying. 360, a terrifying damage number appeared above Sun E's head, causing his health to drop by half. Sun E was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not waited for his health to recover to a safe level, he would likely have already perished at the hands of the Silver Wolf leader. Seeing the Silver Wolf leader's health and checking his own, Sun E dared not be careless and hurriedly retreated to buy time. The Silver Wolf leader naturally would not let Sun E off roaring as it pursued him. Sun E continued to use agile movement to evade the Silver Wolf's attacks, trying to delay as much as possible. Fortunately, the Silver Wolf leader's skills could not be used in an infinite chain, otherwise Sun E would have no chance to buy time. When the healing potion's cooldown was finally over, Sun E launched a counterattack. After a series of combos, the Silver Wolf leader's health dropped rapidly. This time, Sun E did not retreat to buy time, but engaged in a direct confrontation with the Silver Wolf leader. Finally, when his own health dropped below 200, he completely emptied the Silver Wolf's health bar. Ding! Congratulations, you gained 5,000 experience. The experience from the Silver Wolf leader was quite high, but Sun E's focus was on the loot dropped beneath the Silver Wolf leader. Perhaps due to the first kill bonus or his high luck, this Silver Wolf dropped quite a lot. A total of 5 pieces of equipment were dropped, including 3 bronze pieces. Notably, a longsword that Sun E urgently needed was among them, along with 3 skill books. Unfortunately, none of them were skills that a swordsman could learn. Additionally, the Silver Wolf generously dropped 1 gold coin, 4 silver coins, and directly dropped 100 low-grade spirit stones. After collecting, he also obtained a beautiful silver wolf hide and several pieces of silver wolf meat, all of which were of higher quality than the usual gray wolves. First, he picked up the longsword, and at first glance he fell in love with it. Bronze sword, attack power 30-35, strength 3, attack speed 10, required level 7. This bronze sword is indeed level 7 equipment, boasting higher attack power than the lucky sword, but the lucky sword has additional attribute points, making it overall stronger. However, this bronze sword possessed excellent attack speed attributes, which greatly benefited a swordsman. Sun E quickly equipped it and swung it a few times, indeed finding it faster. He wondered how much this exceptional longsword could sell for. Looking at the bronze sword in his hand, Sun E ultimately dismissed the idea of selling it, as such a fine item should be kept for his own use. Next, he picked up the second piece of bronze equipment, and after seeing its attributes, Sun E was excited again. Bronze boots, physical defense 30, magical defense 20, constitution 3, movement speed 10, required level 7. Surprisingly, it adds 10 movement speed, yet another excellent attribute. Sun E loved it immensely and quickly equipped it, feeling the effects were very good. The last piece of bronze equipment was a weapon for archers. Bronze bow, attack power 35-40, strength 4, agility 3, constitution 4, required level 7. Although its attack power is higher than the bronze sword with more attribute points, it lacks the attack speed bonus. Overall, it is still quite good, and most importantly, it would surely sell for a high price. The remaining two pieces of black iron equipment were the silver wolf leather armor and silver wolf cloth armor shoulder pads, both of which had significantly better attributes than gray wolf armor. Unfortunately, Sun E could not use them and could only toss them into his backpack to wait for selling. The highlight was the next 3 skill books. Poisoning beginner skill effect coats the weapon with poison lasting for 3 minutes, causing 40 points of poison damage with each attack. Cooldown 5 minutes. Required profession scout ice arrow technique beginner skill effect consumes 20 points of mana, dealing 90 points of ice damage to the target enemy and slowing them by 50 for 5 seconds. Casting time 2 seconds. Required profession mage cooldown 25 seconds. Defense enhancement beginner skill effect consumes 20 points of mana, entering a state of 50 increased defense lasting for 10 seconds. Required profession warrior cooldown 2 minutes. After equipping the usable gear, Sun E's attack power increased significantly to 149,159, an exceedingly terrifying figure. Both physical and magical defenses improved somewhat, and importantly attack speed and movement speed were boosted. Now as long as Sun E wanted to run, even the most agile archer and scout could not catch up to him. First he contacted Zhanlang Wushuang, and soon Zhanlang Wushuang's voice came through. "Brother Nanfeng, are you back yet?" "Not yet, I found some things here, are you interested?" Sun E replied. Zhanlang Wushuang hurriedly responded, "Of course I'm interested. I wonder what good items you found this time." Sun E wasted no time and directly sent the attributes of the gear he couldn't use through the chat window. A sudden gasp came from the other side. "What the hell?" Zhanlang Wushuang was truly astonished by Sun E's big haul. The attributes of the bronze bow were quite impressive. One of their elite team members had already reached level 6, and after reaching level 7, equipping this bronze bow would surely enhance their strength significantly. There were also 2 pieces of black iron armor, both of which were urgently needed by the guild, and the 3 skill books could directly enhance their strength, making them incredibly valuable. "Brother Wushuang, can you exchange the 3 pieces of equipment for RMB? You set the price, and for the 3 skill books I hope you can help me find swordsman skill books. What do you think?" Having a foundation of cooperation, Sun E trusted Zhanlang's credibility. At this moment, he contacted him mainly to give him time to collect the swordsman skill books. Adding the previous 2 skill books, if all goes well, Sun E could obtain 5 swordsman skill books. Just thinking about how much his strength would improve with 5 additional skills was exhilarating. Zhanlang Wushuang pondered for a moment and said, "Bronze bow for 150, the 2 black iron armors for 1500 each. As for the swordsman skill books, I'll do my best to collect them, they're in high demand. What do you think?" "No problem, then it's settled. Wait for me in the square, I'm heading back now. Brother Nanfeng, give me a location, and he'll bring someone to pick you up. It's quite dangerous now with AOC and Xiongba's people watching. No need, they're just a bunch of clowns. If they want to play, I'll gladly play along. You guys wait for me in the square." Sun E's gaze flickered as he declined Zhanlang Wushuang's kindness and hung up the communication. At this moment, Sun E's power had greatly increased, and he was brimming with confidence. If AOC and Xiongba's people wanted to come looking for death, he would not hesitate to oblige them. Looking once more at the distant wolf pack, and then at his nearly full backpack, Sun E shook his head helplessly. His backpack was still not enough. He had to find a way to quickly create an expansion scroll. At a leveling spot not far from the wild boar forest, Zhanlang Wushuang was leading the elite players of Zhanlang in leveling up. Now Zhanlang Wushuang's level was already close to level 6. After hanging up on Sun E, Zhanlang Wushuang thought for a moment and decided to bring his people over to support Sun E. After all, Sun E had treasures on him, and it would be a pity if they were lost. "Everyone gather up and follow me." The other members of the Zhanlang guild followed Zhanlang Wushuang directly to the wild boar forest without asking any questions. At this point, Sun E had already emerged from the Wolf Valley. As soon as he set foot in the wild boar forest, he was spotted by a lurking scout, and the news spread instantly. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, AOC Ingsha's eyes flashed with cold light, and he immediately said, "Notify everyone to gather and take action." The AOC guild members quickly sprang into action, while on the other side the Xiongba Wang Chao members received the news and began gathering at the first opportunity. In no time, a large group of players gathered outside the wild boar forest with players from the AOC guild and Xiongba Wang Chao numbering at least 600 or 700, a formidable sight. A large crowd of onlookers had also gathered around. These curious players, having received the news, rushed over to see if the rookie player, named Nanfeng, could escape this time. Before long, Sun E stepped out from the wild boar forest. Seeing the large number of players gathered opposite him, he showed no fear. He walked until he was 100 meters away from them, raised his lucky sword with his right hand, pointed it at them, and sneered, "Ready, you garbage over there." Sun E's voice was loud, easily audible to everyone present, and the disdain in his tone ignited the anger of the members of both the Aoshi Guild and the Xiongba Guild. The crowd erupted in chaos. "Damn, kill him. Send him back to level 0. Make sure he deletes his account. A pair of angry eyes were fixed on Sun E, and hatred reached its peak in an instant. Aoshi Ingsha, with a face full of killing intent, waved his hand and shouted, "Warriors and swordsmen in the front row, ranged attackers, follow up, kill him. Everyone act according to plan, don't let him escape." Shionba Kindergarten also issued a command, and the members of Shionba rushed towards Sun E. The onlookers all focused their attention on Sun E. This guy is way too arrogant. How dare he speak to the members of the two major guilds like that? Haha, I think he's getting a bit too confident. Last time he narrowly escaped the siege of the two major guilds, he really believes he can fight against them. You have to know that this time the two major guilds have brought their elite members. He is doomed. Just a newbie relying on equipment advantages, hardly worth mentioning. It's a pity that his equipment will soon fall into the hands of the two major guilds. I bet he won't last 5 minutes. I bet he can last at most 3 minutes. The players watching were discussing among themselves. Although they knew Sun E had advantages in level and equipment, the vast majority did not have faith in his chances in this battle. Everyone knew that the two major guilds had already sent in their elites. The guild elites were not the same as ordinary players. At this moment, Sun E saw a large number of players charging towards him. He was not afraid. Instead, he smiled, his eyes shining with fierce determination, filled with battle intent. "Come on today, I'll have some fun with you." With a swift motion, Sun E charged forward, quickly encountering the frontline warrior players. The frontline players opposing him were mostly warriors. Among them, a dozen or so had reached level 5, and their equipment looked different from the novice gear. Oblivious to danger, just a mere newbie daring to provoke our Aoshi guild. Don't think being a higher level makes you special. The leading level 5 warrior looked at the charging Sun E with disdain, completely dismissing him, raising his left hand with a shield and charging towards Sun E. Just as the opponent's shield was about to collide with him, Sun E suddenly took a small step to the right and swiftly dodged the shield. With his left hand, the bronze sword descended from above, landing squarely on the opponent's head. 210. Following closely, a fury slash from his right hand almost simultaneously struck the opponent as well. 280. The exceptionally high damage startled even Sun E himself, considering his current attack power was only around 200. He actually managed to deal more than his attack power. What the hell? What's going on? This warrior was also left dumbfounded by Sun E. After all, he was a level 5 warrior and not wearing novice gear. How could he be nearly killed in one hit? Before he could react, Sun E landed another blow and the warrior fell lifeless. Looking at the warrior's corpse, Sun E casually remarked, "Trash. Did you see that? Being high level is impressive." In less than a second, a warrior had died at Sun E's hands, leaving everyone watching stunned. Having dispatched one enemy, Sun E felt his blood boiling, locking onto another warrior nearby and launching another attack. The combo continued. Skills were unleashed one after another, and terrifying damage numbers kept popping up. In just a short while, 5 elite warriors from the Aoshi guild had fallen at Sun E's hands, while their attacks barely scratched Sun E, doing negligible damage. At this point, Sun E wielded dual swords, rampaging through the enemy ranks like a killing god. Even the elite warriors and swordsmen of the two major guilds could not withstand his multiple attacks. Though these players had red potions and nearby healers monitored their health, it was all in vain. Often before the effects of their red potions could fully manifest, they were already dead under Sun E's sword, and even the healing skills of the priests were ineffective. After all, the current healing skills of the priests were too weak, not only providing little healing, but also having cooldown limits requiring time to cast. Thus, although the two major guilds had prepared well, these preparations were rendered useless, and Sun E proved to the onlookers that elite players were not so formidable after all. Sun E found himself in the encirclement of enemies like a wolf among sheep, with dual sword shadows dancing heavily, astonishing damage numbers appearing as players fell one after another. At first, these players were full of excitement, but now they all wore expressions of horror, their movements becoming hesitant. Don't be afraid, his swordsman skills are all on cooldown. We have the numbers, treat him like a boss, and make sure to loot his silver equipment. Seeing the fear among his players, Aoshi Ingsha quickly shouted to boost everyone's morale. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the fear on the players' faces lessened, and their gazes towards Sun E were now filled with greedy glimmers. That silver equipment is worth a lot. Someone has already offered 1,000 for silver gear. If they could loot the silver equipment from Sun E, wouldn't that be a fortune? Everyone's hearts filled with dreams of wealth, completely ignoring how one piece of silver equipment could possibly be shared among so many. The silver equipment is on me, come and try to loot it. Sun E snorted coldly, showing no fear as he continued his frenzied attacks. Despite the level and equipment suppression, the damage dealt to him by the surrounding players was negligible. However, his health bar was visibly decreasing, which only excited the players around him further. Don't be afraid, his defenses are indeed high and his level and equipment surpass ours. but as long as we work together we can definitely bring him down. Haha, this time he's definitely dead. Everyone step it up, let's take him down. Seeing Sun E's health drop, those attacking him seemed to see a glimmer of hope and became even more frenzied. Suddenly Sun E chugged a high-level healing potion, and the health he had just lost surged back up. What the hell, he drank a potion. Damn it, that's not fair. If you have the guts, don't use potions. The surrounding players were nearly driven mad, each of them gritting their teeth and shouting in anger. Idiot. Sun E muttered under his breath and continued his assault. Without skill enhancements, his attack speed was slightly slower and his damage was noticeably reduced, yet no one could withstand even a few of his attacks, especially the fragile classes which fell in an instant. Everyone keep attacking. The potion has a cooldown, he can't hold out much longer. Xiongba Kindergarten shouted loudly. Indeed, as he had said, Sun E's health continued to drop. The healing provided by the high-level potion could not keep up with the damage inflicted by the surrounding players. 10 seconds later, the potion's effect wore off and Sun E's health steadily decreased again. Look, the effect of the healing potion has ended. Everyone put in more effort. Victory is within reach. While his red potion is on cooldown, hit him hard. The surrounding players once again saw glimmers of victory, madly attacking Sun E. In the distance, the onlookers believed Sun E was finished this time, with only 20 seconds left, and unable to use potions facing the siege of hundreds of players. Even with good equipment, he was bound to die, especially since the level disparity wasn't too great. Seeing the frenzied players around him, Sun E chuckled coldly, a look of disdain on his face. He had long anticipated this situation, attacking while dodging the enemy's strikes. Suddenly Sun E turned and charged towards a less crowded area behind him. In just a few seconds he broke through the crowd behind him and without hesitation dashed through the gap, instantly widening the distance between him and his enemies. Not good. He's trying to run. Nonfing, if you have the guts, don't run. Stop right there. Everyone chase him. Countless players chased after Sun E, but these players were far less agile than Sun E, quickly falling behind. Even the most agile archers and scouts could only watch Sun E's retreating figure, unable to catch up. What the hell, just how high is this guy's agility? Damn, how can we catch up? Sun E maintained a steady speed, creating some distance from the crowd. After a while, seeing that the cooldown on his red potion had ended, he suddenly stopped and spun around. Looking at the players pursuing him, Sun E's lips curled up slightly, revealing a cruel smile as he drank a high-level healing potion. The players chasing Sun E saw him suddenly stop and were initially excited, but as they realized the expression on his face, an ominous feeling crept into their hearts. At that moment, Sun E, who had just been fleeing, accelerated back towards them. Ha ha, Trash Grandpa is back. Sun E charged towards the enemies, his long sword transforming into a bloodthirsty glow that instantly consumed a fragile archer. Unfortunately, this archer had invested all his points into agility. While fast, he also died the quickest, regretting that he had only boosted his agility. After instantly killing one archer, Sun E's cruel gaze shifted to another scout nearby. The scout named Aoshi Xiaohu felt a sudden chill as Sun E focused on him, his expression stiffening as he stammered, I was just passing by. Sun E lunged forward, delivering a normal attack with his left hand followed by a double slash with his right, and in less than a second the scout's health was depleted. Sorry, slipped my hand, Sun E said with an apologetic expression to the falling scout. Aoshi Xiaohu didn't finish his sentence before he became a corpse. Meanwhile, Sun E had already pounced on another target, unleashing a frenzied slaughter as players fell beneath his sword. In the blink of an eye, a group of fragile archers and scouts had met their demise. Just moments ago, these players had chased him down with great speed. Now, they fell just as swiftly. Sun E plunged back into the crowd, wreaking havoc, and when his health dropped to a dangerous level, he burst out of the throng, even managing to kite the players from both major guilds. Once the cooldown on his red potion ended, he replenished his health and charged back into the fray. Sun E transformed into the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan, fighting single-handedly, entering and exiting the fray 7 times unmatched. As they watched Sun E rampage through the crowd unhindered, the onlookers couldn't help but think, this rookie swordsman is too crazy. What kind of gear is this guy wearing? Why do I feel like he's not even playing the same game? A bystander player widened his eyes in disbelief, watching Sun E slaughter his way through the crowd. Who just said he couldn't last 5 minutes? This is insane. Elite players from both guilds are being effortlessly slaughtered. It seems that both guilds are destined to suffer today. Well done. The members of AOC and Xiongba enjoy killing and looting, and now they are experiencing being on the receiving end of it. As time passed, more players fell to Sun E's hands. Originally, there were around 700 players besieging him, but now only a little over 300 remained. Some players died at the hands of Sun E, while others quietly retreated as they realized there was no hope of defeating him. Everyone knows how difficult it is to level up. Dying once means losing a significant amount of experience, and no one wants to die for nothing. While slaughtering players, Sun E effortlessly picked up the dropped gear. With limited backpack space, it quickly filled up. What a waste. I need to expand my backpack quickly. Looking at the scattered gear on the ground, Sun E thought it was a shame. Although they were all low-level white items, they were still worth quite a bit. No way, this bastard is too cunning. Without control skills, we can't stop him at all. Let's disperse so we have no chance today. I don't want to lose experience from out of here. Enough of this is just handing over free food. With morale crumbling, those who had just joined AOC and Xiongba were the least resolute. Seeing no hope of victory, they withdrew from the battle one after another. Stop. Don't retreat. Keep attacking. AOC Yingsha was furious, trying to stop the retreating AOC players. TCH. Only an idiot wouldn't run, wanting someone else's silver gear. Dream on. A player snorted coldly and fled. More and more players withdrew from the battle. The attacks on Sun E decreased, and the pressure on him lightened, making it even easier for him to kill. After a while, AOC Yingsha saw that the remaining players were few and he knew there was no chance left. Though very reluctant, he understood he had to retreat. Prepare to retreat, Nanfeng. Don't think this matter is settled. We haven't finished with you yet. AOC Yingsha shouted angrily at Sun E. So you were here? Hearing AOC Yingsha's voice, Sun E suddenly turned his head, saw AOC Yingsha, and smiled as he rushed over. Damn it, why did I shout at him? Seeing Sun E charge toward him, AOC Yingsha suddenly regretted calling out. It was practically asking for death. Don't come over. AOC Yingsha shouted loudly at Sun E. Sun E reached AOC Yingsha and said, I actually wanted to thank you. AOC Yingsha was taken aback, looking at Sun E in confusion. To express my gratitude, I'll send you back to the city for free. With that, Sun E directly swung his sword, and with a few quick strikes, he dealt with AOC Yingsha. Nanfeng, we are enemies now. AOC Yingsha let out an angry roar as he died. Hey, bring it on if you have the guts. Sun E sneered, not taking AOC Yingsha's words to heart. After taking care of AOC Yingsha, Sun E hurriedly chased after the others. With a flurry of attacks, he quickly scattered the remaining players from AOC and Xiongba. Looking at the desolate wilderness, Sun E felt as if he were dreaming. This is the charm of the game. Battles ignite passion, and Sun E discovered he had truly fallen in love with this game. Seeing some ordinary gear still lying on the ground, it seemed wasteful not to handle it. Spotting the nearby onlookers, Sun E suddenly had an idea and shouted, everyone come here. Did you see the gear on the ground? 5 silver coins, each, pick and choose. If you want to act fast, don't blame me for being rude if you try to fish in troubled waters. I want to pick one. I want to pick one too. Wait for me to gather some money. In less than 3 minutes, the 30 or so white items on the ground were snatched up completely, and Sun E earned a total of 160 silver coins, feeling quite satisfied. The players who picked up the gear left happily. 5 silver coins for a piece of gear is quite cheap. Although these items are low level and white, they are still very sought after. Just as Sun E was about to leave, a group of players hurriedly approached from a distance, with Zhanlang Wushuang at the forefront. Though Zhanlang Wushuang and dozens of his players hurried along, they still took some time to arrive. Upon reaching the outskirts of the wild boar forest, they saw Sun E standing in the distance with not a single player from AOC or Xiongba in sight. Running up to Sun E, Zhanlang Wushuang looked around in confusion and asked, where are the people from AOC and Xiongba? How come I don't see anyone? Weren't they all here? Sun E smiled and explained, I just had a friendly negotiation with them. The members of both guilds realized their mistakes and went back to reflect. The members of AOC and Xiongba could be so easy to talk to. Zhanlang Wushuang was somewhat skeptical. Given his understanding of AOC and Xiongba, things couldn't be so simple. However, he didn't press further and looked at Sun E with eager eyes. Brother Nanfeng, since we've met, why not trade right here? Seeing Zhanlang Wushuang's eagerness, Sun E smiled slightly and did not refuse, directly opening the trade window and placing the gear he no longer needed into it. There are a total of 24 pieces of equipment. You decide how much is appropriate and just transfer the money directly to my account. Zhanlang Wushuang and his companions were momentarily stunned. Zhanlang Wushuang uncertainly looked at Sun E and asked, how many pieces of equipment did you just say? 24 pieces, of which I personally obtained more than 10, and the rest were kindly given to me by friends from AOC and Xiongba. I can't use them, so I'm giving them all to you. Zhanlang Wushuang looked at Sun E with a strange expression, not knowing what to say. The people from AOC and Xiongba would give him equipment. Who would believe that? After trading 3 times, they indeed received a total of 24 pieces of equipment from Sun E. Fortunately, Zhanlang Wushuang had emptied his backpack before coming in, otherwise he wouldn't have had enough space. A bronze bow for 1,006 pieces of black iron equipment totaling 1,000, and the remaining white items are worth 5,000. Zhanlang Wushuang paid Sun E a total of 2,500 coins, and overall Sun E was very satisfied. Next, Sun E traded 4 skill books to Zhanlang Wushuang. Brother Ninfeng, you just gave me the skill books like this. Aren't you afraid they'll run away with them? Zhanlang Wushuang joked. Haha, I believe in your credibility, brother Wushuang. Sun E smiled. Thank you for your trust. Rest assured, I'll do my best to collect swordsmanship skill books. I've only received 2 so far, but I didn't bring them with me. I'll give them to you when we go back. Okay, then let's head back together. Sun E and Zhanlang Wushuang returned to the novice village, and soon Zhanlang Wushuang traded 2 skill books to Sun E. Battle Stance Beginner Skill Effect consumes 30 magic points, increases attack damage by 10, lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Required class Swordsman. Sun Yi's eyes lit up. This is a great skill. After learning it, his output would significantly increase, and he quickly clicked to learn. Half Moon / Beginner Skill Effect deals 120 damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. Required class Swordsman. Sun E liked this skill as well. Although it's just a single target skill, the short cooldown makes it the best connector for combos, which is extremely important for him, and he quickly clicked to learn. Thank you, brother Wushuang. Haha, I should be thanking you. The skill books you gave me are crucial for us. If you have anything good in the future, make sure to notify me right away. Zhanlang Wushuang said with a smile. Of course. I'll be on my way now. Good, let's keep in touch next time. After bidding farewell to Zhanlang Wushuang's son, he went directly to the tailor shop to find the tailor boss Carly. Ninfeng, you're here. Is there anything I can help you with? Carly asked kindly. I want to learn tailoring. Are there any requirements? I would be happy to teach you tailoring, but it costs 50 silver coins. Tailoring is vast and profound, and to master it, talent and hard work are both essential. Are you sure you want to learn tailoring? Although it stung a bit, Sun E still chose to learn tailoring. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned tailoring. Congratulations, you are now an entry-level tailor 0100. Ninfeng, there's a tailoring studio next door. You can go practice your tailoring skills there. I hope you become an excellent tailor. Sun E dashed into the nearby studio where a multitude of workbenches were lined up with a dozen players practicing their tailoring skills beside them. Sun E learned that from the moment the game launched, there were players dedicated to practicing life skills, and every major guild had players specifically trained for crafting. Top life players can create immense wealth, and many players have made a fortune through crafting professions. Sun E wasn't expecting to make a fortune from crafting. His immediate goal was to learn tailoring and create a backpack expansion scroll. Approaching one of the workbenches, Sun E opened his tailoring skill interface. 2 basic skills were added. Leather tanning. Use animal hides as raw materials to tan into leather. Leather is used to create leather products. The higher the quality of the fur, the higher the success rate and quality of the tanned leather. Casting time 5 seconds. Required materials: fur 1, leather tanning agent 1. Note: successfully crafting increases crafting experience by 1 point. Failure results in the materials disappearing without gaining experience. Upon seeing the description, Sun E realized that the fur he had gathered could be put to use. The tanning agent was available for sale at the counter nearby. Checking the price, the tanning agent was 10 copper coins per unit. Sun E sighed, thinking it was rather expensive considering a wild boar only dropped a few copper coins. Fortunately, he was well off now, so he didn't mind this expense and directly purchased 100 units to start tanning. System notification: you have started tanning leather. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully tanned leather and gained 1 experience point. Thus, Sun E focused on tanning his leather once every 5 seconds, 12 times a minute. Sun E didn't know what other success rates were, but his tanning success rate reached 90%. In just about 10 minutes, a pleasant system notification suddenly rang. System notification: congratulations, you are the first beginner tailor in Zhengzhan, and you have been rewarded with the tailor's sacred ring. Seeing the formidable attributes of the Kaifeng Xingjia tailor's sacred ring, Sun E's heart leapt with joy. He hastily slipped it onto his hand and noticed his tailor level had risen by 1. Intermediate tailor 010000. By Sun E's earlier reckoning, upon reaching junior tailor, he would have needed to push his proficiency to 80 to craft a backpack expansion scroll. Now that he had become an intermediate tailor, he could craft it directly. He retrieved the crafting scroll from his backpack, clicked to learn, and instantly mastered the method for producing the backpack expansion scroll. The materials were simple: a full 100 freshly tanned Chuji leather sheets, junior tailor's thread at 10 copper per spool, and Chuji runestones at 1 silver apiece sold at the nearby counter. Moreover, each player could purchase only 100 Chuji runestones per day, and they were non-transferable. Sun E hurriedly bought sufficient materials, approached the crafting table, and clicked to begin. System notice: you have begun crafting a Chuji leather expansion pack. System notice: congratulations, you have successfully crafted a Chuji leather expansion pack and gained 2 crafting experience. In no time, Sun E exhausted all his rune stones. The success rate was only 50%, so he produced 50 Chuji leather expansion packs, in total earning 100 crafting experience. Although the success rate was only half, Sun E was very satisfied. He immediately used 2 expansion packs. His backpack expanded by 2 rows at once, reaching 60 slots, sufficient for the time being. Seeing the remaining expansion packs in his inventory, Sun Yi contacted an old customer. "Brother Wushuang, I have something good here. Do you need it? What did you get this time? Send it over, let me see." Zhanlong Wushuang urged eagerly. Sun Yi pasted the expansion pack's attributes into the chat. A moment later, Zhanlong Wushuang's eager voice came. "Brother, I want these. How much?" "1 gold apiece, how about that?" Sun Yi offered after a moment's thought, setting a high price. "Fine, well, take them at that price. From your tone, you don't have just one of these, do you?" Zhanlong Wushuang asked abruptly. Hearing such a prompt agreement, Sun Yi suddenly wondered whether he had priced them too low. He did not realize that many players were complaining about too few inventory slots. Guild members in particular had a great need for space. Sun Yi's expansion packs would be a substantial boon to Wushuang's guild. "I have 48 left. Alright, I'll take them all. Where are you?" "They'll come for the trade. I'm by the tailoring shop. Come by when you have time." After ending the call, Sun Yi went straight to the forum. At the sight of the top pinned thread's title, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He seemed to be trending again. Title is Nanfeng, a noob or a master? Seeking judgment. He clicked the thread open and found footage of his battle with 2 major guilds. Not long had passed before netizens had built 100,000 posts and the count continued to rise. First comment, "It's him again. It's him again. The man from Village 9527. Second, incredible. He single-handedly drove back the members of 2 major guilds. Third, is this really a rookie player? I find that hard to believe. Fourth, this is some monstrous anomaly. I want to report him. Fifth, I'm changing class to swordsman. Oh, I want to become that formidable. Sixth, please Fengyun Baixiaoxing come explain. Is this a noob? Seventh, Fengyun Baixiaoxing wake up." A crowd tagged Fengyun Baixiaoxing. Just as Sun Yi was about to leave the thread, Fengyun's long comment appeared and was pinned to the top. "Fengyun Baixiaoxing, after careful study, I responsibly tell everyone this fact: the player called Nanfeng is indeed a rookie, but not an ordinary rookie. He is a remarkably capable rookie. I have summarized 4 reasons he could defeat players from 2 major guilds. First, his level is at least 2 higher than his opponents, often 3. When everyone's levels are modest, that level dominance is decisive. Second, his equipment is strong with attributes far exceeding those of his peers. Preliminary estimates put his attack around 200 and his defense near 130. He has learned the rare skill Two-Handed Mastery, and his skills synergize very well. Third, his agility stats far outstrip his opponents. With most players lacking control abilities, they could not restrain his movement. Fourth, from my observation, his mechanical skill has reached an entry level, his combat experience has deepened, and his game sense is very strong. In short, Nanfeng holds an absolute advantage over the vast majority of players, though he still falls considerably short of the game's true top-tier players. Fengyun Baixiaoxing's comprehensive analysis is well-founded. I concur. Though I agree with his assessment, one must admit Nanfeng is very strong. Zhengzhan truly is a world that creates miracles. I must learn from him." A swarm of players replied beneath the comment. Sun Yi smiled faintly and exited the thread. Fengyun's remarks felt objective. He still had a wide gap compared to professional players. Just as he prepared to leave the forum, another thread caught his attention. Titled "The Life Professions in Zhengzhan Are Absurdly Difficult." Curious, Sun Yi opened it and found a group of life profession players complaining that leveling those professions was too arduous and that tuition for learning a second auxiliary profession had doubled. Most vented that each crafting attempt succeeded only 1 time in 10, wasting not only time, but a great deal of money. Even guild players could not raise life profession levels quickly. He then read analytical replies. Most people inferred that crafting success rates were tied to a hidden attribute, luck. After reading several such replies in succession, Sun Yi judged that his luck was perhaps 10 times that of an ordinary player. Only then did he understand why his monster drop rates had been so high. If his luck was so elevated, might he not rush his life skills ahead of others and seize the lead? Thinking of the recently rewarded Kaifeng Xingjie, Sun Yi felt a fervor well up in his chest. "Nanfeng, brother, I'm here." At that moment, Zhanlong Wushuang hurried over. Sun Yi opened the trade window and placed the remaining expansion packs in. Fortunately, they stacked together, occupying only a single slot. Zhanlong Wushuang, wincing at the expense, transferred the gold to Sun Yi and asked Nanfeng, "Brother, all the gold I've painstakingly collected will be gone. Why don't you just sell those gold coins to me? 200 RMB per gold coin. How about that?" Though tempted, Sun Yi considered his upcoming plans and shook his head. "I have other uses for these gold coins for now. If I have surplus later, I'll consider selling to you." "All right, then I won't bother you," Zhanlong said and hurried away. Sun Yi looked at the gold in his backpack and headed toward the nearby alchemy shop. He had reserved those coins to push his other life professions. Though the chance was slim, Sun Yi decided to try, to see if he could push another life profession to first place and claim its reward. At the door of the alchemy shop as he was about to enter, he felt someone shaking him in the real world and hastily logged out of the game. Removing his VR headset, Sun E frowned. Oh, this is Zhang Boss headset, isn't it? Why are you using it? Did you steal it? The sarcastic speaker was his dorm mate Wang Yang, poor grades and unimpressive appearance, and a habitual truant. As a class officer, Sun E's relationship with him was strained. None of your business, Sun E snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with him. At that moment, another dorm mate, Zhou Sheng, sneered, you lost your job and still act high and mighty. You think you're so great. You're just holed up in the dorm playing games. Why don't you kneel and kowtow? Well, ask Xiangu to put in a good word. Maybe he'll be generous and throw you a meal. Haha, you play Xinjiang too. Let me tell you, Xiangu spent 2 billion to buy out the Aoshi Guild. Now we're riding with him. We're all high-ranking in the top guilds, Wang Yang boasted. Aoshi Guild? What a coincidence. We'll have to take good care of that guild in future, Sun. He murmured, a cold light flickering in his eyes and a chilling, intense seeming to radiate from him. So what? Even being lapdogs gives you a sense of superiority now? Sunny scoffed. Wang Yang and Zhou Sheng's expressions darkened at his words. Zhou Sheng sneered, offend Xiangu, and you think hell let it be. Just wait. Xiangu will make you pay. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man strutted in and asked arrogantly, what's going on? Didn't you notify him? Wang Yang hurriedly forced a smile. Director Wang, for such an important matter, we naturally wanted you to inform him personally. Sun E looked on with puzzlement. He knew Director Wang, the school's dean of student affairs, a consummate flatterer. Sun E had little contact with him. Director Wang lowered his eyes and said to Sun E, I'm here to tell you to move out of the dorm immediately. Your bed is no longer available. Sun E's gaze grew cold. He knew Wei Xian had been meddling behind the scenes, but being cast out by the school still stung and angered him. Don't worry, I won't stay in this trash another moment. Sun E snorted, quickly packing his few belongings, a backpack and a suitcase, the headset slung over his shoulder. The 3 onlookers watched with cold eyes, their faces bearing smug satisfaction. Watching Sun E leave, Director Wang promptly pulled out his phone, dialed, and fawned like a lapdog, young Master Xian, I've already had him driven out of the dorm as you requested. Dragging his suitcase, Sun E glanced once at the school where he had lived for 4 years, then turned and walked away without a second thought. He had already planned to move out while still in the game. After all, the school's internet would be cut at night, and the game required his devotion. He did not wish to waste time. After more than 10 hours in the game, dusk had fallen in the real world. Sunny knew there was a nearby real estate agent. He planned to eat first and then go see apartments. He found a modest restaurant and ordered a few dishes. As he was eating, a sudden commotion broke out beside him. If you don't settle the bill today, you won't be able to leave here. Don't pull me. I already said that I only realized my wallet and phone were missing after finishing my meal. I didn't mean to skip out on the bill. Let me go get the money and he'll pay you. I've seen plenty of people like you who dine and dash. If you don't pay, he'll call the police right now. Isn't this a small matter that doesn't require police involvement? Don't worry, once I get the money, I will pay you double. Double? Do you think I'm an idiot? Sun E turned around to see a fierce-looking middle-aged woman holding onto a tall girl as if afraid she would escape. Sun E took a glance and saw that the girl was wearing oversized, ordinary clothes, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses with a dull complexion and a few dark spots on her face. She looked quite young and quite ordinary. Being pulled by the boss lady, the girl looked anxious and angry, appearing somewhat pitiful. Boss lady, isn't it just the cost of a meal? She said her phone and wallet were lost. Why make things difficult for a girl? He'll pay for her meal. Sunny thought that it was just the cost of a meal and he could help her cover it. All right, her meal costs 720 yuan plus your 38, a total of 758 yuan. Hearing that someone was paying for the girl, the boss lady had no objection to letting her go, while Sun E was shocked when he heard that the girl's meal cost 720 yuan. What did she order that made the meal so expensive? Sun E asked wide-eyed. The boss lady replied arrogantly, imported deep-sea silverfish and Australian lobster. Sun E rolled his eyes at this. He knew that the girl was probably being overcharged. Although he was reluctant since the words had already been spoken, he naturally had to pay. Just after transferring the money, the girl came over and said softly to Sun E, thank you. Can you leave me an account number? I'll transfer the money to you as soon as I get back. Sun E waved his hand. No need, it's not much money. Just be careful when you're out. By the way, do you have money to take a taxi home? I earned quite a bit playing games today, so I'm feeling generous for once. My place isn't far from here. I really lost my phone and wallet. I'm not a scammer. The girl seemed afraid that others would misunderstand her as a scammer and explained seriously. You don't need to explain, don't worry, I don't see you as a scammer. Sun E smiled faintly, then picked up his belongings and waved goodbye as he left. Watching his departing figure, Lin's eyes lips parted slightly, but she ultimately didn't speak again. She could tell that Sun E truly didn't care about that small amount of money. Unexpectedly, today was so unlucky. I lost my phone and wallet while going out for a meal and encountered a black shop that overcharged me. Fortunately, I ran into a kind person. If I had called the police, my identity would definitely be exposed. Having done a kind deed, Sun E didn't think much of it. He dragged his suitcase directly toward the location of the agency he remembered while pulling out his phone to dial Zhang Boss' number. Soon a tired voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Hearing Zhang Boss' tired voice, Sun E guessed that something must have happened, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. So he asked, "It's Sun E. How are you doing? Is everything all right? How is your uncle doing?" "Oh, it's you, Lao E. I was just about to call you. My dad's condition has stabilized, but the situation at home isn't good, so I may not be able to arrange a job for you. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. By the way, do you have enough money?" "Wait a moment, I'll transfer some money to you." Sun E was very touched that even though Zhang Boss' family was in trouble, he still cared about him. "Don't worry about me. I've already sorted out the job situation myself. Just tell me what's going on with your family. Maybe I can help you." "Sai, my family has gone bankrupt. My dad is so angry that he was hospitalized. He'll handle things on my end, you just take care of yourself." Although Zhang Bo didn't explain his situation in detail, Sun E guessed that their family situation must be quite bad. In such circumstances, he could still think of him. That's what a brother is for. Sun E really wanted to help Zhang Bo, but with his current strength, he couldn't be of any assistance. He must become stronger. "Then you take care of your uncle. He'll keep in touch by phone. By the way, I made several thousand playing Conquest today. If you urgently need money, I can transfer it to you right now." "What? You earned several thousand today?" Zhang Boss' shocked voice came from the other end of the line. "Yeah, I was just following your advice to play the game and relax by killing monsters, and as a result." Sun E then shared his experiences in the game with Zhang Bo without holding back. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have such an opportunity. It seems you're planning to pursue a professional path." Zhang Bo was also surprised by Sun E's experience. "I do have that plan. For the time being, I'll investigate the game. If there are stable opportunities, maybe you can join me in the game later, and we can do it together." "Alright, I've been busy these days. Let's talk again after my dad gets better. Take care of yourself." After hanging up the phone, Sun E quickened his pace and soon arrived at the agency's entrance, only to find the door tightly shut with no one inside. Sun E sighed helplessly, thinking that it seemed he could only stay in a hotel today. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a rental flyer posted on the wall next to the agency. After reading the information on it, Sun E was immediately intrigued. This house is in Jingxin community, and Sun E knew the location. It wasn't far from the school, and the environment was very good. The rental was for a 2-story villa, and the price was reasonable. Sun E was instantly excited. He called the landlord, and soon they met at a nearby tea house. Without asking too many questions, Sun E readily signed the lease agreement. The landlord was also straightforward, directly handing Sun E a set of keys before happily collecting the money and leaving. With the keys in hand, Sun E went to Jingxin community and found the villa. The entrance of the detached villa had a relatively large garden with some plants looking quite nice. Sun E was quite fond of the environment here. As soon as he opened the large door, Sun E was stunned to see a pile of boxes for luggage in the hall, and a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses was busy tidying up. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the girl looked over, and when they saw each other clearly, they both exclaimed, "It's you. What are you doing here?" The girl looked at Sun E at the door and asked curiously, "I just signed a lease agreement with the landlord of this place. What about you? How come you're here?" Sun E asked the girl. "I also just signed a lease agreement with the landlord here." "No way. Could it be that we've been tricked? Let me call and ask." Sun E hurriedly dialed the landlord's number and put it on speaker. "Mr. Landlord, why didn't you tell me that there's a girl in your house?" Sun E questioned. "With this price, how many do you want? Having one is already quite good." The landlord's answer completely shattered Sun E's worldview, leaving him stunned. "Mr. Landlord, I meant to ask why you didn't tell me there were other tenants." Sun E asked again. "This is a shared rental. Didn't you read the contract carefully? If you don't want to live here, I won't refund your money. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up," the landlord said before hanging up the phone. "This?" Sun E was speechless. Sun E looked helplessly at the girl across from him. Lin Shi also looked a bit speechless, not expecting to encounter such a situation. In fact, she hadn't looked carefully at the contract either. Seeing Sun E's helpless expression, Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Since the contract has already been signed, why don't we just stay here for now?" Lin Shi, what's your name?" Sun E. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person," Sun E quickly replied. "You don't need to explain. Don't worry, I don't see you as a bad person." Lin Shi said this while showing a faint smile. Why does that sound so familiar? Sun E thought for a moment. It seemed he had just said something similar. "Alright, I believe you're not a bad person. This villa is quite spacious. 2 of us living here is completely fine. The villa has a total of 6 rooms, 4 upstairs. I chose the first room on the left upstairs, the rest you can choose yourself." "He'll stay downstairs." Sun E thought for a moment and decided to stay downstairs, feeling a bit awkward. "Do you need help unpacking?" Sun E looked at the pile of suitcases and asked. "No need, I can handle it myself." You should go check out your own room. Lin Shi declined Sun Yi's offer for help and continued to tidy up her things. Sun Yi didn't push it and chose a room on the first floor with a good view. The room was quite clean and the essentials were all there ready for immediate move-in. After tidying up a bit, Sun Yi directly connected to the internet and entered the game. With a flash of light, Sun Yi found himself standing at the entrance of the beginner village's alchemy room. Upon entering the alchemy room, he saw a middle-aged man named Carl standing behind the counter looking up at Sun Yi. "Young man, how can I assist you?" Carl smiled at Sun Yi and asked, "Hello, I would like to learn alchemy. What are the requirements?" Carl looked at Sun Yi and smiled. "You have already surpassed level 5, meeting the requirements to learn alchemy. Are you truly planning to learn alchemy?" It turns out there are level requirements to learn alchemy, and it seems that not many people are currently learning it, increasing Sun Yi's hope of obtaining rewards. "Yes, I want to learn alchemy." Sun Yi nodded seriously, and then a window popped up in front of him. System prompt: please confirm whether to consume 1 gold to learn alchemy. Confirm. After clicking confirm, alchemy appeared directly in his life panel. Alchemy is profound and extensive. I hope you study earnestly. There is a workbench in the alchemy room next door for you to practice. Carl reminded him. Sun Yi hurried to the alchemy room next door, where he saw a spacious area with many workbenches similar to a sewing room. At that moment, there were only 3 level 5 players standing by the workbench practicing alchemy. When they saw Sun Yi enter, they merely glanced at him. Sun Yi opened his life skills panel. As an entry-level alchemist, he had 2 basic practice skills. Crafting fairy stone magic powder materials, fairy stone, 1 magic, grinding agent 1. Description: successful crafting increases a bit of crafting experience. Failure causes materials to disappear without increasing experience. Since he already had experience practicing sewing, Sun Yi felt confident. After purchasing enough magic grinding agents from the counter, he began crafting. System prompt: you have begun crafting fairy stone magic powder. Ding. Congratulations, you successfully crafted fairy stone magic powder and gained 1 crafting experience. After more than 10 minutes, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out. System prompt: congratulations, you have become the first entry-level alchemist in Conquest and receive the Alchemist's Holy Ring as a reward. Alchemist's Holy Ring: after wearing it, alchemy level 1, crafting experience doubled, crafting time halved, and increased chances of crafting exceptional items. Yay, just as I guessed. Sun Yi clenched his fist tightly, filled with excitement, knowing he had already received rewards for 2 life professions. After receiving the reward for the alchemy profession, Sun Yi's inner fervor burned even brighter. The value of a Saint Ring for alchemists was simply incalculable. He had already obtained the Saint Ring of Tailoring and the Saint Ring of Alchemy. Now he resolved to press forward without delay and secure the rewards for all remaining auxiliary professions. Rather than spending time crafting basic courage scrolls, he dashed straight to the apothecary shop and sought out the apothecist Lili. "Good day, Master Lili. I wish to learn the art of alchemical potions," Sun Yi declared without preamble. Lili smiled gently and replied, "Apothecistry is a noble vocation demanding years of patient cultivation. I see you already master both tailoring and alchemy. Yet to study under me, you must pay 5 gold coins and first pass my trial." "Very well, I accept your trial." Though mastering apothecistry posed a far greater challenge than alchemy, Sun Yi assented without hesitation. Lili continued with a serene smile. "High upon Oxhead Mountain north of the village lies a cave on its midslope. Retrieve 1 bucket of spring water from its deepest recesses, and I shall teach you apothecistry. But this task must be completed alone." Ding. "Do you accept the quest? Collect spring water." "Yes." System alert: you must return the spring water from the cave's depths within 3 hours. Hostile creatures dwell near the water. Proceed with utmost caution. Sun Yi did not rush forth immediately. Instead, he sprinted back to the alchemy workshop, donned his alchemist's Saint Ring, swiftly learned the basic courage scroll formula, and, using purchased materials, crafted 20 scrolls in rapid succession. Each scroll took 10 seconds to complete, though swift, their combat-enhancing effect was substantial. Basic courage scroll grants a 10 increase in attack speed for 10 minutes. After replenishing his medicinal supplies, Sun Yi hurried northward toward the village's edge. Emerging from the novice village, he walked only a short distance north before spotting a towering mountain shaped uncannily like a colossal ox head. A broad path wound upward to its peak, and far along its midslope loomed a vast yawning black cavern. Sun Yi arrived at the cave mouth at full speed. Its entrance gaped immense and shadow-choked, so dark within that nothing could be discerned, while a chilling, clammy wind exhaled from its depths, evoking deep unease. Treading cautiously inside, Sun Yi had barely crossed the threshold when a sudden skittering shriek pierced the silence, and then countless crimson specks surged toward him from the gloom. As the red points drew nearer, he recognized them, the gleaming eyes of bats, each as large as an owl. He cast a scrying spell. The creature's attributes shimmered into view: Vampire Bat, level 7, HP 450 ATK, 130160. Description: innately possesses vampiric leeching and virulent poison. Relief washed over Sun E upon seeing the stats. Though their attack power surpassed that of Grey Wolves, their HP was significantly lower, posing little genuine threat. Drawing both swords, he charged. His left-hand strike landed squarely on one bat's skull. 220. Instantly his right hand swept forth in a crescent slash. 250. With a final shrill cry, the bat collapsed lifelessly onto the stone floor. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 450 experience points. Though slightly less than a Grey Wolf's yield, Sun E remained satisfied. The remaining 6 bats closed in and launched simultaneous assaults. 30. 27. System alert: due to the Vampire Bat's vampiric leeching trait, it has siphoned 30 HP from you and converted it into its own vitality. System alert: due to the Vampire Bat's vampiric leeching trait, it has siphoned 30 HP from you and converted it into its own vitality. System alert: you have been poisoned. Afflicted by the Vampire Bat's hemorrhagic toxin, your HP will decay at 20 points per second. Multiple system alerts flashed in rapid succession, and Sun E watched startled as his health bar plummeted alarmingly fast. Upon closer inspection, he realized though each bite dealt modest damage, the cumulative toll, leeching plus relentless poison, was severe. Add to that a steady drain of 20 HP per second, and the danger became unmistakable. Most levels even players would fall within seconds, but Sun E still stood firm. Swiftly locking onto another bat, he unleashed a basic strike followed by a double slash, ending it instantly, denying it any chance to regenerate. Turning to the next, he dispatched it with identical efficiency. In moments, all 6 bats lay dead at his feet, yet his own HP had dwindled to barely 1/3. He downed a superior healing potion, waiting for his vitality to recover while gathering spoils. The bats dropped silver coins and elven stones, but no equipment. After scavenging, he collected several bat hides and fangs. Gazing deeper into the cavern's abyss, Sun Yi's expression hardened. This quest proved even more arduous than he'd anticipated, not one a typical player could accomplish alone. Yet Sun E knew the greater the difficulty, the richer the reward. Already mastering merely his 3rd artisan skill had yielded such a formidable trial. Future challenges promised even steeper odds. Why had the system designed a trial of such magnitude? A quiet suspicion stirred in Sun Yi's mind. Mastering all 6 artisan skills might unlock something extraordinary. At the thought of that unfathomed boon, and the legendary saint rings themselves, his pulse quickened anew. The moment his HP fully restored, he strode resolutely into the cave's heart. The deeper he advanced, the colder the air grew, and the dimmer the light became. Puff, puff, puff. A sudden flurry of sound erupted ahead, followed by a cacophony of shrill squeaks, and then piercing the darkness, dozens of blood-red eyes ignited in his vision. So many. Chills raced down his spine. Without hesitation, he activated a basic courage scroll. The crimson glints rushed ever closer, until in an instant over 20 vampire bats swarmed before him. Even confident in his prowess, Sun E dared not risk entrapment in their lethal circle. His mind sharpened. He devised a plan. Locking onto the lead bat, he struck one basic attack, one skill, fluid and precise. 2 damage numbers flared above its head. Then it crumpled lifeless to the ground. Seizing the opening, he retreated instantly. While retreating, he locked onto another bat and struck again. 5 bats pressed forward in formation. His assault felled one, but 4 others landed blows in return. Watching his HP drop sharply, he countered fiercely and sighed inwardly how dearly he wished for an area effect skill at that moment. He continued falling back, dispatching bats one by one. His strategy, avoiding mass encirclement, relied entirely on his exceptional agility. Thanks to the basic courage scroll's 10 attack speed boost, his strikes were devastatingly swift. Any bat he targeted fell before it could drain his life, rendering its vampiric trait useless. Thus, one by one, the vampire bats perished beneath his blades, until in short order over 20 lay cold and still. After quaffing another superior healing potion, Sun E began looting, when suddenly a sharp gasp escaped his lips. Beneath one bat's corpse, he retrieved a ring. Bat ring 2, strength 1, vampiric leech, required level 7. It was his first piece of jewelry, a common tier item, yet its attributes were exceptionally refined. He slipped it onto his finger without delay. To find a leeching ring dropped by these bats was a welcome surprise, though lamentably rare, only one such ring among dozens of kills. Once the battlefield was cleared and his HP restored, Sun E pressed onward into the cavern's uncharted depths. All along the way, hordes of vampire bats awaited, never fewer than 20, sometimes over 100. Even for Sun E, they demanded careful, sustained effort. Fortunately, they were fragile foes, easily outmaneuvered by his kiting tactics, which placed minimal pressure upon him. After more than an hour of relentless combat, he had slain countless bats, earning 4 bat rings, 3 bat necklaces, and 3 bat bracers, all imbued with vampiric leeching. Bat necklace 4 strength, 3 vampiric leech, required level 7. Bat bracer 3 strength, 2 vampiric leech, required level 7. In Conquest, a character may equip 2 rings, 2 bracers, and 1 necklace. In mere hours, Sun E had fully outfitted himself with jewelry. 2 rings, 2 bracers, and 1 necklace collectively granted 14 strength and 9 vampiric leech, translating to 28 attack power, a considerable enhancement. Yet the true game-changer was the 9 leech. With every blow he struck, 9 of the damage inflicted would restore his HP. Though each conversion seemed modest, his blistering attack speed rendered the cumulative healing effect profound, greatly bolstering his survivability. Never had he imagined a single quest would yield such transformative gains. Excitement surged within him as he advanced deeper, until at last he entered a colossal cavern. At its center lay a tranquil pool. Countless niches, large and small, pocked the cavern walls, each flickering faintly with the telltale gleam of watching vampire bats. 5 larger vampire bats stood guard beside the pool, blocking the sole path to the water. Sun E stood roughly 50 meters from the pool. Rather than attacking nearby bats recklessly, he moved with deliberate stealth, skirting wide around clusters of bats as he edged toward the water's edge. He cast a scrying spell upon the nearest guardian bat. Mutated Vampire Bat Level 8 HB 700 ATK 160180 Description: possesses formidable vampiric leeching and virulent poison. 5 mutated vampire bats stood before him, powerful beyond measure, vastly stronger than any he'd faced thus far. Sun E calculated that engaging them would surely rouse the entire cavern's denizens. He must eliminate them swiftly, before reinforcements arrived, then fill his vessel with water and withdraw without delay. This trial was extraordinarily demanding. Sun E estimated that even level 10 players would struggle to complete it solo. Yet Sun E trusted his strength. Drawing a slow, steady breath, a flash of fierce resolve ignited in his eyes, and with lightning speed he lunged toward the mutated vampire bats guarding the pool. As soon as he stepped into the hatred range of the mutated vampire bats, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes focused on Sun E. Sun E locked onto the leftmost vampire bat, and with a series of combos its health rapidly dwindled. However, seeing less than 200 damage pop up over the mutated vampire bats, head weighed heavily on Sun E's heart. Their defense was significantly stronger than that of ordinary vampire bats. Yet despite the strong defense of these mutated vampire bats, they were still no match for Sun E. In the blink of an eye, the health of that mutated vampire bat hit 0, and it let out a shriek before dying. At that moment, the other 4 vampire bats attacked as well. Sun E quickly dodged while unhesitatingly using his blocking skill. 100, 130. Miss. Miss. 2 astonishing damage numbers appeared above Sun E's head, while the other 2 attacks failed to hit. Seeing how high the damage from the mutated vampire bat was, Sun E didn't dare to be careless and continued to target another vampire bat. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of sword lights flashed, causing the health of that mutated vampire bat to plummet, while with the help of the jewelry's life-draining effect, Sun E's health slowly recovered. Ever since he acquired the half-moon slash, a skill with a short cooldown, Sun E found his attacks flowed much smoother and his damage increased significantly. In less than 2 seconds, another bat fell to Sun E's hands. Although only 3 mutated vampire bats remained, Sun E's expression grew more serious because a low-pitched squeaking sound echoed throughout the cave. In the distance, dark shadows could be seen moving in the cave, followed by huge bats emerging from it. Just one glance at those bats made Sun E's expression turn grave. These bats were larger than the mutated vampire bats. Although he couldn't see their stats from a distance, Sun E sensed that they were not ordinary. He couldn't afford to waste even a moment and continued to lock onto the next mutated vampire bat, launching a full-scale attack. In less than 2 seconds, this mutated vampire bat also became a corpse. At this point, Sun E had exhausted his skills, but his health had not dropped significantly. Even though he was poisoned and his health was decreasing, it posed no substantial threat to him. Continuing his fool-in assault while evading the attacks of the mutated vampire bats, the last 2 posed no pressure to Sun E, and he easily dodged one of their attacks. After a bit more time, the last mutated vampire bat also fell to the ground. Sun E didn't even bother to clean up the corpses and directly took out a wooden bucket filled with spring water from his backpack, rushing to the edge of the pool to start collecting water. The process of collecting water surprisingly took 5 seconds. Glancing at the dark shadow rushing towards him from a distance, Sun E calculated the shortest time it would take for the monsters to arrive and secretly sighed in relief. After 5 seconds, Sun E put the water bucket into his backpack, and after tidying up the battlefield, he noticed that the monsters had already rushed to a point not far from him. This wave of vampire bats was numerous, densely packed, numbering at least 500, and their size was twice that of the mutated vampire bats, with bloodlight shining even more brightly in their eyes. He cast a detection spell. Demon Bat. Level 10. Health, 3000. Attack power, 300,350. Monster description: the vampire bat has mutated by fusing with demon blood, possessing powerful abilities. So powerful. After seeing the monster's attribute Sun, he was taken aback. It was many times stronger than the previous mutated vampire bats. If there were only one Sun, he might have dared to challenge it, but seeing the mass of monsters, he turned and ran without hesitation. Fortunately, his agility was high enough, and these demon bats were far enough away that he managed to escape safely before they could catch up. After running out of the cave, Sun, he looked back at the cave and revealed a worried expression. He had a feeling that this cave was definitely not simple. Although he wanted to explore the cave, he knew that with his current strength, it was impossible. The urgent matter was to work hard to improve his strength. However, before that, he needed to complete his plan first. He hurried back to the novice village as fast as possible and rushed into the apothecary. "Mr. Riley, here is the spring water you requested." Sun, he handed over the collected spring water. Riley smiled as he took the bucket of water and said, "Completing the task I assigned you has proven your sufficient strength. I am willing to teach you the art of potion making." System prompt: "Congratulations. You have completed the task, collect spring water, and gain the qualification to learn potion making." System prompt: "Do you wish to spend 5 gold coins to learn potion making?" Yes. Without hesitation, Sun, he spent 5 gold coins to learn potion making. Opening the life profession panel, he found the introduction of the entry-level alchemist along with an entry-level life skill. Making spirit water. Materials: spirit stone 1, magic stone 1, glass bottle 1. Description: successfully crafting grants 1 point of crafting experience. Failure results in loss of all materials. After checking his backpack and finding a good number of spirit stones, he hurriedly dashed to the nearby workshop. As soon as he entered the workshop, he saw rows of crafting tables neatly arranged in the room. At that moment, over a dozen players were gathered around the tables practicing potion making. Familiar with the operation steps, Sun, he went directly to the counter, purchased enough magic stones and glass bottles, then began crafting at one of the tables. System prompt: "You have started making spirit water." System prompt: "Congratulations. You have successfully made spirit water and gained 1 point of crafting experience." Sun E's success rate in crafting was as high as ever, and with plenty of spirit stones despite the cost, he felt no pressure. In just over 10 minutes, a pleasant system prompt sounded. System prompt: "Congratulations. You have become the first junior alchemist and receive the Alchemist's Holy Ring as a reward." Alchemist's Holy Ring: after wearing it, the alchemist's level increases by 1, crafting experience doubles, crafting time is shortened, and the chance of producing high-quality items is improved. Looking at the alchemist's holy ring in his possession, Sun, he revealed a radiant smile. Just as he guessed, it awarded him a great treasure. Currently, he had obtained the alchemist's holy ring, Taylor's holy ring, and now the alchemist's holy ring. Next, he set his sights on the blacksmithing profession. He rushed to the weapon shop, and before the shop owner Raymond could speak, Sun, he took the initiative to say, "Mr. Raymond, I want to learn weapon forging from you." Raymond was a burly, middle-aged man with large round eyes fixed on Sun E as he said, "I see you have already mastered the 3 professions of alchemist, tailor, and apothecary. To learn my forging technique, you must undergo my test, and even if you pass, you will need to pay 10 gold coins." "All right, I am willing to accept your test, Mr. Raymond." Sun E replied earnestly. "To become an excellent blacksmith, you need quality ore. Go deep into the mining area and bring me back 10 pieces of secret silver ore." System prompt: "Do you wish to accept the task, collect secret silver ore?" Yes. Sun E immediately accepted the task without hesitation. Task description: you need to collect enough secret silver ore by yourself within 3 hours. Secret silver ore can only be found deep in the mining area. After determining the location of the mining area, Sun E went to replenish his potions and placed unnecessary items from his backpack into the warehouse. Realizing the difficulty of this task, Sun E immediately contacted Zhanlong Wushuang. "Brother Wushuang, I have obtained a few pieces of equipment. Are you interested? Also, how is your collection of swordsman skill books going?" "Where are you?" "He'll come find you right away. I'm interested in any equipment, and I've collected 2 swordsman skill books. He'll bring them along for you." Sun E felt happy upon hearing this. He had not expected that Wushuang had indeed collected the swordsman skill books. They agreed to meet at the square, and Sun E hurriedly made his way there. Before long, Sun E saw Zhanlong Wushuang approaching from afar. Wushuang had already reached level 6, just 1 level behind Sun E. Although Sun E was eager to level up quickly, the urgent task was to sort out his life profession first. "Brother Nanfeng, what good items have you got this time?" Wushuang asked with an expectant look. Sun E avoided unnecessary chatter and directly opened the trade window, placing the jewelry he had obtained on the table. "Wow, it's jewelry. and it has a lifesteal attribute. This is great stuff. Even though it's white gear, it's priced higher than regular armor. How about I give you 1,500 for each piece? Sun Yi was quite satisfied with this price offered by Zhanlong Wushuang, as a piece of black iron gear was only worth 1,500. No problem. After completing the trade, Zhanlong Wushuang traded over the 2 swordsman skill books he had collected. Seeing the skill books traded to him by Zhanlong Wushuang, Sun Yi was overjoyed. These were exactly the skills he needed. He quickly completed the trade and immediately clicked to learn. Splash Beginner. Skill description: passive skill deals 50 damage to up to 5 targets within 3 meters of the attack target. Required profession: Swordsman. Blood Wave Beginner. Skill effect: deals 110 damage to up to 5 opponents within 3 meters and converts 10 of that damage into health. Cooldown 30 seconds. Profession requirement: Swordsman. One is a passive area attack skill, and the other is an active area attack with healing. After learning these 2 skills, Sun Yi's survival capability increased significantly. Especially the Blood Wave. This super healing skill is definitely a weapon for area attacks, and the 30-second cooldown is not a concern. Having learned the new skills, Sun Yi bid farewell to Zhanlong Wushuang and rushed towards the Novice Village mining area. To the southwest of the Novice Village lay a vast mining zone, the primary source of ore for the entire settlement, though the area was far from safe. Within this sprawling mine roamed hordes of stone golems ranging in level from 4 to 10. They possessed formidable defense, appeared in overwhelming numbers, and respawned with startling speed, yet awarded meager experience. Few players seeking to level up ventured here. When Sun Yi arrived, he saw countless stone golems wandering the expanse, while several players lingered cautiously along the outer fringes. A cursory glance revealed over 100 players, most notably low-leveled. Among them were bodyguards hired by guilds to protect their artisan members. Sun Yi wasted no time. He strode directly into the mine, advancing steadily toward its depths. "Hey brother, this place is dangerous. Best not to rush in recklessly." "Thank you." Sun Yi nodded respectfully to the middle-aged player before continuing his journey inward. He's another one who doesn't fear death. Probably thinks these mine mobs are weak. Just wait, he'll learn soon enough. A group watched Sun Yi vanish deeper into the mine, smirking with grim amusement. In recent days, they'd seen many players brazenly charge in. None had emerged unscathed. Sun Yi casually cast a scrying spell upon a nearby stone golem. Stone golem level for an attack, 20-35 in health, 240, and the creature resembled a human, though barely 1.5 meters tall, its entire form carved from coarse stone, gripping a crude stone weapon. Though its stats posed grave danger to novices, Sun Yi dismissed it entirely. In 3 swift strides he closed the distance, and with a flick of his left hand a blade of light descended from above, cleaving the golem in two. 250 na colossal damage number erupted. The stone golem crumpled instantly. Ending. You have gained 100 experience points. Given Sun Yi's overwhelming strength and level advantage, even the golem's high defense proved futile. He scooped up several copper coins dropped by the fallen golem and strode onward, while onlookers gaped stunned, as if witnessing a specter. By the heavens, it fell in a single strike. What terrifying offensive power! Wait, that's Nanfeng, the man who dueled both Ao Shi and Xiongba dynasties alone. So it is him. No wonder he can obliterate stone golems. Truly extraordinary. Unmoved by their astonishment, Sun Yi pressed deeper. One after another stone golems fell before him, nearly all struck down in a single blow. Alas, these creatures yielded little beyond a few copper coins, too trivial in value to hold any interest for him. Soon he reached the mine's innermost reaches, where a towering cliff loomed ahead, and beneath it gaped the entrance to a colossal cavern guarded by a dense cluster of stone golems. To harvest mithril or entry into the cavern was inevitable. Undeterred by the assembled guardians, Sun Yi charged forward without hesitation. 20-odd golems stood ready, 3 among them bearing the mark of level 5. The moment they detected Sun Yi, they raised their weapons and surged toward him. Sun Yi lunged at the foremost golem and struck with his sword. 2 5s and 125 and 125 and 125 in. A massive damage numeral blazed above the golem's head before it collapsed lifelessly, while 3 adjacent golems suffered splash damage from the strike. Delighted by the devastating efficacy of his area effect ability, Sun Yi drew his lucky sword with his right hand and unleashed a fury slash. Another cascade of damage erupted, for golems fell instantly while a 5th slumped to near death from collateral impact. Truly an exceptional skill, and Sun Yi pressed his assault, and within moments every guardian blocking the cavern mouth lay vanquished. The potency of his area effect combat shone brilliantly here, proving invaluable. Stepping into the cavern, he found it cavernous, stretching like a grand subterranean tunnel with multiple branching passages radiating from the entrance. Stone golems patrolled the corridors relentlessly, each mineral deposit heavily guarded. Mining here demanded formidable strength. The unprepared stood no chance. Sun E did not linger at the entrance. His quarry was mithril ore, found only in the deepest recesses of the mine. As stone golems fell one by one beneath his blade, he advanced ever deeper, encountering progressively stronger foes, each higher in level and more resilient than the last. At first, level 4 golems fell to single strikes, but level 5 required greater effort. By level 6 their defense leapt markedly. Even Sun E needed at least 3 blows to fell one. An ordinary level 7 player would have been forced to retreat, but for Sun E the challenge remained manageable. After an indeterminate span of time he arrived at the threshold of a vast cavern. His minimap confirmed he had reached the mine's profoundest heart. 2 stone golems stood sentinel at the entrance. He cast a scrying spell, revealing their attributes. Black Iron Golem level 8 in attack, 130150 in health. 1 and Sun E exhaled softly. This quest was proving far more arduous than anticipated. An 8th level golem's raw power rendered it nearly invincible to ordinary players. He immediately activated a scroll of courage, boosting his attack speed, then dashed forward and opened with a precise sword strike. N110. Then came a sweeping fury slash with his right hand. N160. Watching the modest damage numbers bloom above the golem's head, Sun E sighed inwardly. Though he'd expected stout defense, he hadn't imagined it would be this impervious. The golem's counterattack landed squarely on Sun E, dealing only 60 points of damage, hardly threatening to one of his caliber. Soon the first black iron golem collapsed before him. Ending. You have gained 200 experience points. Sun Yi's expression darkened. The reward was abysmally low. He swiftly dispatched the second golem, then cast a harvesting spell upon its corpse. Ending. You have obtained iron or 2 in It actually dropped something. Sun Yi's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Until now, slain golems had yielded only copper coins and spirit stones. This was his first iron ore. He harvested the second golem's remains, likewise obtaining 2 iron ores. Securing his spoils, Sun E entered the cavern, where numerous black iron golems wandered, clustering thickly around mining zones. A mining zone was unmistakable, simply a mound of raw stone easily discernible at a glance. 5 meters away stood such a mound. Sun E sprinted toward it, first eliminating the nearby black iron golem, then retrieving his prepared mining tools and setting to work. Clang, clang, clang. And you have obtained iron ore 1. Mining skill experience 1. 10 seconds later, Sun E unearthed his first iron ore, and his mining skill rose to novice rank 1100. This was his inaugural use of the skill since learning it. He continued mining, and 10 seconds later secured another iron ore, gaining yet another point of skill experience. After over a minute, the stone mound gradually dissolved into flat earth. In that brief span, Sun E had extracted 6 iron ores, earning 6 points of mining skill experience, but not a trace of mithril ore. Undeterred, Sun E moved on to the next mound. One by one, black iron golems fell, mounds vanished, iron ores filled his pack. His mining skill steadily ascended. Within an hour, his novice mining skill evolved into basic mining skill, though externally the change appeared imperceptible. Though still empty-handed of mithril or Sun E showed no sign of surrender. He persisted patiently, until at long last a gleaming shard of mithril ore rested in his palm. Ding! You have obtained mithril ore. 2 experience points. Sun E smiled faintly at the silvery ore in his hand, then redoubled his resolve. With the first piece secured, the remaining 9 were only a matter of time. Ding! Your gameplay duration has exceeded 22 hours. Please take a rest. System notification chimed, but Sun E paid it no heed. Though fatigue tugged at his limbs, there was no room for pause now. Glancing into his inventory, 9 mithril ores, 1,100 iron ores, and his mining skill nearing intermediate rank. Ding! You have obtained mithril ore. 2 experience points. With the final piece secured, Sun E stowed his tools and bolted toward the cavern exit, only to find the path already repopulate with stone golems. Relying on his exceptional agility, he refused to engage, dashing forward relentlessly until he burst out of the mine, trailed by a roaring tide of golems. Ordinary miners at the periphery scattered as Sun E thundered past, a whirlwind of motion and sparks, racing at full speed back to the blacksmith's forge. Master Raymond, I've brought the mithril ore you requested, Sun E said urgently, handing over the ore. Raymond's eyes gleamed as he accepted the shimmering ore. Excellent. Exactly what I needed. You've done superbly. System alert: quest collect mithril ore completed. You have earned eligibility to learn the smithing skill. Confirm learning. Confirm. And without hesitation, Sun E learned the skill, and 10 gold coins vanished from his inventory. Though the tuition stung, the promise of future gains made him impatient to begin, so he rushed straight to the smithy. Inside the smithy, he opened his artisan profession panel, where only one skill appeared. Refine iron ore materials. Iron ore 1 coke, 1 magical catalyst, 1 in description. Success grants 1 point of smithing experience. Failure consumes all materials. He hurried to the counter, purchased ample coke and catalyst, and initiated refinement. End system alert: refining iron ore has begun. 5 seconds later, system alert: iron ore refined successfully. 1 crafting experience. In with practiced ease. Just over 10 minutes passed before another pleasant chime sounded. System alert: congratulations. You are the first smith in the realm. Awarded the Saint Ring of Smithing. N. Saint Ring of Smithing grants 1 smithing skill level, doubles smithing experience gain, has refining time, and increases the chance of forging legendary attributes. After untold toil, he had finally claimed his 4th Saint Ring. In that instant, weariness dissolved, replaced by renewed vigor. Without pause, he whirled and sprinted toward the culinary workshop, his next auxiliary profession locked in chef. Sun E, already well-versed in the routine, headed to the culinary hall and accepted an exceptionally challenging quest: collect fresh spirit mushrooms. Collect fresh spirit mushrooms, gather 50 fresh spirit mushrooms within 2 hours. The quest description was brief, but Sun E knew its difficulty ran deep. According to the innkeeper, fresh spirit mushrooms grew only in the heart of the Peachwood Grove, located east of the village, a place widely regarded as one of the most perilous zones for novices. Within the grove dwelled a troop of formidable spirit monkeys, each no lower than level 8, so fearsome that solo players rarely dared venture there. Sun E paid no heed. After replenishing his combat supplies, he dashed straight toward the Peachwood Grove. As he passed the village's eastern gate, he noticed many players had already reached level 6, and several even stood at level 7. A pang of urgency struck him. Several consecutive quests had cost him precious leveling time, yet he resolved to complete this quest chain first. Leveling could always be caught up later. Missing the chance to obtain the sacred ring, however, would be an irreplaceable loss. The Peachwood Grove lay some distance from the village. Upon arriving at its entrance, Sun E saw no other players training there. Instead, a pack of gray-furred monkeys blocked the path. To enter the grove, he would first have to overcome them. He cast a perception spell. Feral Monkey. Level 8. Attack power 120,135. Health 600. Its attributes appeared deceptively simple, yet for players averaging under level 5, it remained lethally dangerous. Worse still, feral monkeys traveled in packs. Confronting them alone was nearly suicidal. But Sun E was no ordinary player. Without hesitation, he charged headlong into the pack. Ever since acquiring the AoE skills Splash, Strike, and Vampiric Wave, his destructive power had surged dramatically, especially with his full set of vampiric jewelry amplifying lifesteal efficiency. Facing a swarm of feral monkeys, he felt no strain whatsoever. Damage numbers bloomed above their heads, one after another, while his own health steadily dwindled under the assault of over a dozen attackers. Yet every strike siphoned a portion of damage back into his vitality, and with precise evasive maneuvers, he deftly dodged many incoming blows. He downed healing potions without restraint, no thought of conservation. Within moments, the entire pack lay vanquished before him. Surveying the copper coins scattered across the corpses, Sun E shook his head wryly. These beasts were not only formidable, they yielded meager rewards. Experience gain was pitiful, a mere 300 points per kill. No wonder forums labeled this area unsuitable for leveling. After clearing the battlefield, he pressed deeper into the Peachwood Grove. All along the way, swarms of feral monkeys ambushed him. Yet with overwhelming strength, he cut through them one by one, gathering fresh spirit mushrooms as he went. Time slipped away unnoticed. He lost count of how many feral monkeys he'd slain, or how far he'd penetrated into the grove. Yet 40 mushrooms were already secured. Unknowingly, he had traversed the entire grove, and now stood before a towering mountain veiled in ethereal mist radiating ancient mystery. Sun E had no intention of investigating secrets, but 3 fresh spirit mushrooms gleamed enticingly before him. He hurried forward. Just as he reached out to harvest them, a black shadow plummeted from the sky, delivering a devastating blow. Sun E leapt backward, but too late. 160. A massive damage number flared above his head. He steadied his gaze and beheld a golden-furred ape twice the size of earlier feral monkeys, its blood-red eyes blazing with savage ferocity as it fixed its glare upon him. He cast another perception spell. The creature's profile shimmered into view. Golden-furred spirit ape bronze. Level 10. Attack power 230,260. Health 1300. Sun Yi's expression hardened. Though it bore hallmarks of a boss, its aura felt subtly off, neither fully elite nor truly unique. Roar. The golden-furred spirit ape lunged with thunderous fury. Sun E met it heated, sword drawn, resolve unshaken. Basic attack rage / basic attack crescent / basic attack twin strike. 110, 170, 115, 130, 108, 145, 145. Though imposing in appearance, the beast proved less formidable than expected. Lethal to average players, yet posing little real threat to Sun E in his current state. In mere moments, the golden-furred spirit ape collapsed before him, its final gaze filled with bitter defiance. Ding. You have gained 500 experience points. Sun E frowned slightly at the modest experience, but his eyes lit up when he spotted equipment glinting beneath the ape's corpse. He picked it up, only to discover it was a black iron tier set piece. Spirit Ape Leather Armor Black Iron. Physical Defense 45. Magical Defense 35. Constitution 5. Agility 3. Required level 10. Spirit Ape Set 2-piece Attack 10. Spirit Ape Set 3-piece Physical Hit Rate 30. Spirit Ape Set 4-piece Attack Speed 10. Spirit Ape Set 5-piece Health 200, Defense 50, O Critical Strike 30, A Movement Speed 15. Exquisite Set Attributes. Sun Yi's pulse quickened, yet disappointment followed swiftly. This was leather armor unsuitable for his class. He wondered whether metal tier gear might drop here instead. He stowed the armor carefully, stored the fresh spirit mushrooms in his inventory, cast one last lingering glance at the sacred mountain, and turned back toward the Peachwood Grove. Though the set tempted him deeply, he never lost sight of his primary objective: completing the quest. After dispatching yet another pack of feral monkeys, he finally gathered the full quota and rushed back to the novice village. Tom greeted him with a warm smile as he handed over the mushrooms. Yes, these are precisely the fresh spirit mushrooms I required. System alert: quest collect fresh spirit mushrooms completed. You have qualified to learn culinary arts. System alert: would you like to spend 20 gold coins to learn culinary arts? Yes. Gritting his teeth, he paid the fee and instantly mastered culinary arts. Without pause, he strode into the adjacent workshop. Several players practiced culinary arts inside the hall. Sun E couldn't tell if any had yet attained junior chef status. He opened his culinary profession panel. Only one skill appeared. Refined fresh meat. Materials: fresh meat 1 spice, 1 mana water 1. Description: successful refinement grants 1 crafting experience point. Failure consumes all materials. Each refinement requires 10 seconds. After scanning the description, he began immediately. He possessed ample fresh meat, spices, and mana water he purchased directly from the counter, though at steep prices. System alert: refining fresh meat. Ding. Refinement successful. Gained 1 crafting experience point. Seeing his entry-level chef experience rise from 0 to 1, Sun E smiled. From here on, the process became straightforward. He could simply queue refinements and multitask, even browsing the forums in between. The forums had grown markedly richer in content. Posts about him had long since sunk to obscurity, while top-tier combat videos, uploaded by veteran swordsmen, now dominated trending topics, drawing widespread attention. Sun E watched several of those master swordsmen's battle recordings and gained profound insights. He also browsed other sections with equal curiosity. The life professions board remained awash with despair. Players lamented the extreme difficulty of life skills and petitioned the developers to rebalance the system, yet received no official response. Sun E searched thoroughly for mentions of the sacred ring, but found none. Whether others had yet discovered it, or simply hadn't shared it, remained unknown. He also studied detailed specifications of the game's neural interface headset and the nutrient pod, a device designed to alleviate physical fatigue, enabling extended immersion in-game. Its price, however, was staggering. Even the most affordable model cost 1 million RMB. Sun E paused, then decided firmly acquire the nutrient pod as soon as possible. Moments later, a gentle chime echoed through his senses. System alert: congratulations. You are the first junior chef. Awarded the Culinary Sacred Ring. Culinary Sacred Ring grants 1 to chef level, doubles crafting experience gain, halves refinement time, increases chance of producing legendary quality items. Excellent. The 5th Sacred Ring was now his. Only 1 remained. Eyes alight with fervor, Sun E spun on his heel and sprinted toward the Artificers Guild. There he accepted another high-difficulty quest: collect black crystals. Collect black crystals, gather 300 black crystals within 3 hours. According to Master Miller of the Artificers Guild, black crystals formed within dark creatures, condensed deposits of shadow energy, found exclusively in the abyssal canyon west of the novice village. Reading the quest description, Sun E recognized it immediately: a grinding task, requiring him to slay sufficient dark-aligned monsters within the time limit to extract enough crystals. Additionally, mastering artificing demanded a further payment of 50 gold coins. Sun E lacked such funds, so he contacted Zhanlong Wushuang for assistance. Hey brother Nanfeng, did you just score something rare again? Zhanlong Wushuang asked bluntly. Nothing special this time. I need your help with something else. Name it. I'm listening. Here's the thing, I need a sum of gold coins. Could you exchange them for me at market rate? What do you think? No problem. Consider it done. How much do you need? I'll deliver it right away. 50 gold. How does that sound? What? 50? That's... Zhanlong Wushuang recoiled in shock. At this stage 50 gold was no trivial sum, equivalent to 10,000 RMB, and with in-game currency and soaring demand acquisition posed serious logistical challenges. This sum is vital to me, brother Wushuang. I sincerely hope you'll assist. Rest assured, I won't let you bear any loss. Please bring it to the alchemy lab. I'll be waiting there. All right, I'll deliver it immediately. Zhanlong Wushuang ultimately agreed. Soon after he arrived at the alchemy lab and spotted Sun Yi standing beside a workbench intently crafting. Sun Yi looked up, halted his work, and walked over. Brother Nanfeng, I urge you to abandon life professions entirely. Focus solely on leveling. We've trained several alchemists at Zhanlong, and the grind is brutal. Skill progression is agonizingly slow. Sun Yi smiled faintly. Thanks for your concern, brother Wushuang. Did you bring the gold? I've prepared a gift for you, one that may aid your leveling. Fine, consider this loan from Zhanlong. And here's the final skill manual you requested. Take a look. As he spoke, Zhanlong Wushuang opened the trade interface and placed both the gold and the manual inside. Blade Storm Novice. Description: consumes 20 mana. Unleashes a fan-shaped wave of sword energy, striking up to 5 targets within a 5-meter frontal arc for 110 skill damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Required class: Swordsman. Sun Yi's heart surged with elation. Another desperately needed AoE skill. This would dramatically increase his odds of quest success. Many thanks, brother Wushuang. As he spoke, Sun Yi placed his gift into the trade interface. Zhanlong Wushuang glanced, and his breath caught. This is... His voice trembled, disbelief flooding his tone. Brother Nanfeng, how did you manage it? You've actually crafted a basic courage scroll. Have you already become a novice alchemist? Zhanlong Wushuang wore an expression of utter astonishment. As one of the managers of the Zhanlong Guild, he naturally paid close attention to auxiliary professions. In Conquest, advancing in auxiliary professions was extraordinarily difficult, especially during the early server launch when materials were exceedingly scarce. Zhanlong himself had been aggressively cultivating alchemists, yet even under optimal conditions, attaining novice alchemist status required at least 2 or 3 days. He never expected Sun Yi to produce the courage scroll today. Those schematics had already surfaced on forums. Zhanlong Wushuang had originally estimated it would take his guild at least 5 more days to replicate it. Just luck. There aren't many to make do with these for now. I must go. Having secured the items, Sun Yi hastily excused himself and dashed away. Watching Sun Yi's retreating figure, Zhanlong Wushuang's gaze flickered. Earlier, Sun Yi had gifted him a basic backpack expansion scroll, meaning Sun Yi was already both a novice tailor and a novice alchemist. This man harbors a secret. Otherwise, there's no way he could have attained both novice alchemist and novice tailor status so swiftly. Zhanlong Wushuang mused inwardly. After departing Sun Yi sprinted westward toward the edge of the newbie village, passing numerous players grouped for leveling. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the dark abyss, a vast chasm veiled in faint swirling black mist within which shadowy figures of monsters flickered ominously. Without hesitation, Sun Yi charged straight into the gorge, vanishing into the gloom. System alert. You are being eroded by dark force. Health decreases by 10 points per second. Noting his steadily depleting health, Sun Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Though the drain seemed modest, its relentless, unceasing nature rendered it perilous. No wonder no players ventured here for training. Caw. At that moment, a pack of silhouettes emerged from the mist, skeletal warriors clutching crude weapons. Their eye sockets glowed with a faint, eerie blue light, and their movements were stiff and jerky. Sun Yi cast a perception spell, their attributes instantly revealed. Skeleton warrior. Level 8. Attack 120,150. Health 650. Their stats appeared unremarkable, posing no real threat to him. Sun Yi closed the distance in 3 swift strides and launched his assault. A basic strike landed, dealing 150 damage, proof of their surprisingly stout defense. Simultaneously, due to splash damage, nearby skeleton warriors also sustained injury. Then Sun Yi unleashed Blade Storm. All skeleton warriors within 5 meters directly before him took over 200 points of damage. Additional splash effects struck surrounding foes, inflicting further harm. Meanwhile, the life drain effect of his jewelry steadily replenished his lost health. With area effect abilities now at his command, the life leech effect grew exponentially more potent. Even amid constant erosion, Sun Yi remained largely untroubled. One by one, skeletons crumpled beneath his blades, collapsing into scattered white bones. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so skeleton warriors who'd encircled him lay vanquished, each granting him 500 experience points, a substantial yield. After looting the battlefield, he found only spirit stones and coins. Nothing else dropped, and even his harvest skill proved ineffective. Seeing no quest item among the spoils, Sun Yi shook his head and pressed deeper into the gorge. Along the way, he slew countless skeletons, but not a single quest item dropped. By now he had penetrated deep into the dark abyss where the erosion rate had escalated to 20 points per second, and he began to feel genuine pressure. Grrrl. A strange guttural sound suddenly echoed from the mist. Sun E turned sharply toward the source, and glimpsed a dark silhouette hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. Before he could react, a knight's lance materialized before his eyes. He dodged frantically, but too late. A colossal damage number erupted above his head. Sun E steadied his gaze. Before him stood a knight clad in obsidian armor, his eye sockets blazing crimson. Beneath him rode a bony warhorse armored in black, its own sockets pulsing with malevolent red light. Dark Knight. Level 10. Attack 260,290. Health 1300. The Dark Knight's stats dwarfed those of the skeleton warriors, and as a level 10 foe, he towered 3 levels above Sun E. That first lance strike alone confirmed this adversary would be formidable. Yet Sun E showed no fear. In one fluid motion, he lunged forward, twin blades flashing in rapid succession. Damage numbers bloomed repeatedly over the Dark Knight's head, but each was markedly lower, hovering near 100 for basic strikes. The Dark Knight attacked with alarming speed and devastating force. Any misstep meant grievous injury. Fortunately, Sun Yi's combat proficiency had matured, and the Dark Knight's rigid motions granted him high evasion success. On average, the Dark Knight landed only 1 hit for every 4 attempts. As Sun Yi's relentless strikes battered the Dark Knight, Life Leech steadily restored his health, keeping it safely above critical threshold. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 1000 experience points. Defeating this Dark Knight demanded considerable focus and time, but the reward was rich. At last the Dark Knight dropped his first black crystal. Sun E gathered all loot and hastened onward in search of the next foe. Another Dark Knight soon appeared in his field of vision. Sun E surged forward instantly, twin blades weaving a blinding lattice of steel across the knight's form. Within moments, this second Dark Knight fell beneath his blades. Thus Sun E hunted Dark Knights, relentlessly amassing black crystals, until after 2 full hours the final crystal, his 300th, was secured. Clutching the 300th black crystal, Sun E finally allowed himself a smile, and spun around, racing back toward the gorge's exit. Emerging from the chasm, he nearly collided with a large group of players. None other than Aoshi Ingsha and members of the Aoshi Guild, numbering nearly 400. After weeks of development, most Aoshi Guild members had leveled significantly and upgraded gear, greatly enhancing their overall strength. Their enmity towards Sun E had not waned. Aoshi Ingsha had kept him under constant surveillance. Upon learning Sun E had entered the dark abyss, his subordinates immediately reported it. Hearing Sun E remained only level 7, Aoshi Ingsha seized the opportunity for vengeance and swiftly assembled the Aoshi Guild at the gorge's entrance. Well, if it isn't the Aoshi Guild's trash. What's this? Seeking revenge. Sun E stared brazenly at the opposing players. Aoshi Ingsha's face darkened, his gaze burning with murderous intent as he coldly declared, Nanfeng, today is your end. This place shall be your grave. Is that so? Then let's see if you possess the strength to back it up. A flash of sharp brilliance ignited in Sun Yi's eyes, and he exploded forward, charging straight into the Aoshi ranks. He refused to waste words. If hatred existed, let power settle it. And since Wei Xian stood behind the Aoshi Guild, Sun E would never spare them. The Aoshi players watched Sun E charge toward them, eyes flickering with wary apprehension. They had already been routed by him twice. Seeing their hesitation, Aoshi Ingsha roared, Fools! What are you afraid of? He's merely level 7. Your levels match his. Overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Charge! With that command, frontline metal class fighters surged ahead. The two forces clashed instantly. Blasts of magic and volleys of arrows rained down upon Sun E from all directions. Within seconds, dozens of attacks struck home. His health bar plummeted dramatically. Now that most players had reached comparable levels, upgraded gear and active skills amplified their damage substantially. Only Sun Yi's vastly superior base stats spared him instant annihilation. Any other metal class player would have perished in a heartbeat. Surviving with 1/3 health remaining was nothing short of extraordinary. Look, he's lost 1/3 of his health. Push harder, finish him. Finally broke his guard. Today he'll die without burial. Ha ha ha, we'll strip him bare today. Let him learn the price of defying the Aoshi Guild. The Aoshi players brimmed with exhilaration, already tasting victory, while Sun Yi's gaze remained ice-cold. He downed a superior healing potion and unleashed everything he had. Battle stance activated. Basic courage scroll deployed. He closed in on a warrior. His left blade slashed downward, dealing 220 damage. Splash damage simultaneously struck nearby allies. Though merely a standard attack, its splash effect was devastating. Next came Rage Slash. The warrior's health plummeted, while adjacent players' health bars likewise drained rapidly. Another basic strike followed. The warrior's health dwindled to near zero. Their counterattacks struck Sun E, but his superior healing potion continued to restore his vitality. Don't panic. His potion effect expires any second now. Today he dies for certain. Aoshi Ingsha bellowed. Blows rained upon him. But Sun E remained unshaken, locking onto the same warrior and pressing his assault. Under the relentless combo, the warrior, despite using a healing potion, could not halt his descent into death, collapsing into a corpse in an instant. His nearby comrade's health had also been severely depleted, and now they faced Sun Yi's blade storm. A tempest of razor-edged ki erupted, engulfing several frontline players in a blinding whirlwind. Damage numbers flared violently. Low health targets fell instantly, while Sun Yi's health surged back dramatically. Seeing Sun E unleashing a massacre, Aoshi Ingsha's expression was extremely grim. He initially believed that with his level elevated and equipment upgraded, dealing with Sun E, who hadn't increased in level, would be quite simple. Unexpectedly, although Sun E's level hadn't risen, his strength had significantly increased. Big brother, this guy's skills have become even stronger, and it seems he can leech health while also having an area attack skill. We must change our tactics and let the ranged attackers strike as much as possible. A player next to Aoshi Ingsha suddenly spoke. Aoshi Ingsha looked, and indeed found it to be true. All control classes attack together and restrain him. Single metal players advance, the rest fall back. Ranged attackers unleash everything. Aoshi Ingsha shouted loudly from the back. Hearing his command, the members of the Aoshi guild quickly sprang into action. I'll go first, you all fall back. One warrior roared, charging towards Sun E with a battle axe while the other metal classes retreated. Sun E's expression darkened upon seeing this, and shortly after several control skills struck him. In an instant, ice shards formed beneath his feet, and a green light enveloped him, his health bar turning purple, indicating his movements had notably slowed. System prompt: you are affected by the freeze slowing effect. Your movement speed is reduced by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. System prompt: you are affected by the sluggish magic. Your attack speed is reduced by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. System prompt: you are affected by the weakening arrow. Your defense is reduced by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. Oh no. Sun E thought to himself, his attributes had suddenly diminished, and his strength had sharply declined. Seeing the warrior charging at him, Sun E continued his attack, unleashing a series of combos, and the warrior fell. Unfortunately, because the other players were all hiding at a safe distance, the splash damage did not activate, and the leeching effect dropped significantly. Hurry, increase the pressure. He won't last long. We must take him down today. Seeing that Sun E was in a bad state and had lost more than half his health, Aoshi Ingsha felt a surge of pride. Although Sun E remained strong, he believed he could defeat him today. If you think you can kill me, dream on. Sun E scoffed coldly, then instead of retreating, he surged forward, accelerating toward the crowd. Despite being under the slowing effect, Sun E's agility already surpassed most players of the same level, especially since most players present were at a lower level than him. Moreover, Sun E was wearing shoes that increased movement speed, so even under the slow effect, he still maintained an absolute advantage in speed. Sun E disregarded his health as he rushed toward the area with the most people, targeting a squishy class with a basic attack, followed by a leeching wave. The players tried to dodge, but their speed lagged far behind, making it impossible to evade Sun Yi's attack. With the splash damage combined with the leeching wave, Sun Yi's health was almost fully restored, and then he charged toward the back of the enemy team, aiming at the ranged control classes and priests that posed a threat to him. Rushing up to a mage, he swung his sword without hesitation. In the terrified gaze of the mage, Sun Yi's attack landed, and in just 2 strikes the mage lay dead. It was this mage who had just cast the freeze slowing effect on him, posing a significant threat. Quick, spread out, don't group up. Aoshi Ingsha shouted urgently, and the members of the Aoshi guild hurriedly scattered, afraid to cluster together. Sun E suddenly turned his head, locking his gaze directly on Aoshi Ingsha. Seeing Sun E staring at him with murderous intent, Aoshi Ingsha's heart trembled with fear, but when he thought of his stealth skill, his fear instantly dissipated. Capture the leader first. Sun E suddenly turned and charged toward Aoshi Ingsha at full speed. Want to kill me? No way. Aoshi Ingsha saw Sun E charging toward him and quickly activated his stealth skill, dodging to the right. Soon Sun E reached the spot where Aoshi Ingsha had just been, but he could no longer see any trace of him. Sun E did not have a skill to dispel stealth, but that didn't mean he couldn't find Aoshi Ingsha. His mind raced, and he suddenly locked onto a player on the right side, swiftly launching a basic attack. A damage number appeared above that player's head. Just when that player thought Sun E would continue attacking him, Sun E suddenly shifted his target to another player nearby and unleashed a crescent slash. A damage number also appeared above this player's head. Simultaneously, a damage number emerged in the space next to this person, and shortly after, Aoshi Ingsha's figure became visible. Seeing Seeing Sha's invisibility dispelled Sun Yi's lips curled into a cruel smile. As he had judged, this guy hadn't escaped far. Found you. Seeing his stealth skill broken by Sun Yi, Seeing Sha was filled with horror, and as he saw Sun Yi charging toward him with sword in hand, his expression drastically changed. Nanfeng, how dare you? I'll send you home. Without hesitation, Sun Yi began attacking Seeing Sha. As a squishy class, Seeing Sha could not withstand several of Sun Yi's attacks, and soon fell dead. After dealing with Seeing Sha, Sun Yi did not linger, but swiftly charged out of the encirclement, racing toward the direction of the novice village. Although he had just killed many members of the AOC guild in a short time, Sun Yi realized the problem. If he continued to stay here entangled with them, he would undoubtedly be killed, and the priority was not to fight these people, but to complete his quest. His attributes were indeed much higher than those of the others, and he possessed powerful leeching skills, making his survival ability quite robust. However, if the members of the AOC guild cooperated, using a few metal players to restrain him while employing control skills to weaken him, and the ranged classes bombarded him, he would have no chance. It seems I need skills to dispel negative effects, preferably a skill to break stealth, and also a teleportation escape skill. My agility needs to be further enhanced, and most importantly, I cannot fall behind in levels. Soon Sun Yi found a way to strengthen himself. However, acquiring these skills was somewhat challenging, and he estimated that he couldn't manage it alone. He would need to seek help from Zhanlang Wushuang. As for leveling, it would have to come after completing life profession tasks. Soon Sun Yi rushed back to the novice village and went straight to the crafting tutor, handing over all the black crystals he had collected to Tutor Miller. Miller received the black crystals with joy and looked at Sun Yi appreciatively. Young man, you did well. I am willing to teach you the crafting skill. System prompt: would you like to spend 50 gold to learn crafting? 50 gold. Why not go rob someone? Sun Yi exclaimed, glancing at his backpack and realizing he didn't have enough funds. After adding the gold coins borrowed from Zhanlang Wushuang earlier, he had only 34 gold pieces left, which was still quite short. Wushuang, I'm in urgent need, lend me another 20 gold. Sun Yi immediately sent a voice message to Zhanlang Wushuang. Send me your location and I'll bring it over. At the door of the crafting room. Sun Yi sent his location. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Less than 10 minutes later, Sun Yi saw Zhanlang Wushuang rushing over from a distance. After trading 20 gold to Sun Yi, Zhanlang Wushuang curiously asked, Nanfeng, you're not still planning to learn crafting, are you? Having more skills doesn't hurt. Learning an additional skill is always beneficial, right? I'm sorry I took up your leveling time. Here's a few courage scrolls, I'll give them to you. While speaking, Sun Yi traded some beginner courage scrolls to Zhanlang Wushuang, keeping only 10 for himself. Someone rushed to deliver gold coins to him, and it would be rude not to show any appreciation. Then I won't be polite. Zhanlang Wushuang accepted the courage scrolls without hesitation. I won't hold you back from leveling. See you later. Sun Yi quickly turned and entered the crafting room, painfully paying 50 gold to finally learn the crafting skill. Opening the crafting profession panel, he saw the entry-level skill Refine Ruby given by the system. Refine Ruby materials: Ruby 1, Catalyst 1, Enchantment Stone 1. Introduction: successful refinement grants 1 point of profession experience. Failure causes the materials to disappear. The catalyst and enchantment stones can be bought here, and although Sun Yi didn't have any rubies, he knew someone was selling them at a stall in the square. Rushing to the square at top speed, Sun Yi bought enough rubies at a high price and returned to the crafting room. He spent over 2,000 coins for more than 100 rubies. I hope this won't disappoint me, Sun Yi thought. Standing beside the crafting table, he began to refine the rubies. System prompt: you have started to refine rubies. System prompt: congratulations, you have successfully refined a ruby, gaining 1 point of profession experience. As time slowly passed, Sun Yi's crafting experience continued to rise. As he approached the threshold of becoming a junior crafting master, his mood became increasingly anxious. During this time, he had abandoned leveling and devoted all his energy to life professions, investing a significant amount of time and money based merely on his assumptions. Now, although he had achieved some accomplishments in life professions, his level had already been caught up by other players, and he hadn't managed to obtain good equipment to increase his income. Apart from receiving the life profession Holy Ring, he had basically gained nothing. Sun Yi's goals were far beyond just obtaining that Holy Ring. Finally, with a pleasant system prompt, Sun Yi's crafting master level rose to junior. System prompt: congratulations, you have become the first crafting master in Conquest, rewarded with the crafting Holy Ring. Crafting Holy Ring: after equipping crafting master profession, level 1, crafting experience doubled, crafting time, have chance of obtaining exceptional attribute items increased. The surprise of obtaining the 6th life profession Holy Ring had already made Sun Yi extremely excited, but even greater surprises were yet to come. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task Master of Life. You have been rewarded with the exclusive skill impartation 1/0 experience points, 1/0 reputation, and the 6 holy rings combined into the divine ring of creation. In a flash of light, Sun E's level rose to level 8. However, the greatest gain from this level up was not the level itself, but his gaze fixed on the exquisitely crafted ring. Divine Ring of Creation Artifact Introduction, an auxiliary artifact crafted by the deity of creation. Once worn, it increases auxiliary profession levels by 2, grants 5 profession experience, reduces manufacturing time by half, and increases the chance of producing top-quality attribute items by 30. Exclusive to Nanfeng, non-tradable and non-droppable. I'm rich. I'm going to be wealthy. Sun E clenched his fists upon seeing the attributes of the Divine Ring of Creation, trembling with excitement. His hard work had truly paid off. It was indeed a hidden task. With the Divine Ring of Creation in hand, Sun E felt more confident about making a name for himself in conquest. Upon seeing the introduction of the exclusive skill, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Impartation: with this skill, one can accept apprentices. At the beginner level, one can accept 10 apprentices, at the intermediate level 20 apprentices, at the advanced level 40 apprentices. One can impart the life skills learned to apprentices without being affected by the blueprints. Players receiving the imparted skills are not affected by profession levels, but crafting items does not increase professional experience, and when the master-apprentice relationship is dissolved, the imparted skills will disappear. I'm finally going to soar. Wei the eunuch, let's see how you can stop me. Seeing the introduction of this exclusive skill, Sun E couldn't help but laugh wildly, realizing the immense value of this skill, which was simply immeasurable. After putting on the Divine Ring of Creation, all 6 of Sun E's auxiliary profession levels reached advanced, meaning he could accept 70 apprentices. These apprentices did not need to actively raise their profession levels, nor did they need to spend money on blueprints. As long as Sun E learned the blueprints, he could impart them. With this skill, Sun E was eager to establish a studio, immediately recruit staff, and impart skills like backpack expansion and courage scrolls, after which wealth would come rolling in. Ding! Your online time has exceeded the limit. For your health, you will be forcibly logged off in 10 minutes. Looking at the time, Sun E realized he had been in the game for over 40 hours without a break, and the intense gaming session had indeed made him tired. Once the gaming helmet detects that a player's fatigue reaches a certain level, it will forcibly log the player off, a situation Sun E was aware of. I must get a gaming pod immediately. After calming his excitement, Sun E decided to get a gaming pod. With only 10 minutes left, he chose to log off directly. As soon as he took off the helmet and stood up, a wave of dizziness hit him, and his vision suddenly became slightly blurred. Quickly leaning against the wardrobe for support, he steadied himself. After a while, he felt better, but soon a growl from his stomach reminded him of his hunger, and he decided to go out and find something to eat. As he opened the door, a faint aroma wafted in. In the living room, he saw Lin Shi sitting at the dining table with a bowl of steaming noodles in front of her, untouched. Sun E almost forgot there was another tenant in the villa. Lin Shi looked up and caught sight of Sun E entering the living room just in time to hear a growl from his stomach. Lin Shi smiled lightly and said, "Let's eat together. I made a bit too much." Sun E appeared embarrassed and replied, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I can go out to eat instead." Lin Shi waved her hand generously and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. You treated me to a feast yesterday, and I see you have nothing prepared to eat, so just make do with a bit." "All right then, I won't be polite." Sun E, no longer hesitant, walked over. Lin's egg noodles were enhanced with some greens, and they smelled quite good and appeared to be a generous portion. Lin Shi served Sun E a bowl while asking, "Are you playing Conquest? You look quite tired. You haven't taken a break since the launch, have you?" Sun E knew he must look quite worn out and smiled. "Since yesterday, aside from moving, I've been busy in the game and haven't really rested. I just got forcibly logged off." "What about you? Are you also playing Conquest?" "Yes, Conquest is a great game. I am indeed playing, but you should pay attention to resting while gaming. You can't keep pushing your body like this." Lin Shi nodded, advising Sun E. Sun E sighed and replied, "It's not that I don't want to rest, but I aim to become a professional player. The game has just launched, and there's no time to rest." "You want to become a professional player? Are you an experienced player?" Lin Shi looked at Sun E with some surprise. Sun E shook his head and smiled. I'm just a novice player. I rarely played games before, but I just graduated and faced challenges finding a job. I intended to relax in the game, but found considerable business opportunities, which is why I decided to become a professional player." Becoming a professional player is not an easy task. Although there are many opportunities in Conquest, numerous guilds and studios are flooding in, and many groups are entering as well. The competition will be extremely fierce, and the pressure on ordinary solo professional players and small studios will be significant. You won't see it at the start, but it will get increasingly difficult, so think carefully. Lin Shi looked at Sun E and said, "I've already thought it through. By the way, what do you do?" Sun E curiously glanced at Lin Shi. "I am currently unemployed, though I haven't decided what to do next. Lin Shi replied. Sun Yi's mind stirred, and he asked, you seem to know a lot about games. I've played some games before, so I do have some understanding of them, Lin Shi said lightly. I happen to plan to establish a studio. If you don't mind, how about joining mine? You can rest assured, although my studio hasn't been established yet, I believe that once you join you will not regret it, Sun Yi said confidently. Cough cough. Lin Shi nearly choked at Sun Yi's invitation to join his studio, then looked up at him with a strange expression. Seeing the clarity in Sun Yi's eyes, Lin Shi concluded he probably didn't know her identity, so she thought for a moment and said, let me think about it. All right, take your time. I'm going to prepare to order a gaming pod now. Sun Yi wasn't urgently trying to invite Lin Shi. He simply wanted to offer Lin Shi a job opportunity while living under the same roof, and if Lin Shi joined the studio, he wouldn't have to think about moving out. Living with someone unrelated would feel a bit awkward. Moreover, Sun Yi believed his studio had great potential, and once Lin Shi joined and got to know it, she would surely be satisfied. Then while eating noodles, they discussed game issues, and Lin Shi asked Sun Yi several questions about his plans as a professional player. After finishing the noodles, Sun Yi proactively cleaned up everything, then left with some documents. Gaming pods, also known as nutrition pods, start at a minimum price of 1 million. With Sun Yi's current finances, even the cheapest pod was beyond his reach, so he had to secure a loan before ordering one. Typically, it's nearly impossible for a newly graduated university student to get a loan of 1 million unless they have connections. Sun Yi's circumstances weren't great and he had no connections, but he knew an executive at the local bank and had saved that executive's life, so he called to inquire, and the person said it could be arranged. Excitedly, Sun Yi took the documents to the nearest branch to the school and found the vice president, Zhou Xing, who he had saved. Zhou Xing was a middle-aged man, nearing 40, slightly plump, and appeared quite friendly. A year ago, Sun Yi had coincidentally saved Zhou Xing from drowning, leading to their acquaintance. In the bank lobby, Zhou Xing smiled at Sun Yi and said, Xiao Sun, although you just graduated, I believe in you. However, starting a business as a newly graduated student will encounter many issues. If you face problems you can't solve, feel free to call me, and I will help you as much as I can. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. You've already helped me a lot. If it weren't for your credit guarantee for my loan, I wouldn't know where to find this loan, Sun Yi smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I will repay the loan as soon as possible and will not let you be in a tough spot, Sun Yi assured. Things seemed to be going smoothly, but unexpected troubles arrived uninvited as an annoying voice suddenly came from behind Sun Yi. Oh, I thought I recognized you, but I didn't expect it to really be our highest talented Sun Yi. Upon hearing the annoying voice, Sun Yi's face darkened. He didn't need to turn around to know it was Wei the eunuch. Turning around, he indeed saw Wei the eunuch approaching with a group of people. Among them were a few familiar faces to Sun Yi. Wang Yang and Zhou Xing, Sun Yi's dorm mates, were among them, both wearing proud expressions as they looked at Sun Yi. In front of them was Wei Xian with an arrogant expression, and beside him was Sun Yi's ex-girlfriend Ma Nuo, whose gaze towards Sun Yi was slightly evasive. Sun Yi merely glanced at them indifferently, as if they were strangers. He had already experienced the strength of Wei Xian's influence. With his own strength, he knew he couldn't contend with him, so he planned to ignore him. However, Wei Xian clearly wasn't ready to let Sun Yi off the hook. He turned to Zhou Xing and asked, Vice President Zhou, what is he here for? Zhou Xing, naturally knowing Wei Xian and his background, hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly, Mr. Sun is here to discuss a loan for his startup. Ha ha ha, so it's for a loan. But he's just a freshly graduated student without a job. This loan is too risky. I think he should just forget about it, Wei Xian said with a smile. Sun Yi's heart sank as he saw Zhou Xing's hesitant expression, and with the change in how Zhou Xing addressed him, he realized today's matter was likely to fall through. Sure enough, Zhou Xing looked apologetically at Sun Yi and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun, the bank cannot grant you this loan. You will have to find another way. Zhou Xing's words sent Sun Yi's heart plummeting into the abyss. With Wei Xian present, there was no possibility, today or ever, of securing the loan. Wei Xian gazed at Sun Yi with mocking amusement and said, Oh, what a pity. Such a promising deal has fallen through. Sun Yi, the esteemed scholar, why not let me help you instead? But you must beg me. Only if you kneel and plead will I lift a finger. What do you say? Sun Yi rose to his feet, confronting Wei Xian with eyes as cold and sharp as frozen steel. Beg you? What are you, even worthy of such a request? Wei Xian's expression darkened instantly. His frigid gaze locked onto Sun Yi as he spoke in a voice like glacial wind. Sun Yi, do you recall what I told you? I said you'd crawl to me like a dog. Sun Yi swept a look of utter disdain across the group before him and replied, Do you truly believe everyone would willingly become your dog? You wretch, who are you calling a dog? Wang Yang roared from beside Wei Xian, the others' faces twisted with fury. Sun Yi's words had clearly struck home. Whoever barks loudest is the dog. With that, Sun Yi brushed dust from his sleeve and strode toward the bank's entrance. With all hope extinguished, lingering here was futile. He would have to find another way to raise funds for the gaming pod. Yet barely a few steps out, Wei Xian's triumphant voice rang out once more. Sun Yi, I hear your best friend Zhang Bo's family has gone bankrupt, drowning in debt, and his father is hospitalized. How utterly tragic. Sun Yi whirled around, his gaze piercing and lethal, locking onto Wei Xian as a wave of murderous intent surged from his very being. Was it you? He ground the words out between clenched teeth. Wei Xian spread his hands wide and pouted playfully. Who told him to be so obstinate? Refusing to sever ties with you was his fatal mistake. I merely lifted a finger, and just like that their world collapsed. Their house is already slated for auction, and his father's medical bills unpaid. Truly heartbreaking. So, will you beg for him? Perhaps then I'll show mercy and spare you both. Wei Xian watched Sun Yi with smug, unshakable confidence, as though victory were already his. Sun Yi remained silent, his stare unwavering and glacial, radiating a killing intent so fierce he longed, right then, to snap Wei Xian's neck barehanded. Yet he did nothing. Instead, he turned on his heel and walked straight out of the bank. In Wei Xian's eyes, he was nothing but an insect, crushed beneath a boot for sport, humiliated only for the pleasure of watching him kneel. Sun Yi knew full well that even if he knelt and begged, Wei Xian would never relent. As for empty threats, they were merely the impotent rage of a powerless man. Ignoring the jeers echoing behind him, Sun Yi stepped out of the bank. He paused briefly to glance back, his face calm, yet within him fury burned hotter than ever before. Before this, though Wei Xian had repeatedly targeted him, Sun Yi had harbored no burning desire for vengeance. Now, everything had changed. Inwardly, he swore an oath, by any means necessary Wei Xian would pay a devastating price. Even knowing the man's influence ran deep, Sun Yi would sacrifice everything. Without hesitation, without regret. Heavy-hearted, he returned home, drank a glass of water to steady himself, and decided, without delay, to call Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo's voice answered almost immediately. Old E, why call again? I told you not to worry. Everything's fine here. Things will improve soon. Hearing Zhang Bo's forced lightness over the line only deepened Sun Yi's guilt. I'm sorry, Zhang Bo. It's my fault you're suffering. I heard everything from Wei Taijian himself, the hand he played, the ruin he wrought. If not for me, your family would never have fallen like this. What nonsense are you spouting, oldie? It wasn't you who destroyed us. It was that despicable Wei Taijian. Why apologize? I refuse your apology. Remember, we're brothers. Sun Yi clenched his fist until his knuckles whitened. Exactly. Brothers. And since Wei Taijian refuses to leave us be, let him pay the price. Oldie, don't do anything reckless. Zhang Bo suddenly sounded anxious, urging caution. Sun Yi understood his friend's fear and shook his head. Don't worry, I'll use legitimate means. I'm launching a studio. Arrange things on your end. I'll need you here tomorrow. We begin our move. A studio? What kind of studio? Zhang Bo asked, puzzled. Here's the thing. I just completed a hidden quest in Conquest, earning a supreme auxiliary artifact and a uniquely powerful auxiliary skill. Sun Yi then recounted his in-game experiences in meticulous detail, even revealing his suspicion that his luck stat was tenfold that of ordinary players. Though these were deeply personal secrets, he saw no reason to conceal them from Zhang Bo. Zhang Bo, a veteran gamer, was left utterly stunned. He'd never imagined Sun Yi's in-game life held such extraordinary depth or such staggering fortune. Fully aware of the incalculable value of the divine creation ring and its bestowed skill, Zhang Bo accepted without hesitation. I'll sort things out here. I'll be there tomorrow. Good. I'll prepare as well. Sun Yi nodded and ended the call. Is it true? You obtained a divine artifact and a god-tier skill in Conquest. No sooner had Sun Yi hung up than Lin Shi's voice came from behind. He turned to see her standing at the kitchen doorway, still wearing her oversized black-rimmed glasses, holding a steaming cup of tea. Sun Yi blinked in surprise. He hadn't realized she was there. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Lin Shi offered, apologetic. It's fine. It's no great secret. Yes, I acquired a supreme auxiliary artifact, and while the skill has no formal rank, in my estimation it rivals god-tier abilities. So what do you say? Consider joining our studio. During their earlier noodle dinner, Sun Yi had sensed Lin Shi's profound game knowledge, and inviting her aboard promised immense advantages. Moreover, living under the same roof made her exclusion awkward, especially now that Zhang Bo was coming too. It only made sense to bring Lin Shi into the fold. All right, I'll join. Lin Shi nodded, earnest and decisive. In truth, Lin Shi would never have considered joining Sun Yi's studio before this conversation. She'd spoken with him and knew he was a complete novice, hardly a viable candidate for professional gaming, let alone founding a studio, an outright fantasy. Yet Sun Yi's unprecedented in-game boon, an auxiliary artifact and a god-tier skill, had shattered her assumptions. She fully grasped their staggering worth. Overjoyed by Lin Shi's acceptance, Sun Yi exclaimed, Welcome aboard our studio. Excellent. Let's discuss our plans. Tell me your full vision. Lin Shi settled into a chair. Sun Yi sat as well and began. First, we'll order gaming pods. Core team members must secure sufficient playtime. No one can afford to fall behind. Second, we'll recruit swiftly. My initial plan is to partner with disability associations, hiring individuals with disabilities. Not only does this support employment and alleviate hardship, but I trust their dedication and work ethic implicitly. How much capital do you have right now? And how many pods do you intend to order? Lin Shi asked abruptly. Sun Yi scratched his head sheepishly. Only a few 100,000 yuan, earned recently in-game. But I plan to use the artifact and skill as collateral. That should secure enough funding. Lin Shi studied the young man before her with an odd, unreadable expression. To launch a studio with virtually nothing, yet dare imagine such leverage, was audacious. Yet, given his absurdly potent artifact and skill stats, collateral would indeed attract serious backing. She sipped her tea and advised calmly. I urge you to hold off, for now. Neither the artifact nor the skill should be exposed prematurely. Don't you have formidable enemies? But these are purely in-game assets. Surely they pose no real-world risk. Sun Yi asked, perplexed. Lin Shi fixed him with a penetrating look. Never underestimate society's complexity, or overestimate human nature. Once your enemy learns of your advantage, countless avenues exist to sabotage you. Surely not. Sun Yi murmured, unconvinced. For instance, hiring thugs to cut your internet or power supply, or assaulting you until you're hospitalized, unable to log in, or kidnapping your family or friends to force you to delete your account. Lin Shi spoke with quiet detachment, yet Sun Yi's face grew steadily grimmer. Her words ignited a sharp, chilling sense of peril within him. But if I don't use the artifact as collateral, raising sufficient funds won't be easy, especially now that bank loans are completely blocked. Sun Yi looked troubled. Then let me fund the studio. I'll invest 100 million yuan for 30% equity. That eliminates your need to seek outside financing. Sun Yi froze, staring at the young woman across from him, unassuming in appearance, seemingly close to his own age, yet casually proposing 100 million yuan investment. Doubting me? Lin Shi asked, meeting his gaze. It's just overwhelming. Are you absolutely certain? 100 million. Sun Yi inhaled deeply to confirm. Yes, 100 million. A modest goal, really. Sun Yi exhaled slowly, awestruck. This quietly composed girl was beyond doubt a billionaire heiress. Her humility astonishing, her wealth unimaginable. Very well, I accept your investment. But 30% is far too little. Let's make it 50-50. I won't take advantage of your generosity. Most people fight tooth and nail for greater equity, yet you're handing it away. Still, I neither exploit nor suffer loss. 30% is fair, and you needn't carry guilt over it. Understood, I'll follow your lead. So what's our next step? Sun Yi set aside further debate and accepted Lin Shi's terms without reservation. Next, Sun Yi talked with Lin Shi for a full 3 hours. He had already known that Lin Shi was well-versed in games, but through this conversation, he realized that he had underestimated her. Originally, Sun Yi had a simple plan for the studio in his mind, but after talking with Lin Shi, he found how ridiculous his plan was. He secretly rejoiced at Lin Zai's joining the studio. With her on board, the studio could be established quickly without him having to worry much. After conversing with Sun Yi, Lin Shi gained a more detailed understanding of him. She also learned that his enemy was Wei Xian, who was the master of the Aoshi Guild. Although a bit surprised, Lin Shi did not seem overly concerned. Sun Yi was very curious as to why she remained so calm upon hearing that her enemy was Wei Xian. The game company was highly efficient. Soon the game pods that were ordered arrived, for in total one of which was prepared for Zhang Bo, while another, according to Lin Shi, was for her upcoming friend. The game pod has been installed. Let's wrap up our chat for today. For now, leave the studio matters to me. Focus on the game to quickly improve your strength. Other matters can wait until we've arranged everything and recruited the necessary personnel. All right, then I'll trouble you next. No trouble at all. Oh, don't forget, I'm also a shareholder in the studio, Lin Shi said with a smile. Okay, I'm going online now. Returning to his room, Sun Yi looked at the high-tech game pod beside him, ecstatic and unable to wait to lie down inside. Soon Sun Yi logged into the game. After moving around a bit and sensing the changes within himself, he felt the changes were not significant, but he did feel less fatigued. After checking his status, he had just leveled up to level 8 and allocated the free points awarded by the system to agility, feeling his body become more nimble. Looking at his attributes, he saw significant improvement, but recalling the battle with the Aoshi Guild, Sun Yi still felt he wasn't strong enough. Suddenly, Sun Yi's expression changed. After completing a task he hadn't had the chance to try crafting yet, he thought he should experience just how great his crafting skills were, especially since he had very few courage scrolls left. Looking at the materials in his backpack, he realized he was running low on beginner spirit stones, and he was nearly out of money, having spent it all without being able to craft much. Bringing all his materials, he arrived at the alchemy crafting room, found a crafting station, and began crafting. The system prompted, "You have started crafting a beginner courage scroll." A progress bar appeared before Sun E indicating 5 seconds. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a mutated beginner courage scroll. A mutated beginner courage scroll. Sun E curiously clicked to check it out, and he was immediately filled with wild joy. Mutated beginner courage scroll increases attack speed by 20 for 10 minutes after use. The mutated beginner courage scroll had double the attribute enhancement of an ordinary beginner courage scroll, making it an incredible tool for leveling up. Sun E continued crafting while browsing the forum. At this time, the forum content had become much richer, with countless users posting articles and many players sharing their own or others' battle videos. Especially the top players on the leaderboard, who drew everyone's attention. They were like celebrities, often surrounded by followers who posted their battle videos online. Sun E clicked on a battle video of a swordsman player ranked on the leaderboard. This swordsman, named Feng Qingyang, was ranked 21st and was much stronger than the Feng Yunjian he had seen before. He saw Feng Qingyang already at level 8, wielding a longsword, effortlessly dealing with a pack of gray wolves. Sun E was captivated by his combat skills. With just a glance, he watched as Feng Qingyang skillfully dodged the attacks of the wolves with agile movements and exquisite maneuvers, countering and taking down one gray wolf after another. So strong. Sun E felt a bit shocked. Although he could hold his ground against a few gray wolves, it was primarily due to his high-level equipment. Moreover, he had previously only been able to withstand a few gray wolves' attacks without the ease and finesse of Feng Qingyang. He clearly sensed that Feng Qingyang's level of skill was far beyond his own, often completely avoiding the attacks of the wolves, showcasing a much higher level of finesse. My skill level still needs to improve. Realizing the gap between himself and these players, Sun E urgently wanted to enhance his skills. He knew that even if he leveled up significantly, he still couldn't match Feng Qingyang's prowess. After watching Feng Qingyang's battle video dozens of times, Sun E gained a lot from it. Next, he found some swordsman's battle videos to watch closely, adopting a learning attitude as he repeatedly watched these battles, as if each video could help him grow. Sun E was pleased with his gains. After watching the swordsman's videos, he didn't leave the forum immediately, but continued to watch battle videos of players from other classes. It wasn't only the swordsman's battle videos that could be learned from, there was also experience to be gained from the battle videos of other classes. Time passed quietly, and his materials were completely used up, yet Sun E did not leave the forum. After contacting Zhanlang Wushuang, he continued to immerse himself in the forum. On the forum, he saw the #1 ranked mage on the leaderboard, Yun Xiao. The president of this peak guild demonstrated extraordinary talent upon entering the game, with ordinary magic exhibiting remarkably powerful effects in his hands. After watching his battle video, Sun E could only say that Yun Xiao was incredibly strong, frighteningly so, and his equipment was also excellent. He felt it was not inferior to his own. Moreover, Yun Xiao had numerous magical skills combined with his exceptional level of skill. Sun E felt that if he faced Yun Xiao at the same level, he would definitely be crushed. After watching a few battle videos of elite players on the leaderboard, Sun E became even more certain of the gap between him and these players, but he did not feel discouraged. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. Being human, if others could be so strong, he too could become just as strong. He only exited the forum when Zhanlang Wushuang arrived. "How many have you made?" Zhanlang Wushuang looked at Sun E eagerly. He had just heard that Sun E wanted him to come over to collect the beginner courage scrolls, and without a second thought, he left his leveling companions. After using the beginner courage scrolls made by Sun E, their leveling efficiency had noticeably improved. Only those who had used it truly understood how good it was. "You can have the 100 I made today for free, but if you want more later, you'll need to pay. The money I owe you can be deducted with beginner courage scrolls, and I also need your guild to provide materials for crafting the scrolls." "No problem, but you need to make a bit more in the future," Zhanlang Wushuang agreed generously. The two then finalized the prices for the scrolls and materials, and Sun E secured a big deal, feeling quite pleased. The beginner courage scrolls were priced at 2 silver coins each. Given Sun E's crafting speed, he could produce 1440 scrolls in an hour, totaling to 28 gold. With the current exchange rate of 1 gold to 200 renminbi, that meant earning 5,760 per hour, and after deducting all costs, he could still net 5,000, which was simply exorbitant. Sun E even had the thought of staying in the alchemy crafting room indefinitely, but he lacked materials at the moment and couldn't keep crafting beginner courage scrolls. Moreover, as the game progressed, other beginner courage scrolls would soon appear on the market and prices would surely drop. Sun E also knew he couldn't spend all his energy on his life profession. He had to level up to strengthen himself. "I'll go level up now, and later you'll find someone to bring the materials to you." "Okay, let's have a pleasant cooperation." After parting ways with Zhanlang Wushuang, Sun E stocked up on some battle supplies and headed towards the Bat Cave, which was his primary target. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Bat Cave, he saw that there were already other players present, quite a number of them, though most seemed to be in groups. Many players seeing Sun E alone showed curious expressions. The news about the Bat Cave dropping blood-sucking gear had already spread on the forum, attracting many players to level up here. Unfortunately, these blood-sucking bats traveled in packs, and with their powerful skills, ordinary solo players found it very difficult to level up here. Many players gave up after being killed and returned. Only some group players dared to level up here. Sun E ignored the surprised looks from others and directly entered the Bat Cave. Another fool thinking he can solo the Bat Cave. Some people just don't learn until they get hurt and don't realize the dangers of the Bat Cave. I bet he won't last a minute. A group of people watched Sun E's back, not warning him, but instead they looked on with interest. Do you feel like this person looks a bit familiar? Suddenly one player said thoughtfully, now that you mention it, I do feel like I've seen him somewhere. Another player also showed a pondering expression. Suddenly a player not far away scoffed, saying, don't you guys know his name? That's Nanfeng, the man who single-handedly challenged the mighty Wang Chao and the Aoshi Guild. How can some of you call him a fool? You should be the one to be called foolish. In reality, Sun E had already been recognized by the time he arrived. Although he had been quiet for a while due to completing hidden quests, many still remembered his astonishing feats of challenging 2 major guilds. So it's him, no wonder he dares to solo the Bat Cave. If it's him, he might not have any problems soloing the Bat Cave. Unbeknownst to Sun E, who was already inside the Bat Cave, he saw that there were indeed many group players leveling up. However, these players mostly stayed near the outskirts as there were too many blood-sucking bats, and even in groups, they didn't dare venture too deep. Suddenly Sun E spotted a team, and with a glint in his eyes walked directly over. Ahead stood a group of players bearing the prefix Aoshi, all high-level, clearly elite members of the Aoshi Guild. Previously, Sun E would have ignored any Aoshi Guild players he encountered, but after meeting Wei Xian at the bank, he had already resolved his course. Moreover, his conversation with Lin, she had further clarified his path forward. Who are you? Get lost. This is Aoshi Guild territory. One of the Aoshi Guild players glanced disdainfully at Sun E as he approached, then barked a loud command, utterly disregarding him. They had claimed an exceptional grinding spot, one offering strong terrain advantage and highly efficient monster farming seized forcibly from others. Others who later attempted to farm here were driven away. The Aoshi Guild had grown accustomed to dominance, so few dared challenge them, and mere shouts were often enough to scatter intruders. But this time they faced Sun E. With sudden acceleration, he closed the distance in an instant, and without hesitation unleashed blade storm. A whirlwind of razor-edged blades surged forth, engulfing several opponents at once. Damn! Ambush! Dare you attack Aoshi Guild members? You're signing your death warrant. Kill him. The Aoshi Guild players erupted in fury, unbelieving that anyone would dare strike them here, only to be stunned moments later. My HP is plummeting. No, it's Nanfeng. At first they paid little heed to his name, but recognition struck swiftly. Though the Aoshi Guild ruled this starter village with an iron fist, they had suffered a crushing defeat at Sun Yi's hands before, so nearly every Aoshi member knew him by reputation. Today all of you will die. Recalling Zhang Bo's family tragedy, Sun Yi's heart burned with incandescent rage, and he channeled every ounce of it into the foes before him. These elite Aoshi players were indeed formidable, yet torn between fending off bloodbats and confronting Sun E, they could mount no effective defense. Sun Yi's damage output was overwhelming. The 2 priests fell within seconds, followed by 3 mages and 2 archers. Knowing priests anchored the team's survivability, Sun E targeted them first. Once eliminated, he turned ruthlessly upon the fleeing ranged combatants. The melee fighters held the front line against the bloodbats, but without priestly healing they crumbled under relentless assault. Even untouched by Sun E, their endurance was fleeting. The 5 ranged combatants, witnessing Sun Yi's terrifying prowess, instinctively fled, yet he granted them no escape. Crescent/rage strike and blood drain exploded from his blade with devastating force, each Aoshi elite falling one by one. Nanfeng, you truly seek eternal enmity with the Aoshi Guild. The last mage captain of the squad whirled around, eyes blazing with venom upon realizing flight was futile. Sun E curled his lip in contempt. Eternal enmity. Do you truly believe you merit such a vow? Don't think yourself invincible, Nanfeng. Cross us, and Zhengzhan will hold no sanctuary for you. Is that so? Then let me test it. With those words, Sun E lunged. 3 precise strikes ended the mage. Turning back, he saw the melee fighters already swallowed by the swarm of bloodbats. From first sight to final victory, less than 2 minutes elapsed. 10 elite Aoshi Guild players lay defeated. Nearby players mid-grind watched in stunned silence. Incredible, he utterly crushed Aoshi's elites. Indeed, look how little HP he lost. No wonder he dares grind here alone. Humph. They brought it upon themselves. Arrogance like theirs always invites retribution. To defy the Aoshi Guild outright. That takes audacity. But having earned their wrath, his future in Jingzhan will be perilous. Sun E cast a calm, detached glance toward the distant grinders, then collected his spoils. Fortune favored him. Among the drops was a blood-draining necklace, a far rarer find than any loot from bloodbaths. Having dispatched the Aoshi players, Sun E advanced deeper into the cavern, his target the level 10 demon bats nesting in its innermost reaches. Other players watched him vanish into the bat cave's depths with wistful awe. Even in parties, none dared venture so deep. At the starter village's resurrection point, several Aoshi guild members emerged, faces dark with fury. That bastard Nanfeng. We swear eternal war against him. The captain roared. Captain, what now? Shall we simply let this pass? Another Aoshi player asked. A glint of cold malice flashed in the captain's eyes as he replied, voice icy. Let it pass. Not a chance. After grinding that necklace for hours, stolen by that scoundrel, he will pay. As he spoke, the mage dialed Ao Shur Shah's comms channel. What is it? Came the calm, measured reply. Brother Ao Shur, our squad was just slaughtered, and the blood-draining necklace we'd painstakingly farmed was looted. You must avenge us. What? Who dared do this? Did he not know you bore the Aoshi name? Or was this the work of another guild? Ao Shur Shah seethed. To slay Aoshi members was sheer lawlessness, though Nanfeng admittedly was an exception. It was Nanfeng. He's inside the bat cave right now, and attacked us on sight. We stood no chance. Damn it, him again. Is he alone? Ao Shur Shah demanded, voice thick with rage. Entirely alone, yet already level 8 with extraordinary offense and defense. We were outmatched utterly. Humph. What does level matter? What does power matter? Last time he slipped away, but not this time. Rally everyone at the bat cave entrance. I want him dead. Ao Shur Shah's voice turned glacial. Understood. I'll summon them immediately. Within moments, the order echoed across the village. The entire starter zone trembled with anticipation. The Aoshi Guild already commanded roughly 1,000 members here. A mass mobilization of unprecedented scale, instantly drawing every player's gaze. What happened? Why are so many players from the Ao Shur Guild gathering? Are they going to fight a boss? Someone asked curiously upon seeing the assembled Ao Shur Guild players. Probably there must be a significant operation. Could it be a team battle? If it really is a team battle, then it will be interesting. Looking at the gathered Ao Shur Guild players, everyone began to speculate, while the Xiongba Guild and the Zhanlang Guild received the news immediately. The two guilds quickly began to inquire. If it really is a boss fight, they definitely want to get involved, but soon both guilds received confirmed news. At a leveling spot south of the novice village, Xiongba Kindergarten was leading a group of guild players in leveling up when one of his subordinates quickly called him. Have you found out? Xiongba Kindergarten said lightly. We've found out. It is said that players from the Ao Shur Guild were killed by Nanfeng in the Batcave, and Ao Shur Shah is preparing to take people for revenge. Hearing the results of his subordinate's investigation, a flash of cold light crossed Xiongba Kindergarten's eyes. That bastard Nanfeng again. Xiongba Kindergarten hated Sun E deeply. It was precisely because he suffered losses under Sun E that Xiongba Guild's influence in this novice village was insufficient, developing much slower than Zhanlang Guild. Because of the slow development, he had already been criticized by the higher-ups. He wished to tear Sun E into pieces, so while leveling he also arranged for people to search for Sun E's whereabouts. But Sun E was busy with quests and had not been found. Now that there was news of Sun E, he certainly wouldn't let it go. He immediately ordered, notify our people to gather at the Bat Cave. Zhanlang Wushuang was leveling up frantically with a group of players. With the Junior Courage Scroll and Backpack Expansion Scroll provided by Sun E, the elite players of their guild had developed very well, leaving the Ao Shur Guild and Xiongba Guild far behind. Hearing that Ao Shur Guild's players were gathering, he immediately arranged for someone to investigate. Competition among the major guilds was a norm, and they must always be ready for battle. He did not dare to be careless. Soon the investigation by his subordinate yielded results. Tisk Nanfeng is really restless. The grudge is quite large. Zhanlang Wushuang couldn't help but admire Sun E. This was going to be a fight to the end with the Ao Shur Guild. Captain Wushuang, should we go support Nanfeng? A nearby player from Zhanlang Guild asked. The players from Zhanlang Guild felt grateful to Sun E because they had bought some equipment and scrolls from him. Zhanlang Wushuang thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, as I said, there's no need to oppose the Ao Shur and Xiongba people. Although Nanfeng is a rare talent for the development of the guild, it is unwise for us to get involved. Zhanlang Wushuang had a very favorable view of Sun E's life skills. At this time, he could produce Junior Courage Scrolls and Junior Backpack Expansion Scrolls, indicating he had encountered a fortuitous event in his life profession. However, he had already seen that Sun Yi's enmity with the Ao Shi Guild and Xiongba was too deep to resolve. In his opinion, Sun Yi could at most gain some advantages in the early game, but would soon be dealt with by the two major guilds. Zhanlang Wushuang clearly understood the strength and modus operandi of the Ao Shi Guild and Xiongba Guild. Sun Yi's most likely outcome was to join either the Ao Shi or Xiongba Guild, or to completely delete his account. Moreover, Zhanlang Wushuang had watched Sun Yi's battle videos. He was merely a novice-level player in terms of operations and did not need to place too much importance on him. After thinking for a moment, Zhanlang Wushuang decided to inform Sun Yi. Sun Yi, who was advancing in the Bat Cave, received a communication request from Zhanlang Wushuang. "Are you still leveling in the Bat Cave, Nanfeng?" Zhanlang Wushuang asked. "Brother Wushuang's news is indeed very timely. Is there something going on?" It's not that my news is timely, but that you are too eye-catching. It is estimated that soon most players in this novice village will know your whereabouts. I received news that players from the Ao Shi Guild are gathering and preparing to find you for revenge. Zhanlang Wushuang said with a smile. "They are going to cause trouble again, then I must treat them well." A glint of sharp light flashed in Sun Yi's eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, showing no signs of worry. Zhanlang Wushuang was taken aback and asked, "Aren't you afraid of them? I heard that the Ao Shi Guild has gathered more than 1,000 people this time. I advise you to avoid the limelight for now." Sun Yi looked around the environment and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Wushuang. I know my limits." "All right, then be careful." Zhanlang Wushuang ended the communication, a puzzled expression on his face. "Captain Wushuang, did Nanfeng ask you for help?" a nearby player from Zhanlang Guild asked. Zhanlang Wushuang shook his head in confusion, saying, "No." Listening to his tone, it seems he is not worried at all. Does he have some sort of reliance? In reality, Sun Yi did have a reliance. In terms of understanding the Bat Cave, no one in the entire novice village could compare to him. If it were anywhere else, he would have a hard time dealing with it. But here in the Bat Cave, having more people doesn't necessarily bring advantages. Since the Ao Shi Guild wants to seek revenge on him, then let them bear the brunt of his anger. Focusing his attention on the blood-sucking bats in front of him, Sun Yi continued to advance. These ordinary blood-sucking bats outside didn't put much pressure on Sun Yi. They were almost crushed as he passed through. After a while, Sun Yi finally stepped into the cave. Similar to what he had seen before, the cave was enormous, and the mutated blood-sucking bats beside the pond had respawned. However, Sun Yi's gaze was not on them, but rather aimed deep into the cave at those caverns. After clearing the obstructing blood-sucking bats, Sun Yi arrived outside the nearest cave. He saw that this cave was quite large, with a cold wind blowing out from it, making one feel uncomfortable. As soon as Sun Yi approached the cave entrance, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes, and then a shadow pounced out, while a cold light streaked past Sun Yi. Suddenly, Sun Yi's health bar dropped sharply, and a poisoning notification appeared in the system. System notification: you have been poisoned by the demon's blood poison, losing 30 health points per second, lasting for 20 seconds. So strong. The first impression this monster gave Sun Yi was that it was incredibly powerful. Even with his own defense, he received 170 points of damage. An ordinary player would fare much worse. Moreover, this demon's blood poison was also very terrifying. Not only did it drain health quickly, but it also lasted a long time. Even the most resilient metal classes would find it difficult to withstand unless a priest was present to heal. Sun Yi didn't have a priest to help him heal. He could only rely on himself. Without hesitation, he swallowed a bottle of high-grade healing potion, instantly restoring his status. Battle stance. Attack power increased by 10. The mutated Junior Courage Scroll is activated. Attack speed increased by 20. In an instant, Sun Yi felt a surge of power throughout his body. His fighting spirit erupted, and a series of sword lights enveloped the demon bat in front of him. The damage inflicted by the demon bat on Sun Yi was not insignificant. Currently, most players of Sun Yi's level were likely dealing less than 50 points of damage to the demon bat, which was far too little compared to its health. With a screech, the demon bat struck out with its claws, directly reducing Sun Yi's health by 200, causing his health bar to drop sharply. Such a rapid attack speed. Sun Yi felt a surge of dread in his heart. The monsters he had encountered before would generally pause for a while after each attack, appearing rather mechanical. But this demon bat was entirely different, with a high attack frequency. He had only attacked the demon bat 6 times when the bat launched its second attack. It's worth noting that Sun Yi was currently wielding dual weapons, and his gloves had increased his attack speed along with the use of a mutated primary courage scroll, making his attack speed exceedingly fast. Vampiric Slash. He hurriedly executed a Vampiric Slash, combining the skill's Vampiric effect with the effect from his accessories, barely restoring a few dozen points of health. However, it was still not enough. After a normal attack, he unleashed a Vampiric Wave. This was also a vampiric skill, but as an area of attack, its healing effect was only effective when facing multiple foes. But at this point, Sun Yi could not afford to be choosy. Seeing his health restored to over half, he let out a reluctant sigh of relief, though it was still not safe, and he continued to attack with utmost speed. Soon the demon bat's attack appeared before Sun E again. He concentrated all his spirit and hurriedly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the demon bat's attack speed was too swift. He failed to dodge successfully, and his health plummeted. Looking at his health, Sun E felt immense pressure. The effect of the high-level healing potion lasted only 10 seconds, while the effect of the demon's blood poison would last for 20 seconds. If he could not quickly deal with the demon bat, it would be extremely dangerous. The only way now was to continue attacking with all his might. Another string of attacks landed on the demon bat, and the vampiric effect provided Sun E with some comfort, though the effect was not very noticeable and his health remained below half. Soon the demon bat's attack came again, and this time Sun E used his block to nullify the bat strike. After blocking, Sun E unleashed a full-scale attack utilizing almost all the skills at his disposal, and the demon bat's health began to drop rapidly. Seeing both the demon bat's health and his own, Sun E's expression grew grave. Even he dared not claim he could definitely defeat the demon bat. He could only see a glimmer of hope for victory. Finally, the demon bat's health reached 0. Just as victory seemed within reach and Sun E prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, the demon bat let out a sudden screech. The unpleasant sound pierced Sun E's ears, causing him to freeze in place. System prompt: you have been hit by the demon bat's sonic attack, immobilized for 0.5 seconds. It was actually a skill attack completely beyond Sun E's expectations. Although the immobilization time was not long, it was enough for the demon bat to attack. With a swipe of its claw, a massive damage number appeared above Sun E's head, and his health was left with only 1/5. If he continued to be hit by the demon bat, he would likely face instant death. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Sun E, and at this critical moment his spirit became highly focused, and he continued to attack with his dual weapons. He hoped to eliminate the demon bat before its next attack came. However, time was still a bit short. Just as the demon bat's health was reduced to a sliver, it screeched and struck out with its claws. As the attack approached, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within Sun E. He instinctively twisted to the right and dodged with all his might to evade the demon bat's strike. Miss? A miraculous scene unfolded. He actually dodged the demon bat's attack. Without time to enjoy the feeling of survival, Sun E swung his long sword and took away the last of the demon bat's health. Ding! Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 experience. Looking at the corpse of the demon bat, Sun E finally let out a sigh of relief. He had almost died at the hands of the demon bat. However, despite the danger, the rewards were substantial. 3,000 experience, and there was a shimmering light beneath the demon bat. Sun E picked up a necklace. Upon checking its attributes, he couldn't help but smile. Demon necklace, bronze, strength 5, vampirism 6, health 100, required level 8. The attributes of the demon necklace were far superior to the bat necklace he wore, especially the vampiric effect that he liked most, which had doubled and directly increased his health by 100. Most importantly, a level 10 monster had dropped an item for a level 8, clearly catered to him. Without hesitation, he equipped it. His health limit increased, and Sun E felt a bit more secure. In addition to the equipment, the demon bat also dropped a gold coin. Collecting the demon bat's corpse also yielded a crafting material called demon blood crystal, resulting in a very bountiful harvest. Indeed, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. The demon bat actually dropped a bronze-level vampiric accessory. If it were to drop a full set, just thinking about the vampiric effect was thrilling. He did not immediately seek out the next demon bat, but instead sat down to rest, waiting for his skill cooldowns to finish completely before heading to another bat cave. Upon reaching the entrance of this cave, Sun E suddenly stepped forward, then abruptly retreated at high speed. A shadow suddenly burst from the cave, moving incredibly fast, while a claw strike narrowly missed Sun E. Had he not quickly retreated just now, he would have definitely been unable to dodge the demon bat's attack. He had learned a lesson from the previous encounter. Seeing the demon bat's attack flash by, Sun E quickly closed and swinging his bronze sword with his left hand, causing the demon bat's health bar to drop instantly. Following that, he unleashed a series of combo attacks, continuing to drain the demon bat's health. The demon bat immediately retaliated, moving with great agility, and Sun E was once again struck by poison, causing his health to drop rapidly. Fortunately, the high-level healing potion helped to mitigate the damage, and at first he had the upper hand. As his skills fell into cooldown, Sun E's situation worsened. His health continued to decline, and when it dropped to a critical level, he directly used both Vampiric Slash and Vampiric Wave to recover a portion of health. While fighting, he also dodged the demon bat's attacks, but the bat's speed was too fast. Given Sun E's current skill level, avoiding attacks was exceedingly difficult. The last successful dodge had been purely accidental. However, thanks to the addition of the demon necklace, Sun E felt less pressure. Although he had not managed to dodge the demon bat's attacks throughout, he still maintained some health until he completely defeated the demon bat. Looking at the corpse of the demon bat before him, Sun E sighed and continuously used his gathering skill, but unfortunately this bat did not drop any equipment for him. With Sun E's current strength, dealing with the demonic bats was still somewhat challenging, but as he grew more accustomed to them, his combat became increasingly proficient. As long as he could dodge 1 or 2 attacks from each demonic bat, he would gain a definitive advantage. Moreover, he had identified 3 weaknesses on the demonic bats, and each of his attacks was primarily aimed at those weak spots. Sun E was naturally quite lucky, and with his targeted attacks, the chances of landing critical hits had significantly increased. Once a critical hit occurred, not only did the damage increase greatly, but he also recovered health more rapidly. Thus, Sun E was comfortably farming demonic bats in the cave. Meanwhile, outside the bat cave, the members of the Ao Shur Guild had gathered, led by Ao Shuring Shah. Now Ao Shuring Shah was equipped with brand new gear, having leveled up to level 8, and his aura was even more formidable. With a cold gaze fixed on the entrance of the bat cave, Ao Shuring Shah asked coldly, "Is that guy still inside?" A subordinate quickly replied, "He must be inside. Our people have been guarding the exit and haven't seen him come out." "Boss, should we go in?" a subordinate asked. After pondering for a moment, Ao Shuring Shah shook his head. "There are too many bats here. It's not easy to handle. If we go in with so many people, the losses will be significant. Let's wait for him to come out." "All right, boss." So the Ao Shur Guild members began to wait outside. After a while, the members of the Xiongba Wang Chao also arrived. Leading them was Xiongba Yu Yuan, flanked by his loyal subordinate Xiongba Si Hai, followed by a large crowd matching the numbers of the Ao Shur Guild. Seeing Xiongba Yu Yuan approaching, Ao Shuring Shah frowned. "What are you doing here?" Xiongba Yu Yuan arrogantly glanced at Ao Shuring Shah. "What? This place is only for you guys. We can't come." Competition between guilds had become routine. The Ao Shur Guild aimed to suppress the Xiongba Guild, while the Xiongba Guild sought to do the same to the Ao Shur Guild. However, both sides were nearly equal in strength within this novice village, and neither could overpower the other. "Let's be straightforward. Your target is also Nanfeng, right?" Ao Shuring Shah stated coldly. Xiongba Yu Yuan smiled. "I guess you also want to get the top-notch equipment." He is right. After turning against Sun E, both sides had conducted investigations on him, becoming quite familiar with his background. Initially, Sun E was merely a top-tier waste, but in the blink of an eye he had transformed into a formidable expert. What kind of extraordinary equipment had granted him such power? Although they were unsure what equipment Sun E possessed, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. They all wanted to eliminate Sun E to claim the top-notch gear. Collaboration. Ao Shuring Shah inquired. "Sure, let's stick to the old method. Once it drops, we'll auction it off together," Xiongba Yu Yuan replied. "Then it's settled. Are you sure that kid is still inside? He hasn't received any news and escaped, has he?" Xiongba Yu Yuan glanced at the bat cave entrance and continued. "Since he entered, my people have been waiting here, confirming that kid is still inside," Ao Shuring Shah replied. "Are we really going to wait outside indefinitely? When will that be?" Xiongba Yu Yuan furrowed his brows. Ao Shuring Shah frowned and said, "You should understand the situation in the bat cave. Although we have many people, it's still very dangerous to go in. Then let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't come out in an hour, we'll go in." Xiongba Yu Yuan also recognized the danger of the bat cave, deciding to wait. Deep within the bat cave, Sun E had unknowingly taken down over 10 demonic bats, earning several tens of thousands in experience, but he was still far from the 2,000 of his 0 experience needed to level up. Picking up a belt that had dropped on the ground, an excited expression appeared on Sun E's face. Demonic belt, bronze, health 10, a lifesteal 6, a required level 8. After farming monsters for so long, this was the first belt he had obtained, and its attributes were simply outstanding. The 10 health directly increased his life by 100, and both physical and magical defenses increased by 10 points, especially the 6 lifesteal effect, which was immensely beneficial for Sun E. He quickly equipped it and checked his attributes. Indeed, his health had increased by 100 points, and with all his accessories combined, his lifesteal had reached 18, doubling what it was before. After a brief rest, Sun E approached another bat cave entrance, using the same method to dodge the first attack and draw out the demonic bats. He then slashed at the demonic bat with his sword. 310. A prominent damage number appeared over the demonic bat, indicating a critical hit on the first strike, and a green number 55 appeared above Sun E's head. One skill could restore 55 health, which felt incredibly satisfying. Unfortunately, he was still at full health, making the restored health effectively wasted. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Sun E was still very excited. With an 18 lifesteal effect already proving to be so terrifying, if he could replace his ring and bracelet, wouldn't the lifesteal effect be even more formidable? He just wondered if these demonic bats would drop high-level rings and bracelets. Sun E quietly leveled up in the bat cave, while outside those surrounding him could no longer endure. Damn, could that kid not know we're here and is too scared to come out? Are we really going to wait here for him indefinitely? Boss, let's charge in. A measly bat cave can't stop all of us. Seeing the impatience of the players below, Ao Shir Sha and Shon Ba Yu air Yuan disgust and decided to lead their men into the bat cave. The strongest warriors took the lead with shields with priests in the second row, ensuring their safety, followed by ranged classes. The formation was decent, but some areas inside the bat cave were narrow, allowing only 2 people to pass side by side, and the number of bats in this passage was also considerable. The 2 metal classes in front faced a swarm of blood-sucking bats, and despite the priests behind them healing, they could not withstand the onslaught and fell one after another. Neither guild's priests had resurrection spells, so they had to let these metal classes return to the city to respawn. As the 2 major guilds entered the Batcave, Sun Yi received a message from Zhang Lang Wushuan. Gazing at the corpses of the demonic bats below, a cold glint flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. After a moment, he began to walk towards where they were coming from. Clearing out blood-sucking bats along the way, the players from the 2 guilds paid a hefty price. Over 20 metal classes had to return to the city to respawn. Suddenly, a warrior in front let out an exclamation of surprise. "What's wrong?" someone behind asked. The warrior looked ahead, puzzled. "There aren't any monsters in the passage ahead." "No monsters? Isn't that great? This passage is long and narrow. I've been driven crazy by these bats," a nearby warrior complained. The group of players continued forward. Just after turning a corner, a figure suddenly blocked the path ahead. "You finally arrived, eh? Let the feast begin." Sun Yi grinned and swiftly drew his dual swords, charging towards the opposing players. A few members of the AOC guild were momentarily taken aback as they recognized Nanfeng charging toward them. One of them immediately shouted, "Not good, it's Nanfeng. Be careful, Nanfeng is coming. Foolish guy daring to come here to seek death." Most players from the AOC guild had begun to dismiss Sun Yi, as although he had previously caused them trouble, it was merely because they were lower in level and he had superior equipment at the time. However, seeing that their levels were now on par with Sun Yi, they felt less worried. The AOC guild believed they had thoroughly analyzed Sun Yi, deducing from past damage that the properties of his high-quality gear were not particularly strong, only giving him an edge at lower levels. Now that their levels had increased, such low-level equipment was no longer sufficient. As Sun Yi approached, excitement appeared on the faces of a group of players. The foremost shield warrior suddenly shouted, "Solid shield." A golden light suddenly glimmered around him, and a vague shield shadow seemed to protect him from behind. Solid shield is the most powerful defensive skill for warriors, capable of doubling their defense for 1 minute. A very few warriors at this stage can acquire this skill. This warrior was a key fighter of the AOC guild, having exceptionally strong defense. Sun Yi was not concerned with that and charged forward with a sword strike. 110. Seeing the damage from his first strike, Sun Yi frowned slightly, not entirely satisfied with his damage output. The warrior opposite was stunned to see the damage appearing above his head. He had clearly used solid shield, yet he still received such high damage. This was terrifying. Sun Yi gave him no chance to think, aiming his sword at the opponent's eyes and directly executing a rage slash. 340. A golden critical hit damage suddenly appeared, causing the warrior's health to drop sharply. Before he could react, Sun Yi's combo attacks came crashing down. "Quick, heal me." The warrior looked horrified, hastily pulling out a healing potion to drink while urging the priest behind him to heal him. The priest behind had not expected the warrior's health to drop so quickly, hurriedly beginning to cast a healing spell, but before their healing could land on the warrior, his health was already reduced to 0. At this moment, only a second had passed since the warrior drank the healing potion, and the potion's subsequent healing effects had yet to take effect before he fell. "Oh no, Brother Chow is down." A cry of astonishment arose. The members of the AOC guild, unable to believe that their main warrior had been killed in an instant. While the others were stunned, Sun Yi stepped forward, raising his sword to attack. Blade Storm. A flurry of blades surged forth, enveloping the opposing players. Damage numbers floated up, and several players from the AOC guild standing directly in front of him saw their health bars drop, significantly prompting the priests behind to hastily heal. Ranged attack. Control classes move up, quickly control him. Priests, keep an eye on the warrior's health. Give it all you've got. The members of the AOC guild immediately sprang into action. The front line of metal classes moved up, while the ranged classes locked onto Sun Yi, various skills flashing as they launched multiple attacks against him. Sun Yi was hit with numerous damage numbers, but these numbers were relatively low, averaging no more than 30 points. Although the damage dealt to Sun Yi was low, the members of the AOC guild were elated because their numbers meant they could overwhelm him with sheer volume. Though Sun Yi could drink healing potions, he could not do so indefinitely, as there was a cooldown period. However, they underestimated Sun Yi's health recovery rate. The width of this corridor only allowed for 6 players to stand side by side. The metal players at the front posed little threat to Sun E, and the priests behind were also not a threat. The only potential threat to Sun E came from the ranged classes behind the priests. However, due to the terrain limitations, the number of ranged classes able to attack Sun E simultaneously was limited, with only about 10 or so able to do so. Conquest was not like previous games where character models could overlap infinitely. It pursued realism, which was why Sun E chose to battle here. Facing a group of players from the AOC guild alone, Sun E swung his dual swords, the flashing sword lights causing damage numbers to rise above the heads of the opponents. Ever since he acquired splash and lifesteal accessories, Sun E had developed a fondness for group battles. The visual satisfaction from splash effects with each attack during an encirclement was delightful. When unleashing area attacks, the splash effect allowed him to hit even more players with each attack, and the damage dealt to these players quickly converted into Sun E's health. Although the ranged players of the AOC guild continued to attack Sun E, his health remained in a safe range, dropping slightly, but then quickly recovering with his attacks. Initially, the AOC guild players thought this was the effect of Sun E using healing potions, believing he would be finished once the effects wore off. However, they soon realized something was amiss. What's happening? It's been so long, how is his health still recovering? Something's off, it's already past the healing potion's duration. Lifesteal, it must be the effect of a lifesteal accessory. Finally, someone deduced that Sun E must have a lifesteal accessory. Yet even if they guessed it, they had no way to counter him. In just a few minutes, over 100 players had already fallen at Sun E's hands, while the remaining members of the AOC guild continued to charge at him one after another. Due to the narrow passage, those at the back only knew that a battle was occurring in front, but they were unaware of the specifics. What's happening up front? Why hasn't that bastard been dealt with yet? AOC Ingsha shouted angrily. Boss, that bastard is too strong, but we can't deal with him quickly. We've already lost many brothers. No matter what, we must kill him today. Give it your all, send the elite squad up front. AOC Ingsha clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he shouted. Standing opposite a group of enemies and watching them fall before him, Sun E felt as if his blood were on fire, a powerful battle intent surging within him. Indeed, battle could excite a man. Although he had already killed over 100, it was still far from enough. Today, he wanted to instill fear in the AOC guild. Today, he would take the first step towards avenging Wei Xian. An increasing number of members from the arrogant Dominion guild fell before Sun Yi's blade. He found his skill combinations growing ever more seamless, and his timing sharper, more precise. Instinctively, he targeted vulnerabilities mid-combat, and the frequency of critical strikes rose noticeably. His strength had advanced by a clear, measurable degree. It seemed his recent battles had forged remarkable progress. Whenever Sun E fought wild beasts, he consciously refined his combat techniques. Having observed elite professional players in action, Sun E understood precisely how profoundly mastery of combat technique elevated one's true fighting power. After all, he was still new to this world of gaming. His control over mechanics paled beside veterans honed by years of relentless practice. To ascend among the elite, he must strive unceasingly, forging himself into something greater. Lin Shi too had urged him during their conversation, push your combat strength to its utmost. You have already drawn the ire of the arrogant Dominion guild. Sooner or later you will face their strongest warriors. For now, no formidable players from the arrogant Dominion guild had yet entered this starter village. Thus Sun E held the upper hand through superior gear. But once beyond these boundaries, that advantage would vanish. Fortunately, Sun E possessed an extraordinary aptitude for learning. He absorbed hard-won insights from high-level combat videos on forums, then internalized them through relentless sparring with wild beasts, transforming theory into instinct. His growth was astonishingly swift, though few had yet taken notice. At present, he was utterly immersed in the exhilaration of battle, savoring every moment of it. One skill after another erupted from his hands, tearing enemies apart with ruthless efficiency. He could almost see Wei Xian's furious scowl. Moments later, another wave of arrogant Dominion players collapsed slain. What is going on? Why hasn't that wretch been eliminated yet? What are our elites even doing? Aosher Ingsha roared furiously from the rear. Brother, that kid's strength is overwhelming. His regeneration is absurdly fast, and the terrain here works entirely against us. We should retreat from the Bat Cavern immediately. A subordinate stood nearby, face ashen and grimacing. Useless. All of you utterly useless. Is this what the guild pays for? A pack of failures. Press forward. Grind him down until he collapses. Aosher Ingsha bellowed, incandescent with rage. The arrogant Dominion guild was expanding aggressively across conquest, and while other branches thrived, his own had stalled, drawing sharp reprimands from above. If Nanfeng remained unresolved, his standing within the guild would soon crumble. Ingsha, if your people cannot handle him, then let ours take the field. At that moment, Xiongba Yu Yuan strode forward with his entourage, his expression haughty and assured. His group had trailed behind, deliberately avoiding direct engagement with Sun E. News of the arrogant Dominion's repeated failures against Sun E had already reached him. He intended to deploy his own forces and seize the spoils. Ao Shi-Sha glanced up at Xiongba Yuan. He nearly erupted in fury, but then paused. The paramount objective remained eliminating Nanfeng. If Xiongba Yuan's team succeeded, so much the better. If they failed, at least they would bear the cost. Fine, send your people in. Ao Shi-Sha issued the order to his subordinates. Xiongba Yuan blinked in mild surprise. The swiftness of the concession unsettled him faintly, though he dismissed the feeling just as quickly. Hear that? My thanks in advance, Xiongba Yuan said with a casual nod to his lieutenant. Moments later, Xiongba Si-Hai led a cohort of Xiongba Wang Chao players forward in force. Though resentful, the arrogant Dominion members yielded the path without resistance. Sun E, locked in combat, suddenly noticed the arrogant Dominion players withdrawing, and hesitated momentarily, convinced they had finally broken under his onslaught and were retreating from the Bat Cavern. Then, a familiar figure emerged. Xiongba Si-Hai surged ahead with his group, his gaze locking onto Sun E with glacial intensity, murderous intent radiating from his very being. Nanfeng, we meet again. Today marks your end. Xiongba Si-Hai fixed Sun E with a glare thick with lethal resolve. Sun E, meeting his gaze, smiled faintly as he noted Xiongba Si-Hai's level 8. Oh, did upgrading your gear make you forget how thoroughly you lost last time? Humph, you'll find out soon enough. Attack, kill him now. Xiongba Si-Hai wasted no words. He charged first. Though previously defeated by Sun E, he blamed only his inferior gear and lower level. He had studied Sun Yi's combat footage meticulously. As a veteran player with years of experience, his mechanical proficiency far surpassed Sun Yi's, so with level and equipment now matched his confidence sword. Die! Xiongba Si-Hai roared and unleashed a fury slash. His longsword blazed into a searing arc, descending like a thunderbolt upon Sun E. Miss? A colossal evasion glyph flashed, stunning Xiongba Si-Hai. He could scarcely believe his full-power strike had been evaded so effortlessly. Sun E, however, wore a look of quiet disdain. As a fellow swordsman, he knew every foundational skill of the class intimately. The moment Xiongba Si-Hai began his wind-up, Sun E recognized the incoming technique, and evading it required nothing more than calm anticipation. How could you possibly dodge that? Xiongba Si-Hai refused to accept it. Fool. Sun E spat the word, then slashed left hand, a massive damage numeral erupting above Xiongba Si-Hai's head. Before he could react, a two-hit combo followed, two more staggering numbers blooming in rapid succession. In an instant, Xiongba Si-Hai's health plummeted. Xiongba Si-Hai reacted swiftly. His face contorted, he gulped a healing potion and bellowed, "Get me healed. Now?" A priest behind him began chanting a restoration spell, desperate to stabilize his life force. Experienced as he was, Xiongba Si-Hai instantly retreated, to create distance, regain health, and return for vengeance. But Sun E was no fool. He closed the gap in a single stride, dual blades flashing, relentless waves of assault converging upon Xiongba Si-Hai. Xiongba Si-Hai dodged frantically, yet to no avail. Even the delayed healing effect of his potion never activated before he fell lifeless. Only after his corpse hit the ground did the priest's healing spell land. Too late, utterly futile. Nearby players did not stand idle. Streams of attacks rained upon Sun E. Their damage was negligible, posing little threat. Those who had stood beside Xiongba Si-Hai now bore reduced health from splash damage, perfect targets. Sun E showed no mercy. At the starter village's resurrection point, Xiongba Si-Hai stood dazed, his expression blank, as if waking from a surreal, impossible dream. In the Bat Cave, Sun E resembled a god of death, as the players of the mighty tyrant sect were utterly incapable of resisting his assaults, their initial excitement morphing into sheer terror. One after another, the players from the mighty tyrant sect were sent back to the novice village by Sun E. In just a short while, over 100 of them had been slain. Behind the team, the mighty tyrant kindergarten stood beside Ao Shi-Sha with smiles, as if their members had already subdued Sun E. Suddenly, a junior rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, it's bad. We can't hold him off." The mighty tyrant kindergarten was taken aback. "What do you mean we can't hold him off? That Nanfeng is a freak. Our members are no match for him. We've already lost over 100 people." "What? Over 100 people have been killed?" The mighty tyrant kindergarten gasped in disbelief, while Ao Shi-Sha also wore a shocked expression. "What do we do now? We can't stop that kid, or should we retreat?" A junior from the mighty tyrant sect hurriedly asked. The mighty tyrant kindergarten wore a troubled expression, unsure of what to do, caught in indecision. Ao Shi-Sha was also deep in thought. Sun E's strength exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that Sun E simply had an advantage due to gear, but now it seemed otherwise. Even with 2,000 gathered, they still couldn't take down Sun E. If this got out, it would greatly tarnish the reputation of the Aosher Guild. Unfortunately, the guild's top players were not in this novice village, who otherwise with their strength it should have been a non-issue. Suddenly, Aosher Sha's mind sparked with an idea. Old Yuan, since your members can't handle it, step back. We'll take care of that kid, Aosher Sha suddenly proposed. The mighty tyrant kindergarten was taken aback, looking at Aosher Sha with doubt. Do you have a way to resolve this? We have to give it a try. Aosher Sha revealed a confident smile. Alright, I'll have my people withdraw immediately. Seeing Aosher Sha's confidence, the mighty tyrant kindergarten was curious about his plan. Under his command, the players of the mighty tyrant sect quickly retreated. Sun Yi would not stop. He relentlessly pursued the players opposite him, once again causing a number of mighty tyrant kindergarten players to fall beneath his sword. Nenfeng, stop. Suddenly a loud shout came from ahead, sounding somewhat familiar. Sun Yi halted his assault and looked ahead, seeing Aosher Sha rushing towards him with the members of the Aosher Guild. The leader finally shows his face. Sun Yi smiled at him. Aosher Sha looked at the smiling Sun Yi, suppressing his intense dislike, and said, Nenfeng, am here to resolve our enmity. Resolve enmity. Sun Yi was taken aback, looking at Aosher Sha in surprise. Aosher Sha nodded. Indeed, to resolve our enmity. I wish to invite you to join our Aosher Guild as a vice-captain with a rank beneath only mine in this novice village. Our Aosher is one of the top 10 gaming guilds, boasting a strong background and ample funding, with countless members and many top players on the leaderboards. Additionally, the guild leader has recently invested $2 billion to develop the guild. The future is limitless. As long as you join our Aosher Guild, you will never regret it. Join the Aosher Guild, ha ha ha. Sun Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Seeing Sun Yi's unabashed demeanor, Aosher Sha's expression darkened as he threatened, if you still wish to oppose our Aosher Guild, the only outcome is to vanish forever in Jingzhan. Though your strength is formidable, it's still insufficient to contend with us. If you know what's good for you, join our Aosher Guild and become one of us. Otherwise, once you leave the novice village, your end will come. Sun Yi suddenly stopped laughing, looking at the arrogant Aosher Sha, and raised his sword, coldly declaring, what a fine Aosher Guild, what a top 10 gaming guild. I shall see how you make me disappear in Jingzhan. I, Nenfeng, declare war on you right now. From this moment forth, it's to the death. Upon hearing Sun Yi's declaration of war, Aosher Sha was left stunned, as were the players from the Aosher Guild behind him, as well as the members of the mighty tyrant sect. Having played games for so long, they had never encountered such a situation where a mere player dared to declare war on a guild with hundreds of thousands of members. It's like a mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating one's capabilities. At that moment, all players on the opposite side were filled with this thought. Kill. Sun Yi ceased his chatter and charged forward, his icy gaze locked onto Aosher Sha. Perhaps startled by the killing intent emanating from Sun Yi, Aosher Sha snapped back to reality and hurriedly retreated upon seeing Sun Yi rushing towards him. Think you can escape? Can you really get away? Sun Yi scoffed as he watched Aosher Sha use his invisibility skill to vanish from view. Blade Storm. A flurry of blades swept forth, enveloping several players opposite, and with splash damage numbers indicating damage appeared above their heads. The Aosher Sha, who had just entered invisibility, was instantly revealed. Found you. Sun Yi's gaze locked onto him, a fierce, killing intent radiating from his being. Aosher Sha turned around, suddenly looking at the charging Sun Yi, his face showing a look of panic. Nenfeng, are you truly going to oppose our Aosher Guild to the end? Do you understand the consequences? You can die. Sun Yi chuckled, darkly chaining attacks that locked onto Aosher Sha, unleashing a full assault. After a few strikes, Aosher Sha lay dead. At this moment, the players from the Aosher Guild finally reacted. Not good, Brother Yuan is dead. Kill him, avenge Brother Yuan. A group of players from the Aosher Guild launched an attack on Sun Yi, a dazzling array of colorful skills flashing with attacks raining down upon him. Yet Sun Yi showed no sign of panic. Instead, excitement shone on his face as he plunged into the crowd, his fierce sword aura cutting through, causing players to fall beneath his blade. At the novice village revival point, Aosher Sha stood there with a dazed expression, the outcome vastly different from what he had imagined. In his mind, after inviting Sun Yi to join the Aosher Guild, Sun Yi should have happily accepted the invitation. He couldn't understand how it had turned into a declaration of war. Aosher Sha could not fathom why Sun Yi dared declare war upon the Aosher Guild. Yet even as he pondered, Sun Yi had already unleashed another wave of slaughter. After Aosher Sha fell, the Aosher Guild's morale crumbled. No leader emerged to rally its members, and soon they recoiled under Sun Yi's relentless assault. One player after another fell beneath Sun Yi's blade. At first, some still attempted resistance, but as his unstoppable momentum became undeniable, even the Aosher Guild's players trembled with fear. No, we cannot defeat this man. His health regeneration is far too swift. In run. I refuse to die here. Damn it. Wasn't Fengyun Baixioxing supposed to call him a novice? Since when has a novice been this formidable? And shit. We've been duped. There's no way we'll ever loot his gear. How can there be such a gulf between players? In one by one they retreated, until the corridor choked with fleeing figures, a chaotic tide surging backward. But the passage was narrow, far too constricted for so many. And those behind, ignorant of the chaos ahead, kept surging forward, plunging the entire scene into pandemonium. As more and more abandoned resistance to flee for their lives, Sun Yi found himself granted ever better conditions for slaughter. Skill after skill erupted from his hands, vast swathes of damage blooming across the battlefield, until scores of players lay dead at his feet. Outside the Bat Cave, crowds of players had gathered. Some, seeing the Aoshi Guild and Xiongba Imperial Dynasty massed before its entrance, assumed a fearsome boss had appeared and rushed over to witness the spectacle. Yet the Bat Cave's entrance was barricaded by Aoshi Guild members who barred all independent players from entering. By what right do you deny us entry? This isn't your territory, a swordsman shouted in fury at the gatekeepers. The Aoshi Guild is conducting official business. Outsiders keep away. Though 2 levels lower than the swordsman, the Aoshi Guild gatekeeper wore an air of arrogant disdain, utterly dismissive of his challenger. How dare you provoke universal outrage? The swordsman roared. Outrage. Ha ha ha, what is that? The gatekeeper sneered coldly. What does it have to do with the Aoshi Guild? At that moment, a sudden clamor erupted from within the Bat Cave, drawing every gaze. Then a flood of players burst forth from its depths. Finally, we're out. Damn. I thought I'd perish in there. And the first to emerge wore faces etched with lingering dread. Those behind frantically urged them aside, the scene descending into utter chaos. Surrounding players stared puzzled at these battered, disheveled figures. What on earth happened? Was there truly a fearsome boss inside? Someone curiously seized a Xiongba Imperial Dynasty player and asked, a boss? The Xiongba player blinked, startled. Weren't you here to hunt a boss? Boss? What boss? Inside there's only one monster, Nanfeng. At these words, bafflement spread across every face. More players spilled from the cave. Then Xiongba Yuyuan, flanked by his entourage, emerged as well. Xiongba Yuyuan's expression was grim. 2 guilds, over 2,000 strong, had united for this operation, yet once again a single man had shattered them utterly. If word reached the higher echelons, his standing within the guild would become untenable. He believed upgraded gear and higher levels would finally let him overcome Nanfeng, only to suffer this humiliating reversal. Brother Garden, the terrain inside the Bat Cave works against us. We cannot subdue that youth there. But if we lure him outside, surround him with overwhelming numbers, we can surely slay him. A Xiongba Imperial Dynasty player suddenly spoke up. Xiongba Yuyuan instantly recognized the wisdom in his words. A quick tally revealed nearly 1,000 surviving players between the Xiongba and Aoshi guilds. If Nanfeng lost his terrain advantage, they stood a real chance of eliminating him. Deploy immediately. Once he emerges, re-encircle him. Xiongba Yuyuan commanded sharply. Understood, Brother Garden. I'll arrange it at once. Hardly had the Xiongba and Aoshi players reformed their battle lines when Sun Yi burst from the Bat Cave, chasing down Aoshi guild members in bloody pursuit. He's out, quickly, cried an Aoshi guild player. Sun Yi charged forth, sword in hand, and with 3 precise strikes felled an archer, then halted his pursuit. In that instant, every eye outside the Bat Cave locked on his Sun Yi, sword raised, breath steady. What is this? Are the Aoshi Guild and Xiongba Imperial Dynasty being hunted down by a single player? That's absurd, exclaimed a lone player, stunned beyond measure. One man driving back 2 great guilds. That's incredible. Who is he? So formidable. I recall now, Nanfeng. Yes, it's him. He's humiliated both guilds once again. How many times has this happened? Is he their natural nemesis? A novice invincible, daring to defy 2 mighty guilds. All I can say is respect. Pity it's only possible here in this starter village where both guilds' strength remains modest. Once he reaches the capital city, they'll never let him go unpunished. Many among the onlookers recognized Sun Yi. After all, the name Nanfeng carried weight throughout this starter village. Yet as Sun Yi surveyed the massed ranks arrayed against him, a faint contemptuous smile curled his lips, and without hesitation, he turned and strode back into the Bat Cave. Nanfeng, halt! Xiongba Yuyuan cried out in desperation as Sun Yi moved to re-enter the cave. Sun Yi glanced back at the anxious face of Xiongba Yuyuan and smiled gently. What is it? Inviting me to dinner. Xiongba Yuyuan seethed inwardly. So enraged he longed to tear that mocking face apart. Yet he clenched his teeth and forced calm. Nanfeng, I offer you a chance to apologize. Accept it, and you may join our Xiongba guild. with elite status and full privileges. Sun E smiled again, gazing steadily at Xiongba Yuan. Just now someone else extended a similar invitation, with equally generous terms. I sent him on his final journey. Would you like me to do the same for you? Xiongba Yuan's expression darkened. So that explained Aoshi Yingsha's absence. He'd made the same fatal overture. Consider carefully the consequences. As one of the 10 great guilds, the Xiongba Imperial Dynasty wields immense power. None who oppose us escape unscathed. This apology offer is an honor bestowed upon you alone. Ha ha ha. Apologize to your grandfather. Who cares about your 10 great guilds? Bring your best. My declaration of war upon the Aoshi Guild stands, and I won't mind adding yours to the list. Sun E laughed fiercely, then vanished back into the Batcave. In declaration of war. He declared war on the Aoshi Guild. Every player outside the cave stood frozen in disbelief. Did I hear that right? One man, declaring war on the Aoshi Guild. I must be dreaming. It can't be real. Truly fearless, like a newborn calf confronting tigers. Unbelievable. All eyes remained riveted upon the Batcave's entrance, whispers rippling through the crowd, while inside Sun E calmly gathered his spoils. There were many discarded items, but most were inconspicuous white gear that Sun E looked down upon, only selecting those that were slightly more valuable, quickly filling his backpack. Looking at the scattered equipment on the ground with a regretful expression, he thought about how much money this represented. After tidying everything up, he found a slightly safer spot to log off. Emerging from the game pod, Sun E felt refreshed and had no sense of fatigue. Indeed, the game pod was exceptional. Soon he arrived at Lin Zai's door and knocked. After a while, She finally opened the door. What's the matter? She asked Sun E. Sun E replied, didn't you ask me to film a video of the battle against the Aoshi Guild? I've already filmed it, please take a look. So soon? She exclaimed in surprise. After their previous conversation, she had devised a plan for establishing a guild in the game. For wealthy players, the method was to throw money at it, while for ordinary people, creating a large guild was quite difficult. If one had a certain level of fame, establishing a guild would indeed be simpler. Upon learning about Sun E's feud with Wei Xian, she chose the simplest and most straightforward method, using the Aoshi Guild to build her own reputation in preparation for establishing her guild. She had watched Sun E's previous battle videos and was aware of his strength, thus requesting him to film some videos of conflicts with the Aoshi Guild in the game. In Lin Zai's judgment, Sun E would have little trouble dealing with dozens of players from the Aoshi Guild. As long as he could generate buzz around the videos, it would surely boost his fame. Today I went to level up in the Aoshi Guild, and the Xiongba Wang Chao sent people to block me, but I used the terrain to my advantage to repel them. You should take a look at the video. As he spoke, Sun E handed Shi the video he recorded. Shi carefully watched the first-person perspective video that Sun E had filmed. After a short while, she couldn't help but look up at Sun E in surprise. Even the people from Xiongba Wang Chao came. How many were there? I heard there were over 2,000, but the terrain of the Batcave worked to my advantage, so they were outnumbered. You actually dared to confront over 2,000 of them. You have quite the guts, She continued to focus on watching the video. Wow, your health recovery effect is incredible. How many pieces of lifesteal gear did you get? Soon she discovered something from Sun E's battle video. I managed to get a full set of lifesteal gear, and the lifesteal effect is currently around 18, which is very good, Sun E answered honestly. A full set of lifesteal gear. An 18 lifesteal effect. She said, unable to help but widened her eyes at Sun E in disbelief. She certainly knew the situation of the Batcave. It was precisely because it dropped lifesteal gear that despite the danger, it still attracted many players to farm for equipment. However, the drop rate for the gear was notoriously low, with some players not seeing a single piece after farming for a whole day. Didn't the forums say that the effect of a full set of lifesteal gear is only 9? She asked, puzzled. I found a bronze-grade lifesteal necklace which doubled the lifesteal effect, and I also got a bronze-grade belt with a decent lifesteal effect. Does this lifesteal gear even have bronze grade? She inquired. In the deepest part of the Batcave, there's a creature called the Devil Bat, with very abnormal attributes. My bronze-grade gear dropped from them. She gazed deeply at Sun E, truly unable to believe this was the achievement of a gaming novice. She then continued watching the rest of the video, occasionally glancing at Sun E, and after a while she finished watching all of it. Seeing that She had finished the video, Sun E eagerly asked, how was the video? She took a deep breath and said to Sun E, the combat in this video is extremely exciting. Posting it on the forum will definitely attract attention, but there is one point of danger. What danger? Sun E asked curiously. This kind of battle is no longer a minor skirmish. It easily attracts the specific targeting of the Aoshi Guild. If they focus their main efforts on you, it may become quite difficult later on. However, if you can hold on, your future development will be faster. Compared to your previous battles, your skill level has improved significantly, but there is still a considerable gap compared to true professional players. The reason you are at an advantage in this novice village is mainly because there aren't any particularly powerful professional players targeting you. Therefore, you need to level up with all your might while also improving your skills. Don't worry, I know the gap between myself and those professional players is vast, and I will definitely work hard to improve my skills, Sunny nodded. Just focus on your part, I leave everything else to me, Lin, she nodded. Sunny nodded, and then returned to the game pod, logged into the forum, and posted his battle video with a rather bold title declaring war on one of the top 10 guilds. The moment this title appeared on the forum, it immediately caught the attention of players browsing the forum. Who is so impressive? Declaring war on one of the top 10 guilds. A player clicked on the post, and after watching the video couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, leaving a comment below, "This guy is guts, well done." He originally thought his comment would be near the top, only to find that there were already hundreds of comments ahead of him. One person facing two major guilds single-handedly confronting 2,000 players. Such a battle scene stunned the audience, especially the first-person perspective that made viewers feel pumped. Moreover, this was a declaration of war video against the AO Sure Guild, equivalent to throwing down a challenge for all to see. This is a blatant challenge. This guy is impressive. While one person taking on 2,000, that's just insane. Although he took advantage of the terrain, this guy is indeed very skilled. What a terrifying lifesteal speed. How many pieces of lifesteal gear does he have? Is this Southwind really just a novice player? This post rapidly skyrocketed in popularity, quickly getting pinned at the top, and as the situation continued to escalate, it attracted even more attention. At this moment, Sun E was quite relaxed. After casually glancing at the comments below the post, he logged back in. As soon as he logged in, he received a voice communication from Zhanlang Wushuang. Brother Nanfeng, I truly admire you for daring to declare war on the AO Sure Guild. Aren't you afraid of them? Zhanlang Wushuang asked in shock. He was stunned when he first saw the post. Haha, it's just a game. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters, Sun E replied with a faint smile. Brother Nanfeng, all I can say is that I admire you, but you must be careful. The AO Sure Guild is not to be trifled with, Zhanlang Wushuang kindly reminded. Thanks for your concern. By the way, I have some loot here. Can you give me an estimate when I get back? Sure, I'll wait for you in the village. On the roof of the most upscale office building in SH City, Wei Xian heavily smashed his cup onto the ground, shattering it into a pile of fragments, his face marred by a furious expression. Waste. Truly a waste. With over 1,000 people, you can't even deal with one novice. Oh, what use is there in keeping such people around? The Forum War Declaration incident erupted, and the AOC Guild became well known as one of the top 10 guilds, unexpectedly being slapped in the face by a rookie player. Wei Xian had just taken over the AOC Guild and was ready to make a big impact when he encountered such a shock. The anger in his heart was unimaginable. The high-ranking members of the AOC Guild lowered their heads, unsure of how to speak. After a moment, a middle-aged man hesitated and spoke up. President Oceing Sha is an old member of the guild with no issues and capability. The problem arose solely because that rookie player was hard to deal with. If an elite of one of the top 10 guilds can't even handle a rookie player, where am I supposed to put my face from now on? President Deshon Ba Wang Chao also suffered significant losses this time. It's all because that kid is too shrewd, utilizing the terrain, and his equipment is exceptional. Another person said, I don't want to hear any excuses. Your public relations department must handle this well. I want that kid to completely disappear from Zhengzhan. Wei Xian's eyes glimmered coldly. The head of the public relations department wore a helpless expression, as this matter was not so easily resolved. However, the AOC Guild quickly responded, directly posting on the forum to accept the war declaration, claiming they would deal with Sun E in the shortest time possible. The AOC Guild's response pushed the incident to another climax, attracting more attention, and Sun E's fame significantly increased, garnering the interest of many. Various analyses came pouring in, with Feng Yun by Xiao Sheng affirming that Sun E was merely a rookie player who had only exploited his equipment attributes and the terrain. On his way back to the village, Sun E saw the responses on the forum, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. As Lin Shi had said, fame had indeed been established. Now more people knew of his existence, which would greatly assist in the guild he planned to build in the future. However, he also remembered Lin Zai's words that as the guild leader, he must be strong, and his path ahead was still long. Just as he arrived at the village entrance, Zhanlang Wushuang approached him. Little brother, you've become quite the star. Zhanlang Wushuang teased with a smile. Sun E chuckled, saying, I had no choice. The other party was aggressive, and I was forced into it. The people from the AOC Guild are indeed too overbearing. Only someone like you can make them suffer, Zhanlang Wushuang laughed. Sun E also smiled, then traded all the equipment he had to Zhanlang Wushuang, except for the life-stealing attribute accessories. Does little brother not have any spare life-stealing accessories? Zhanlang Wushuang looked at Sun Yi with some anticipation. The Zhanlang Guild had specifically analyzed Sun Yi's battle videos and confirmed that he possessed excellent life-stealing equipment. They currently speculated that Sun Yi had quite a few life-stealing accessories. Sun Yi shook his head helplessly, saying, "I can't help it, life-stealing accessories are too hard to come by. I am missing a few myself, and I really don't have any extras. If little brother gets any spare life-stealing accessories, please contact me. The price is negotiable," Zhanlang Wushuang said, slightly disappointed. "No problem," Sun Yi readily agreed. However, she had already instructed him to keep all the life-stealing accessories, as they were very rare and he needed to control them for now. Sun Yi had read the forum's introduction to the Bat Cave and understood the preciousness of life-stealing accessories, agreeing with Lin Zai's decision to keep them for now. He returned to the village to restock supplies, placing all surplus equipment into storage, and then set off towards the Bat Cave once more. Along the way, Sun Yi enjoyed the treatment of a star, garnering high attention, but unfortunately, he had adjusted his appearance, making him look quite ordinary now. Players from the AOC Guild and Xiongba Wang Chao avoided Sun Yi, fearing that he might take action. "Great God, Nanfeng, please take me along. Brother Nanfeng, please take me along. Great God, Nanfeng, how about we team up together?" Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Bat Cave, Sun Yi was warmly received by players, and it took a while for him to squeeze through the crowd and rush into the Bat Cave. Continuing to the deepest part of the Bat Cave to hunt demon bats, he had mastered the hunting techniques and found it increasingly easy to battle the demon bats. The experience from solo play was high, and this uninterrupted leveling life was particularly enjoyable. Demon bats fell one after another at Sun Yi's hands, his experience steadily rising and earning some money, but the drop rate for life-stealing accessories was disappointingly low. Uncertain how long it had been, another demon bat fell before Sun Yi, and at this moment, he still had 1/3 of his life remaining. Seeing the accessory next to the corpse, Sun Yi's expression brightened. Finally, another accessory had dropped. Just as he was about to pick it up, a shadow suddenly flickered behind him, and a figure appeared out of thin air, launching an attack from behind. Sun Yi's movement froze, and a damage number of 50 popped up above his head, while a layer of green light suddenly enveloped him. System prompt: you have been attacked by Xianguang Yi. Due to the backstab, you are paralyzed for 1 second. It was an infiltrator. Sun Yi's pupils contracted. He never expected a rogue lay in ambush beside him. Having been struck by the opponent's backstab, Sun Yi was helpless, only able to watch his life points continuously drop. Fortunately, his defense was high, otherwise he would have certainly perished. Xianguang saw Sun Yi bend down to pick up the equipment and knew his opportunity had come, immediately launching an attack. He thought that the back attack would surely give him an advantage, but he was surprised that the damage was so low. Sun Yi's defense was beyond his expectations, and his wish to kill Sun Yi in one blow was thwarted. However, he did not intend to give up. To assassinate Sun Yi, he even used a high-level invisibility scroll obtained from a quest. If this time failed, the next ambush would not be so easy. While Sun Yi was in a stalemate, he launched a series of attacks. 4360. Unfortunately, Xianguang only had a one-handed weapon, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't go much faster. Before long, a second had passed. Just as Sun Yi's paralysis state was lifted, he immediately swung a sword behind him, but this strike missed as Xianguang easily dodged the attack. He was a master. Sun Yi's heart tightened, and he suddenly turned around, but there was no one behind him. This is bad. A sense of unease flooded over him, and almost simultaneously he was attacked again from behind. A powerful force threw him into the air, leaving him suspended. System prompt: you are affected by being thrown into the air and cannot attack for 2 seconds. Suspended in midair, Sun Yi was unable to attack and could only endure Xianguang's attacks, watching his life points continuously drop until they neared the warning line. As his life points were on the verge of being reduced to 0, Sun Yi found himself in a desperate situation. If it were an ordinary swordsman, he would have already perished, but fortunately Sun Yi's defense was high enough that he managed to endure despite his low health. Having regained control of his body after being thrown into the air, Sun Yi wasted no time in using the blood-sucking wave. A massive damage number erupted above Xianguang's head, while Sun Yi's health was partially restored, leaving Xianguang stunned. In reality, Xianguang could have evaded Sun Yi's attack, but seeing that Sun Yi's health was so low, he thought it wouldn't matter even if he took the hit. Unfortunately, he underestimated Sun Yi's damage and healing ratio. However, he was not willing to give up, continuing to move in an attempt to attack Sun Yi from behind. But Sun Yi would not make the same mistake again, using his block skill without hesitation to successfully deflect the sneak attack, then turning to face Xianguang. With his left hand, he swung his longsword towards Xianguang, a beam of sword light descending upon him. However, Xianguang deftly dodged, avoiding Sun Yi's attack. Yet in the next moment, another sword light fell from the sky, directly striking him. Such fast attack speed! Xianguang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sun Yi. Seeing his health decrease significantly, Xianguang dared not be careless and quickly retreated, trying to escape the battle. Unfortunately, Sun Yi gave him no chance to escape, his fierce gaze locking onto Xianguang as he dashed towards him. With both hands, Sun Yi unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, beams of sword light raining down upon Xianguang. Xianguang was indeed powerful, having evaded several of Sun Yi's attacks. However, completely avoiding Sun Yi's attacks was impossible, and he ultimately fell to Sun Yi's onslaught. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Sun Yi wore a solemn expression. His opponent was merely a scout of the same level, yet he had managed to endure for so long, and his agile movements and precise judgments were truly impressive. It seems I still need to strengthen my training. Sun Yi took a deep breath and picked up a short sword that had fallen on the ground. Wolf Fang Bronze. Attack power 4252. Strength 5. Required level 8. Seeing the attributes of the short sword, Sun Yi's eyes lit up. Though it was a short sword, its attack power was truly high, surpassing even his bronze sword. However, since the bronze sword offered increased attack speed, Sun Yi still preferred to use it. He decided to keep the wolf fang to sell for a good price. After storing the short sword, Sun Yi found a spot to rest and waited for his condition to recover. At the resurrection point of the novice village, Xianguang had already revived. Looking at his empty right hand, he couldn't help but let out a wail. Not only had he failed the quest, but he had also lost the exquisite short sword he had painstakingly acquired. Having experienced a sneak attack, Sun Yi became more cautious, paying extra attention to his surroundings while grinding monsters. However, everything was progressing in a favorable direction, and his monster hunting speed was increasing. Even though the drop rate here was very low, with Sun Yi's luck, he still reaped considerable rewards. He was currently eager to acquire all the bronze level lifesteal accessories. If he equipped a full set of bronze level lifesteal accessories, his efficiency in grinding monsters would increase, providing him with significant benefits. While soloing these demon bats, Sun Yi also obtained several useful crafting scrolls. Basic attack scroll. Required materials: basic white paper X1, a basic spirit stone X1, a basic magic stone X1. Effect: attack power 5 for 10 minutes after use. Required profession: basic alchemist. Required proficiency 90. The value of this scroll was extremely high. Without hesitation, Sun Yi grabbed the scroll and rushed back to the novice village. A sharp knife cuts through wood, and making this scroll would allow him to level up faster. However, just as he stepped out of the bat cave, he received a system announcement. System announcement: the system will undergo maintenance and updates after 1 hour of game time. Maintenance time is 48 hours in real time. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. The system had made several announcements in a row, causing an outcry among the online players, and Sun Yi was also surprised that the system would update at this time. Back in the novice village, seeing that there was not much time left, he directly squatted down in the alchemy crafting room to begin making the basic attack scroll. Watching as one basic attack scroll after another was crafted, Sun Yi was overjoyed. This item would definitely sell for a high price, and he had also created some mutated basic attack scrolls which doubled the effect. While crafting, he logged onto the forum to check the contents of this system update. At this time, the official website had released an announcement. This update mainly included several points. First, the system has canceled the monster equipment protection time. Any equipment dropped by monsters can be directly picked up by anyone. Upon reading this, Sun Yi's pupils constricted. Wasn't this encouraging everyone to steal equipment? Second, the system will open the level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, and reputation leaderboard. Seeing this second point, Sun Yi's expression brightened. These leaderboards would definitely be a powerful tool for gaining fame, and he immediately decided that he had to occupy a spot on these leaderboards. Third, in the novice village, dying once will directly drop 1 level, and there will be no red name punishment. This third update would undoubtedly usher in chaos in the novice village. Dropping a level for dying once was an immense penalty. Those from the AOC guild would likely find ways to kill him. Fourth, the system will open RMB exchange for game currency services, with specific ratios to be announced later. Fifth, the arena will be opened. Sixth, the system will open the paid option for novice village services. Seeing this sixth update, Sun Yi felt a surge of joy. This was undoubtedly a very friendly update for him. It should be noted that in Conquest there are thousands of novice villages, and players were previously randomly assigned to novice villages. Many friends were forced to be separated. Now that this service existed, it resolved some troubles. Previously, Sun Yi had considered establishing a studio, but was stuck on this issue. Finding people was easy, but not being assigned to the same novice village made it impossible to teach. Now, everything would be resolved after the update. Of course, he could recruit people in this novice village, but this matter was significant, so Sun Yi decided to find his own people. Before long, Sun Yi logged out of the game. Upon entering the living room, he saw Lin Shi already there. "I will need you to take care of many things over the next 2 days." Sun Yi said to Lin Shi. "Are you going somewhere?" Lin Shi asked Sun Yi. "I plan to go home for a bit." I have some friends back home whom I want to recruit into the studio. Lin, she frowned slightly and said seriously, I do not oppose you inviting friends and family to join the studio, but let me make it clear that everything must be carried out according to the rules. There will be rewards for merit and penalties for faults without any favoritism. Rest assured I know what to do, Sun E replied, earnestly fully aware of this. After a brief packing, Sun E purchased a high-speed train ticket home. His hometown lay some distance from SH City, and the journey consumed a full 6 hours. Sun E's hometown rested amid a pleasantly scenic hilly region, undulating ranges nearby, a winding river threading through the land, verdant trees, and crisp clean air. Yet such beauty yielded no noteworthy industry or resources, so the area had not prospered and remained relatively backward. Their village was fairly large, boasting well over 300 households, most clustered together in a compact settlement. Sun E disembarked a motorbike taxi at the village entrance. Surveying the familiar scene, he sighed with feeling. This was his hometown, though he felt no fondness for it. Aren't you the eldest son of Sun Air's family? Home for the holidays. Sun E turned and saw an elderly man emerge from a nearby house, regarding him with surprise. Hello, old mister. Zhong, how have you been? Sun E smiled at the old man. Well, you're back to pay respects to your second uncle on his birthday, aren't you? Old mister. Zhong replied. Pay respects to second uncle. Sun E was taken aback, he had not known. Yes, second uncle celebrates his 70th birthday today and is hosting a grand feast. Would you like to go along? Old mister. Zhong asked. Sun E shook his head. No thank you. I need to go home first. He waved and headed in the direction of his house. Sun E's home sat at the east end of the village, not far from the entrance. He had been away for over a year, yet the sense of familiarity remained unchanged. Rounding a small bend, he saw a white-walled cottage a short distance ahead. It looked a little worn. This was Sun E's home. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped out of the cottage carrying a basin of water. At the sight of that familiar silhouette, Sun E's suppressed emotions erupted. His eyes stung. He tried to call out, but found his voice caught. Mom! Mom! At last the sound escaped him. Zhong Ping looked up sharply, and seeing the son she had not seen in a year, froze. For a moment, she thought she imagined it. Mom! Sun E shouted and rushed forward. Only then did Zhong Ping confirm it was truly her son. She hastily set the basin down and hurried to meet him. Mom, I'm back. Seeing his mother's weathered face, Sun E could not hold back his tears. Zhong Ping was only in her early 40s, yet worry had aged her into someone who looked much older. A benevolent smile spread across Zhong Ping's face as she looked at the son standing before her. Why didn't you tell me you were coming, she asked. She added, you didn't mention it at all when you called the other day. Sun E replied, I came back on short notice and will leave again soon. I want to see my father first. They entered the small house, and Sun E went directly to the left room. On the bed lay a gaunt, middle-aged man, his father Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan had been paralyzed and bedridden since an accident 3 years ago, unable to move. Dad, I'm home. Stepping into the room and gazing at his emaciated father, tears welled in Sun E's eyes again. You're grown. Why are you crying? Sun Yuan's tone sounded stern, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. It had been more than a year since they last met. Seeing Sun Yuan attempt to sit up, Sun E hurried to support him into a proper sitting position. How is school? Has everything been resolved? He asked. It's been all right. Most things are taken care of. Everything is getting back on track, Sun E said with a faint smile. At that moment, a harsh gong-like voice rang from outside. Zhong Ping, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come help. Do you want to wear us all out? Sun E frowned. Dad'll step out and take a look. Don't be rash. After all, we're family, Sun Yuan cautioned, fearing his son would cause trouble. I understand. Sun E nodded, then walked outside. Shufang will be right there to help. Ew, I just gave the boy's father his medicine, Zhong Ping said with a forced smile to a plump middle-aged woman. The woman Lu Shufang was unrepentant and loudly replied, he's a useless one. Skipping a meal won't kill him. Which is more important, his affairs or the birthday banquet? If the elder's feast is delayed, who will take responsibility? Lu Shufang continued. Sun E stepped out with a cold face and fixed his gaze on her. Lu Shufang had not expected Sun E to appear and was taken aback. Zhong Ping had likewise not anticipated her son would speak so harshly and was momentarily stunned. They quickly recovered their composure. Lu Shufang, furious, pointed at Sun E and yelled, You little beast, who do you call a fat woman? Sun E's eyes turned icy. What if I did call you that? You wretched fat woman, you gluttonous pig, he retorted, his manner every bit as imposing as hers. Lu Shufang sneered. Oh, Zhong Ping, your family has raised a fine son, a university student no less, yet he has no manners, spewing filth and daring to insult his elders. Truly lacking in upbringing. Sun E looked at Lu Shufang with cold disdain and said, I reserve civility for people when faced with beasts. Politeness is unnecessary. At first, Lu Shufang did not realize she had been called a beast, but the implication quickly registered and it sent her into a trembling rage. How dare you speak to an elder like that? Zhongping, is this how you taught your son? She scolded. Xiao Yi, how could you speak to your third aunt that way? She is an elder, apologize. Zhongping admonished in a feigned stern voice. Apologize to her. There's no need, Sun Yi replied. You, fine, we'll see about this. And as for borrowing money from us, forget it. Lu Shufang stormed off in a fury. After she left, Sun Yi asked Zhongping, did you go to borrow money from them again? He looked at his mother's sullen face. Zhongping sighed. I had intended to ask them for a little, but it seems impossible now. Don't take it to heart. But she is an elder, and speaking to her like that isn't proper. Sun Yi scoffed. Is someone like her even an elder? In any case, I don't recognize such elders. Mom, I have money now. You will never need to borrow from anyone again. You haven't even started full-time work yet. How much can you have? Zhongping urged pragmatically. Keep it for yourself first. If it's insufficient, you'll find a way. You just graduated and recently began working. Conditions are still hard. Don't shortchange yourself. Sun Yi said nothing further. He led Zhongping into a room, reached into his bag, and produced a thick bundle of cash. Mom, here, 100,000 yuan. I just withdrew it today. I'll keep it for your needs. If it's not enough, tell me, and he'll bring more, Sun Yi said, handing the bundle to Zhongping. Zhongping stared at the 100,000 yuan in her hands, utterly stunned. Such a sum was no small matter for them. Holding the money, Zhongping stood speechless, the enormity of it leaving her momentarily bewildered. Where did you get so much money? Zhongping stared at Sun Yi in disbelief, her gaze tinged with quiet concern. Seeing his mother's expression, Sun Yi knew she feared he had strayed onto the wrong path. Mom, don't worry. This money is entirely legitimate, earned fairly and lawfully over the past few days. What kind of job could possibly yield this much in just a few days? Mom, something extraordinary has happened recently. I'll tell you both everything clearly and honestly. Thereupon Sun Yi recounted in full detail all that had transpired in his life lately, sparing no truth as he spoke before his parents. In this world, no one cared for him more deeply than his parents, a truth Sun Yi held unshakably in his heart. Though the events were momentous, he had no intention of concealing them. It took a full half-hour before Sun Yuan and Zhongping fully grasped what had unfolded in Sun Yi's life during that time. Sun Yuan sighed softly. I never imagined you'd borne such immense pressure these past days. No wonder your voice sounded strained the last time you called home. Zhongping gently took Sun Yi's hand and murmured tenderly, you must be utterly exhausted. It's our fault. We're incapable parents and you've suffered because of it. Mom, please don't say that. I feel no exhaustion at all, not while I have you both. So you've truly decided to become a professional gamer? Sun Yuan asked, eyes fixed on his son. Sun Yi nodded solemnly. The conventional paths open to me have been sealed shut by Wei Xian. True, it's difficult to carve out success without connections or resources. But the virtual realm is different. Though I am but a novice, I possess advantages others lack, and I'm guided by seasoned mentors. Success is certain. Can Lin Shi truly be trusted? Sun Yuan asked, voice edged with apprehension. Sun Yi replied, I admit I know little about her in depth, but her sincerity feels genuine. Moreover, she has already invested 100 million yuan in earnest. I hold nothing of value worth deceiving, so I trust her completely. Very well. If this path is the one you've chosen, then walk it as you see fit, Sun Yuan said, nodding slowly. He paused and asked, and why have you returned home this time? Sun Yi explained, I wish to invite Yong and the others to join my studio, and I'd like to bring both of you with me. Though your mobility is limited, you can enter the game through a neural interface pod, just like anyone else. You won't need to lie idle in bed each day. Lin Shi and I have also discussed our recruitment strategy. Will prioritize hiring individuals with physical disabilities, not only to empower them, but because in the game world they stand equal to all others. Through their own skill and effort, they can earn meaningful rewards, and above all, they prove profoundly loyal. Hearing this, Sun Yuan nodded thoughtfully, his curiosity about the game now deeply piqued. He had completed high school and retained a keen, reflective mind. If it truly works as you describe, it's certainly worth trying. But will arrangements be feasible? Everything is under control. Mom can help once she joins us. Staying behind in the village holds no meaning anymore. When do we depart? Sun Yuan asked. I'll take Yong and the others first. You two stay here to pack up. I'll finalize preparations and bring you over shortly. Sun Yi added. You've grown into a man now. You may decide many things for yourself. We can offer little assistance, but we trust your judgment. Sun Yuan nodded quietly. Today is your second grandfather's birthday celebration. Go pay your respects with your mother and present a gift. Better not give gossips cause to speak ill. Sun Yi nodded, but inwardly recoiled at the thought of his second grandfather's family. Those brothers would still be playing in the mud if not for his father's guidance and patronage. It's nearly time. Let's go, Mom. Yong and the others are already waiting at second grandfather's house, Sun Yi said, glancing at the clock. He then walked beside his mother toward his second grandfather's home. His second grandfather lived at the village's northern edge, where laughter roared and festivities surged. Having been lifted from obscurity by Sun Yuan, his sons now thrived, thus this birthday demanded grandeur. Only spectacle could uphold their prestige. Rustic courtyard banquets brimmed with earthy vitality before an ornate villa sprawled a vast open yard, and at its entrance several village women prepared vegetables, including Lu Shufang's son Yi's third aunt-in-law. From afar, Lu Shufang spotted Zhong Ping and Sun Yi approaching, and immediately shrieked in her shrill voice, "Oh, some people lag when work calls, but race like wind at mealtime. What shameless wretches!" Sun Yi shot her a cold, disdainful glance and muttered, "Shut your foul mouth." Then pulling out a freshly prepared red envelope, he strode directly to the gift registration table. The crowd instantly perked up, especially Lu Shufang, whose eyes gleamed as if she'd unearthed buried treasure. Before the registrar could even open it, she snatched the envelope away, cackling, "Heh, he thinks tossing in a red envelope grants him free feasting. Empty envelope, empty pretense." She was certain the Sun family couldn't afford even a modest gift, hence her sneer. Open your dog eyes wide and verify whether there's real money inside. Don't assume everyone shares your stinginess. Sun Yi gave her another icy look, reclaimed the envelope, and poured its contents onto the table. 800 yuan, crisp and exact. To Sun Yi now 800 yuan meant nothing. He could easily offer far more, but extravagance served no purpose. To villagers, however, a birthday gift of 1 or 200 yuan was standard. 800 was undeniably generous. The crowd froze in stunned silence. Lu Shufang's face flushed crimson. The blow to her pride was unmistakable. Everyone knew the Sun family's dire straits. Sun Yuan's paralysis had plunged them deep into debt. None believed Sun Yi could produce cash for a gift. Impossible. How could you possibly afford such a sum? Lu Shufang jabbed a finger at Sun Yi, shouting hysterically, "So, your money is acceptable, but mine isn't." Sun Yi met her glare with icy calm. Just then another village woman interjected coolly, "If you're so flush, why haven't you repaid your family's debts? You're merely puffing yourself up with borrowed pride." Sun Yi turned, his gaze settling upon the speaker, another woman he despised intensely, his second grandfather's fourth daughter-in-law, his fourth aunt-in-law, whose sharp tongue and ruthless logic rivaled Lu Shufang's. "I owe you no debt. Why meddle so brazenly? And who said I wouldn't repay? Today I return precisely to settle those debts." Sun Yi declared, voice ringing clear and firm. Sun Yi's words attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but glance at the backpack on his back. Generally speaking, one wouldn't bring such a backpack to a birthday celebration. Could it be that this kid really brought money? Repay? How could he have money to repay? Sun Yi's family was once in decent circumstances, but later, after his father was seriously injured, they spent all their savings and fell into heavy debt, a situation that everyone in the village basically knew. Although no one knew exactly how much debt Sun Yi's family had, it was certainly in the range of 200,000 to 300,000. Everyone knew Sun Yi was in university, and many people simply didn't believe he could come up with money to repay his debts. Lu Shufang looked at Sun Yi with disdain and exclaimed, "Anyone can talk big, but if you have the ability, show us the money." Sun Yi cast a faint glance at her, then walked over to a nearby table, placed down the backpack, and took out a pile of cash in front of everyone. "He really has money. How much is that? Where did he get so much money?" Seeing Sun Yi produce a pile of cash, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, please invite Uncle Zhang and the others over. Today, in front of everyone, I will repay the money I owe them," Sun Yi said to his mother Zhong Ping. Zhong Ping nodded and went to find people while Sun Yi stayed by the side. "Oh, Xiaoyi, where did you get this money?" Sun Yi glanced at the woman speaking and replied blandly, "I earned it. It's not like I stole it." Many people thought that the villagers were like family, but ever since his father was severely injured, Sun Yi had seen through these people. When his father was seriously injured and urgently needed money for treatment, Sun Yi begged everyone he could find. Although he eventually borrowed some money, it made him understand the phrase, the warmth and coldness of human relationships. Initially, because his father was educated, he boldly took on projects and earned some money. Later, he brought some people from the village into the same line of work, improving the lives of many villagers. However, when his family faced difficulties, only a handful of people lent a helping hand. For those ungrateful individuals, Sun Yi had no good feelings at all. The reason he was repaying the debt in front of so many people was to show those who had refused to lend him money, and also to make it easier for him to take people out in the future. "If having money makes you special," the woman snorted coldly. Sun Yi ignored her completely, and soon Zhong Ping approached with 4 people. The first was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, looking rather simple-minded. Uncle Zhang, 5th aunt, 7th granduncle, and little aunt. Sun Yi quickly stood up to greet them, his demeanor towards these 4 people completely different from that towards others. "Xiaoyi is back. It's been over a year, you've grown stronger." Uncle Zhang smiled. Son E smiled back and respectfully said, "Thank you for taking care of us all these years, Uncle Jean. Without you, I don't know what our family would be like. Thank you all." As he spoke, Son E bowed to them. "There's no need for such formalities. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is only right." Uncle Jean quickly waved his hand. "Shall we have you struck it rich? Where did you get so much money?" Fifth Aunt Jean May looked at the cash on the table in astonishment. "I was lucky and just earned some money. I can't keep you waiting for your money. I'm repaying you today. Actually, we are not in a hurry for the money. If you are not financially comfortable, you can take your time." Seventh Granduncle Zhang Ziyuan said as he smoked a cigarette. Looking at the simple folks in front of him, Son, he felt a surge of emotions. Uncle Zhang had worked on some tasks with his father and earned a bit of money, but his family situation wasn't particularly good. They were not wealthy. Fifth Aunt's family lived next door to Son E with 4 members in total. Fifth Aunt's husband worked outside all year, leaving her to raise 2 children alone, and their family situation wasn't great either. Seventh Granduncle had once served in the military, and after being injured never married, relying on farming and raising livestock to survive. His conditions were also poor. Lastly was Son E's own little aunt, who was also an ordinary rural person with difficult circumstances. It was these 4 families, each struggling, who supported Son E's family through tough times. Son E felt deeply grateful to them, so as soon as he had money, he wanted to repay his debts first. It's okay, money can always be earned. Conditions are better now, and it will only get better in the future. Uncle Zhang, I promise to repay you double in the future, and today, I am here to keep that promise in front of everyone. Uncle Zhang waved his hand and said, "Whatever you borrowed is what you need to repay, no need to add more." As Son E counted the money, he said, "Uncle Zhang, I don't want to be an untrustworthy person. I borrowed 100,000 from you, and here is 200,000, which is what you deserve." Regardless of whether Uncle Zhang was willing, Son E forcefully stuffed the prepared 200,000 directly into his hands, and no matter how much Uncle Zhang tried to refuse, it was futile. Seeing Uncle Zhang's troubled expression, Son E comforted him. "Uncle Zhang, please accept it. If you don't take it, what about Fifth Aunt, Seventh Granduncle, and the others? Fifth Aunt, your family's situation wasn't good either, yet you still managed to lend me 50,000. I will always remember this kindness. Here is 100,000 for you to keep." Son E then repaid the debt to Fifth Aunt. "Seventh Granduncle, I borrowed 30,000 from you, and today I am repaying 60,000. Don't worry, I will take care of you in the future." Son E handed over the money to Seventh Granduncle. He just hearing that is enough. "Good child." Seventh Granduncle smiled, looking particularly kind. "Little aunt, thank you for your hard work over the past few years. Rest assured our family will no longer suffer in the future." Son E finally gave the money to his little aunt. The 4 of them held the money. Son E had repaid, their expressions somewhat complex. When they lent money to Son E's family back, then they had endured immense pressure, and many people said behind their backs that Son E's family would never be able to repay the money. Now, not only had Son E repaid the money, but he also doubled it, which made the surrounding people extremely envious. Many people were green with jealousy over this money, showing regret on their faces for not lending money to Son E's family back then. "Uncle Jean, you all go back and keep the money safe. We'll head inside first. Mom, let's go in." Son E pulled his mother Zhong Ping and walked towards the inside under the envious gazes. "Tsk Tisk really wealthy, even repaying double. If I had known, I would have lent them some money back then too." Yehu knew Xiao E was so capable that he could repay the money. "Isn't Xiao E in university? Where did he get all this money?" "I don't know, he must have made a fortune outside." Amidst the discussion, Son E had already entered, calling together a few familiar friends to begin his plans. Around a round table sat 8 young individuals, nearly all of them the same age as Son E. Son E's gaze swept over them, and seeing the eager looks in their eyes, he thought to himself that the effect of repaying the debt had finally been achieved. Rural people tend to hold on to traditional views, making it no easy task to lure their peers into their own studio. They must see hope for themselves and their families. Displaying financial power is one of the most direct ways to do so. "Ego, what business are you running outside now?" One slightly plump young man asked Son E eagerly. "How did you earn so much money?" The others also looked on with curiosity. Son E smiled slightly and said, "You all know about the popular virtual game recently, right?" "I know. You're talking about Zhengzhan, right? This game is so hot right now, but it's a pity that the game terminal is too expensive. I can't afford it at all." A boy across from him, wearing glasses, interjected. "Zhengzhan is currently wildly popular. Even many people in the countryside know about it. However, due to the high cost of the game terminal, most rural folks can't play it. However, the game company has announced that 3 months from now, the price of the game terminal will be reduced to 1/10 of the current price, so everyone can afford to wait. I also know about this game. I heard that it had many players online right after it launched, and it supports global simultaneous play, which is different from previous games." Another boy said, "Egu, your business isn't related to this game, is it?" One of them looked at Son E and asked. That's right. I'm planning to establish a game studio, so I'm inviting you to join my studio to make money in the game together. Son, E nodded. You can make money in the game. Someone asked skeptically. Of course you can. I earned all this money from the game. Don't worry, as long as you join my studio, I will ensure that you all make big money together. Son, E assured them. Also, it's a game studio. Forget it, my cousin just found me a job with a monthly salary of 6,500, so I won't join you. The one speaking is Zhong Jibwa, the son of Lu Shufeng, who is about the same age as Sun E. He came over to join the fun, but Sun E didn't like him. When he heard Sun E talking about setting up a studio, his eyes were filled with disdain, and he spoke proudly about finding a job with a salary of 6,500. The others looked at him with envious eyes. Seeing this, Sun E's eyes flashed with contempt. A monthly salary of 6,500 was nothing. He didn't mention the studio's benefits in front of Zhong Jibwa, nor did he tell them that Lin she had invested 100 million. Watching Zhong Jibwa and another person leave, Sun E scanned the remaining crowd and asked, so how about it? Are you willing to join me in taking a chance? Upon hearing it was to join the game studio, everyone showed hesitant expressions. The first to speak, Zhong Jiwen, looked at Sun E with concern and asked, Egu, do we need to prepare game terminals to join your studio? I can't afford that. Sun E smiled and said, once you join the studio, everything will be covered by the studio game terminals, food, and lodging. You just need to follow the arrangements. Yong Jiwen Ji Gang, Ji Bing Zhong Jun Luo, Chung, we've grown up together. You should know what kind of person I am. I won't harm you. Okay, Ego, I've decided to stick with you from now on. Zhong Jiwen's gaze suddenly became incredibly firm. He'll give it a shot too. Ego will listen to you. I'll join too. Except for Zhong Jibwa and another person who left, the rest all agreed to follow Sun E into his game studio. Seeing the determined expressions on their faces, Sun E couldn't help but smile inwardly. They would soon realize how correct their decision was today. Then Sun E began explaining the precautions for joining the studio and details related to the game. Meanwhile, at his second uncle's birthday banquet, people had already started discussing, with Sun E being the main topic, as the matter of double repayment was indeed significant. Later, under Zhong Zibo's promotion, everyone learned that Sun E was recruiting people to play games, aiming to make money from it. Instantly, many remarked that Sun E was wasting his time playing games with no future ahead. Some even claimed that after Sun E worked hard to get into college, he ended up not seeking a proper job, wasting several years for nothing. There were those who boldly declared that Sun E would surely regret it in the end, while others warned their children at home to stay away from Sun E and not learn from him. After hearing that Sun E was recruiting them to join the game studio, the parents of Zhong Jiong and the others also expressed their refusal. Rural parents believe that playing games is a waste of time with no future, and after hearing the comments from those around them, they became even more worried about jeopardizing their children's futures. Sun E could only pull Zhong Jiwen and the others' parents aside and directly offer them money. Each family was given 30,000 as an advance on Zhong Jiong and the others' salaries for 3 months, and he told them that if after 3 months Zhong Jiong and the others wanted to leave the studio, Sun E wouldn't insist, but this matter must be kept absolutely confidential. There was no reason to discuss. Directly throwing money at the problem was an effective solution. Before returning, Sun E had already formulated a rough plan. For the friends he grew up with, Sun E believed that fronting the money was worth it. After resolving the situation, Sun E and a few buddies hastily grabbed a bite to eat before heading back to pack their things, skipping the banquet altogether. After accepting the money, Sun E gave Zhong Xiang's father returned to the table, his eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. After all, this was 30,000 in advance salary for 3 months, which was simply unimaginable. Lao, were you really going to let your Yong go out and mess around with Xiao Yi? One person asked. Let young people try, there's nothing wrong with that. Even if they fail, it's not a big deal. Zhong Xiang's father said while lighting a cigarette. It's just a waste of time. Can you really make money playing games? That's just boasting without basis. A middle-aged man sitting across from him snorted coldly. He was Zhong Zibo's father. I'm curious to see what that kid can pull off. He will end up as unfortunate as his old man sooner or later. Zhong Zibo's father sneered again dismissively. The others looked at him but did not continue speaking. Most people, upon hearing that Sun E was bringing people to play games for money, wore expressions of amusement, ready to mock Sun E. At the banquet, Zhong Ping encountered many disdainful glances and slanders, but she merely smiled it off, believing that her son would surely succeed. Sun E did not waste any time in his hometown. A few friends quickly tidied up and set off directly. With dreams of wealth in their hearts, each of his companions, filled with a touch of trepidation, arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood under Sun E's lead. Looking at the relatively upscale community before them, Zhong Jiong and the others all wore expressions of astonishment. Iga, you don't mean to say you live in here, do you? That's right, I temporarily live here. In fact, I just moved in, and we will definitely relocate to another place in the future. Sun E nodded and said. Such a high-end community must cost a fortune, one remarked. Don't worry, you all will have money in the future, Sun E replied with a smile. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Sun E introduced, "This is where I'm temporarily living. It has quite a spacious area, but there are ladies living inside, as well, who are the major shareholders of the studio, so please be a bit cautious." "Is she pretty? Is she your girlfriend?" Zhang Jun asked curiously. Sun E rolled his eyes at him and said, "Her name is Lin Shi and we just met. Don't get the wrong idea, and be sure to respect her." Lin Shi and the others all stood up, and Lin Shi smiled. "Hello, welcome to the studio. Since you are Sun E's friends, we will all be friends from now on. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Shi, and this is my good friend and partner Su Qing. The person beside me is Sun E's classmate Zhang Bo. I hope everyone gets along well." "Hello, Lin Zong." "Hello, everyone." Zhong Jiong and the others greeted honestly. Sun E had told them on the way to address Lin Shi as Lin Zong. Su Qing was tall with short hair, light makeup, and dressed in a stylish little suit, looking very capable. She smiled slightly and said, "I am Su Qing, and I hope you all will take care of me in the future." Su Qing was quite beautiful, and her smile immediately captivated Zhong Jiong and the others, while Sun E remained unfazed. Zhang Bo smiled and said, "From now on we are all brothers. The rooms have been arranged. Since there are more people, we temporarily assigned 2 people per room." Suddenly, Su Qing interjected, "I have already rented a space near the suburbs for our future office. However, it will take about half a month to tidy up and renovate, so let's make do here for now." Sunny was taken aback and asked, "You found a place so quickly?" Lin Shi explained, "A friend of Su Qing happens to have a vacant space in a garden, and we have seen the place. It is quite suitable for a gaming studio, so I took the liberty to rent it. You won't blame me for not notifying you, will you?" Sun E waved his hand and said, "These matters are for Lin Zong to decide. You don't need to specially inform me. I know nothing about offices. All I can do now is play games." Zhang Bo suddenly put his arm around Sun E's neck and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be so good at gaming. Taking on 1,000 alone is simply legendary." Lin Shi had already detailed Sun Yi's situation to Zhang Bo while showing him Sun E's battle videos. At first, Zhang Bo was not too concerned, but after watching Sun E's combat video, he was utterly astonished. His close friend from the same dormitory had made such a big splash in conquest, completely shattering his worldview. "It's just luck. You know my level well enough, right?" Sunny smiled. "All right, stop being modest. First put away your luggage, and then let's go out for a meal to celebrate the founding of the studio. There are still many things to handle later." "Okay, everyone follow me," Zhang Bo called out, leading Zhong Jiong and the others away while Sun E stayed behind. Sun E, the basic framework of the studio has already been planned and the office location is basically confirmed. Regarding your suggestion to hire disabled people into the studio, I have already contacted the Disabled Persons Federation and they are very supportive of our work. However, they require us to discuss some details in person, so let's go together tomorrow." Lin Shi said, "All right, you handle the arrangements, just tell me what to do. By the way, I have a new idea and would like to hear your opinions. Tell me about it." Sun E cleared his throat and said, "It's like this, my friend Zhong Zhibing just returned from the army. He told me that many people in his unit are also transitioning back. Although there is compensation, there are no job placements. I was wondering if we could recruit some veterans through his connections to join our studio. Veterans have strong mental qualities and are easier to manage. If we form a scale, it should be easier to command in the future. Of course, their gaming skills might not match those of professional gamers. If they are recruited into the studio, we still need to find someone to train them. What do you think of this idea?" After finishing, Sun E looked at Lin Shi with anticipation. He thought of this idea on the way back after hearing some information from Zhong Zhibing, and he felt that recruiting veterans was a good idea. "I think this is a great idea. Veterans are easier to manage than ordinary gamers, and after training they can be assigned to future guild teams, which will be very helpful for guild management. Moreover, recruiting veterans is quite reassuring." Before Lin Shi could speak, Su Qing spoke up first. Lin Shi nodded and said, "Your idea is good. Since the garden area is not small, and we will need many people in the future, you can have Zhong Zhibing reach out and recruit some people into the studio. Additionally, I have one more thing I hope to get your consent on." "What is it?" "It's like this, my father is also disabled and has been bedridden. I want to bring him over, let him join the game, and ideally also join the studio. Of course, he won't interfere with the studio's affairs. I just want him to be closer, so I can take care of him." Lin Shi smiled slightly and said, "That's a small matter, it's completely fine. The area of the garden is quite large, and in our planning we will arrange for family members to move in later. You can rest assured. If your uncle enjoys managing the company, I won't oppose him managing it as long as it's within his capabilities." Upon hearing this, Sun E secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Lin Shi was generous and did not make things difficult for him, and now he felt at ease. With some time remaining before the game's official launch, Sun E spent a significant amount of time browsing forums, watching battle videos of professional players, and diligently learning combat techniques. The matters regarding the studio were largely entrusted to Lin Shi and Su Qing, while Zhang Bo and Zhong Jiong went to assist them. Sun Yi initially wanted to help, but Lin Shi insisted that his top priority should be to enhance his own strength, assuring him that she and Su Qing could handle the studio's affairs. Sun Yi found Lin Zai's words quite reasonable and felt reassured, thus handing over all those matters to her and Su Qing. As time quietly passed, once the game update finished, Sun Yi logged into the game at the first opportunity. It appeared that there weren't many changes in the game, but the newly released rankings piqued Sun Yi's interest. He immediately opened the level rankings: first Fire Dragon Mage Profession, Mage level 9, second Yin Xiao Profession, Mage level 9, third Beidou Profession Swordsman, level 9, fourth Heavenly Wolf King Profession Warrior, level 9, fifth Dominator of the World Profession Warrior, level 9, sixth Heroine Profession Swordsman, level 9, seventh Years Profession, Mage level 9, eighth Blood Rose Profession, Mage level 9, ninth Arrow God Profession, Archer level 9, 10th Dragon God Profession, Mage level 9. Looking at the names on the level rankings, Sun Yi felt no surprise. All the top ranks were occupied by the most elite professional players in the country, the top experts in the Storm ranking, and the leaders of various top guilds. These players had the skills, the personnel, and the funding, all logging in from gaming pods. Their advantages were too apparent. Although his level wasn't high, it was clear that he was already somewhat distant from the average players. Sun Yi believed he had been diligently leveling up in the game, but there was still a significant gap compared to these top-tier players. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, a sense of combat spirit ignited within him. He was determined to strive for a place on the level rankings. The road ahead was still long. Next, he shifted his gaze to the equipment rankings: first Flame Staff, Silver, holder Fire Dragon Mage, second Book of Flames, Silver, holder Yun Xiao, third Gale, Sword, Silver, holder Beidou, fourth Wolf Kings, Sword, Silver, holder Heroine, fifth Strength, War Axe, Silver, holder Dominator of the World, sixth Warriors, Shield, Silver, holder Heavenly Wolf King, seventh Flame Pearl, Silver, holder Years, eighth Slaughter Bow, Silver, holder Arrow God, ninth Bloodthirsty Dagger, Silver, holder Black Butler, 10th Mad Wolf Spear, Silver, holder Thundersword Master. When he saw the equipment rankings, Sun Yi felt a little disappointed. Although his lucky sword was also a silver equipment, its level was too low, likely the lowest tier of silver gear. Originally, Sun Yi thought that since the game had just launched, he had a great chance to make it onto the equipment list, but he didn't expect so many silver-grade items to appear already. Moreover, these silver-grade items were mostly held by top players or guild leaders. No wonder their leveling speed was so rapid. Although he had some opportunities in the game compared to these top-tier players, there was still a significant gap. However, when he thought that his Divine Ring of Creation hadn't made the list, he was somewhat surprised. Could it be that equipment from life professions couldn't make it onto the rankings? The two rankings made Sun Yi realize that the gap between him and the top players was still quite large. This did not discourage him. Instead, it fueled his determination. After all, he was merely a novice who had just begun to touch the game and needed to work even harder. Then he opened the reputation rankings: first Nanfeng 10100, second Fire Dragon Mage 500, third Years 404th Beidou 405th Heroine 306th Yishao 300, 7th Heavenly Wolf King 300, 8th Blood Rose 300, 9th Dominator of the World 200, 10th Arrow God 200. When he saw the reputation rankings, Sun Yi thought he was seeing things. His name was actually at the top, with a reputation far exceeding the second place. Previously, he had obtained 100 reputation points by defeating a Wild Boar King, and the rest came from completing life master tasks that rewarded reputation. Finally, making it onto a ranking, he would soon become a celebrity in Battlefield, which should help him in his future endeavors. Unbeknownst to Sun Yi, his name had already gone viral on the forum, his reputation soaring to shocking heights. What is going on? How could his reputation be so high? Has the game bugged out? No way. How could he have so much more than the second place? What on earth did he do? Killing a boss in the novice village generally only yields around 100 reputation. What could he have accomplished? Why does he have so much reputation? Preliminary judgment indicates that this person, named Nanfeng, must have completed some earth-shattering quest. What quest could reward so much reputation? This is too outrageous. Who is this god? Oh right, I remember this person just declared war on AO. Sure. No wonder that name sounds a bit familiar. It's him. The forum suddenly became lively and videos of Sun Yi were once again trending, especially his declaration of war against AO, Sure, which quickly climbed back up the trending list. Bastard. Find out who this Nanfeng is. No matter the cost, I want him dead. Wei Xian was furious in the game. The video of Sun Yi declaring war on AO Sure had dealt a significant blow to AO Sure's reputation, with mocking voices surrounding them everywhere. Wei Xian wished he could immediately tear apart this player named Nanfeng, but he had yet to find any information about him. He could never have imagined that this troublesome Nanfeng was actually Sun Yi. In his eyes, Sun Yi was merely a minor character, someone he could squash with a flick of his finger. Having already severed Sun Yi's path, and exacted his revenge. Looking at the reputation rankings, a faint smile crept across Sun Yi's lips. Just then Zhanlang Wushuang sent him a voice message. Brother Nan Feng, congratulations on securing the top spot. You're making waves in Battlefield. I envy you. Thank you, but it's just luck. Sun Yi replied with a smile. Can you share what you did to earn so much reputation? How did you suddenly gain so much reputation? This is quite a treasure. Zhanlang Wushuang inquired. I just completed a task. It's nothing special. By the way, Wushuang, are you interested in a collaboration? Collaboration? Haven't we always been collaborating? Zhanlang Wushuang replied with a smile. I mean a strategic collaboration. Our studio could partner with your Zhanlang for a strategic alliance. Sun Yi suddenly spoke with a serious tone. You formed a studio. Zhanlang Wushuang was somewhat surprised in his eyes. Sun Yi was just a solo player, and he didn't expect him to actually establish a studio. The studio is just starting up, and I hope Brother Wushuang can lend strong support. The courage scroll I provided you last time can be supplied in large quantities along with battle scrolls that enhance attack power. I wonder if you're interested. Where are you, brother? Let's meet and discuss. Zhanlang Wushuang immediately agreed to a meeting place with Sun Yi, his tone filled with urgency. Soon Sun Yi met with Zhanlang Wushuang at the agreed-upon tavern, a place known for its high consumption, but also frequented by many. As soon as they entered the private room, Zhanlang Wushuang eagerly asked, So how do you plan to proceed with the strategic cooperation? What specific projects do you have in mind? Currently, our studio mainly produces 3 types of products: backpack expansion scrolls, beginner courage scrolls, and beginner attack scrolls. These items should be of great assistance to you. As far as I know, it is quite challenging to cultivate live players at present. The 3 items you mentioned have very limited production, and it might not be enough to reach the level of strategic cooperation. Zhanlang Wushuang was also very eager to obtain the 3 items Sun Yi mentioned, but the difficulty in cultivating live players was quite significant. Although they had invested a lot of effort and resources, they still had not cultivated any live players capable of producing these 3 items. According to Zhanlang Wushuang's estimate, it would take at least 5 days to cultivate live players capable of creating the 3 products. He was also filled with doubts about how Sun Yi could produce 3 items in such a short time. Sun Yi smiled slightly and said, Are you worried that our studio won't provide enough quantity? Zhanlang Wushuang nodded, saying, I do have this concern. If the quantity is too low, I worry that the support from above won't be substantial. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I guarantee there will be no issues with the quantity. However, I do need your assistance with one thing. What kind of assistance? Zhanlang Wushuang asked. I hope you can provide a large quantity of the raw materials needed for production to our studio. Sun Yi looked at Zhanlang Wushuang and explained that the main reasons for wanting to reach a strategic cooperation agreement with Zhanlang were threefold. First, having Zhanlang as a stable sales channel would allow for significant financial gains. Second, Zhanlang is a massive guild capable of acquiring large amounts of raw materials. Once a strategic cooperation agreement is established, it would greatly alleviate the raw material issues for the studio, significantly aiding its development. Third, by helping Zhanlang now, when he eventually establishes his own guild, Zhanlang would be able to reciprocate and assist him. Before entering the game today, Lin, she had already discussed the idea of forming an alliance with Sun Yi, ultimately choosing to ally with Zhanlang, which also had a good reputation. Seeing Zhanlang Wushuang's slightly hesitant expression, Sun Yi smiled and sent a private message to Zhanlang Wushuang containing the skills transmission and creation god ring. This is... Upon seeing the private message from Sun Yi, Zhanlang Wushuang's eyes widened, unable to speak from excitement. After a while, he took a deep breath and his gaze towards Sun Yi became resolute. Brother, I will contact the president immediately and ensure we finalize a strategic cooperation agreement with your studio in the shortest time possible. Zhanlang Wushuang had previously been worried about the strength of Sun Yi's studio, but after seeing what Sun Yi had sent, he immediately understood Sun Yi's value. Brother, remember to keep this a secret. I don't want everyone to know about this matter, Sun Yi reminded. Don't worry, brother. We at Zhanlang will definitely keep your secret. I will contact the president right away. Please wait a moment. After Zhanlang Wushuang finished speaking, he immediately exited the game to contact the president of Zhanlang. As soon as Zhanlang Wushuang disappeared, Sun Yi's phone rang directly, connecting him to the game. He heard Su Qing's voice. President, we are already online and at the spawn point. Where are you? Wait for me at the spawn point. I will be there shortly. After hanging up and leaving a message for Zhanlang Wushuang, Sun Yi left the tavern. The spawn point was not far from the tavern. Soon Sun Yi spotted several familiar figures. Although everyone had changed their appearances, he recognized them at a glance. Su Qing, Zhang Bo, and a group of about 40 people gathered at the spawn point, curiously looking around, appearing quite excited. So many people. Sun Yi walked over, staring in shock at the crowd. Zhang Bo smiled and said, It's because our manager Lin and general manager Su are highly efficient. The Disabled Alliance has fully prepared everything, and these are the first batch of people to come online. Sun Yi's gaze swept over the group, and seeing the smiles on their faces made him happy as well. In real life, they had physical disabilities, but in the game, they looked just like normal people. Here they had a brand new life. Su Qing's game name was the same as her real name, and although her appearance was slightly adjusted, she still looked very capable. President, they have already completed basic training and are familiar with the general process. Let's start arranging things next. Okay, everyone follow me. Oh, let's learn about life professions first. Sun Yi called out, then led the large group of newcomers towards the life profession area, where they first headed to the tailor's shop. As they walked, he introduced to Su Qing. I have already discussed the idea of forming an alliance with Zhang Lang's people and believe we will have results soon. If the alliance is successful, I will rely on you for the subsequent handover. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Su Qing nodded. Currently, our main products are 3 backpack expansion scrolls, beginner courage scrolls, and beginner attack scrolls. Each person has a daily production limit for backpack expansion scrolls, so everyone needs to learn the production method for them. Additionally, we can split into 2 groups for the beginner courage scrolls and beginner attack scrolls, each group focusing on one type, and if we obtain production blueprints later, we can arrange accordingly. Alright, we will arrange for the disabled alliance to come online as soon as possible, Su Qing nodded. Then Sun Yi took everyone to the tailor's shop to learn tailoring skills, went to the alchemy room to learn alchemy, and shared the production blueprints with them, personally demonstrating the production methods. Is it really this easy? Can we really make money? Zhong Jiwen expressed disbelief, feeling it seemed too simple. Igor, are you sure we can earn money? Zhong Ji just asked with a worried expression, what if we lose money? The others also wore worried expressions, feeling that these life professions seemed too simple and not likely to be profitable. Sun Yi smiled slightly, saying, don't worry, you won't lose out, you'll soon realize how lucrative this can be. Just then Zhanlang Wushuang came online and immediately notified Sun Yi to sign the contract. This time Sun Yi went to the tavern with Su Qing, and he noticed that Zhanlang Wushuang was accompanied by a young woman wearing glasses. Brother, this is our guild's manager Zhang Lan. She will be mainly responsible for liaising with your studio in the future, Zhanlang Wushuang introduced with a smile. Hello, Ms. Zhang. This is our guild's manager Su Qing, who will basically be responsible for the studio's affairs in the future. Hello, Mr. Nanfeng. Hello, Manager Su. Zhang Lan greeted with a smile. Hello, Mr. Wushuang. Hello, Manager Zhang. Please take care of me in the future. Su Qing also smiled, and they seemed to have a very amicable relationship. Emerging from the tavern, Sun Yi cast a glance at Su Qing, admiration shining in his eyes. Though they seemed about the same age, Su Qing's capacity for handling matters astonished him. Su Qing smiled and asked if something was amiss. Sun Yi replied that there was nothing wrong, only that he had not expected Su Qing to be so formidable and that it was a blessing for the studio to have him. Sun Yi expressed his genuine admiration. Su Qing waved it off and explained that such situations came often enough that he had learned to deal with them. His urgent advice was that Sun Yi must first strengthen himself and build his reputation. In the future, he would be the guild's banner, and much of the guild's prospects would hinge on his own strength. Sun Yi confessed that the pressure felt heavy. Su Qing counseled him not to burden himself too much, saying his progress had already been rapid and that both he and Cici believed Sun Yi could become a top player. Su Qing reassured him that as long as he kept working hard, there would be no problem, and that Sun Yi need not concern himself with the studio's other affairs, which could be entrusted entirely to them. Sun Yi gratefully accepted their help. The two parted ways. Sun Yi handed all his belongings to Su Qing for safekeeping, bought a full backpack of potions and enough mutation scrolls, then dashed toward the Bat Cavern. At the mouth of the cavern, he found a throng of players gathered outside shouting for teams. One by one groups were entering the cave to grind experience. Sun Yi strode into the Bat Cavern as if he knew it well, and amid a crowd of astonished gazes, he charged alone toward the depths. Players murmured in disbelief at someone soloing the cavern. Voices rippled through the group, some mocking, some incredulous. Then someone recognized him and announced that it was Nan Feng, the reputation board's #1, who could even solo a 1,000-man raid, who a lone run of the Bat Cavern was nothing to him. Others nodded, saying they had thought he looked familiar, and a few wistfully remarked it would be wonderful to team up with him. Someone observed that Nan Feng had already declined several invitations and had clearly decided to go it alone, which was a pity for those hoping to join him. Under envious eyes, Sun Yi pressed deeper into the Bat Cavern and soon encountered another demon bat. He stepped into one of the cave mouths and then leapt back. A monstrous shriek echoed from within as a vast shape surged forth and claw strikes tore through the air, narrowly missing Sun Yi. A gleam flashed in Sun Yi's eyes as his left hand drove the long sword into the root of the bat's wing, striking with precise accuracy. A golden critical indicator reading 180 popped up instantly. Then with a furious slash from his right hand, another massive damage figure bloomed upon the demon bat. The demon bat shrieked in pain, its blood-red eyes fixing on Sun E before it lunged, talons swiping toward him. Unfazed, Sun E retreated a step to avoid the attack and immediately launched a counteroffensive, brilliant arcs of sword light, cascading over the demon bat. Damage numbers continued to sprout from the demon bat, as Sun E deftly evaded its assaults, taking only minimal harm himself. Although the game's update had delayed his play for a time, Sun E had studied professional players' combat videos, and his skill had nonetheless improved greatly. Facing the demon bat's onslaught, his formidable lifesteal rendered the fight effortless. Where once engagements with the demon bat had been perilous, now he felt scarcely any pressure at all. Soon a demon bat fell beneath Sun E's feet, fortunately dropping a vampiric ring. Sun E beamed as he picked up the loot and strode toward another bat lair. One demon bat after another fell to his blade. Sun E's experience climbed steadily, and before long, he reached level 9, though he remained far from appearing on the leaderboard. After glancing at the rankings, Sun E threw himself back into battle. Meanwhile, back at the studio, operations had finally begun to run smoothly. After forging an alliance with Zhang Lang promptly gathered all the materials in the beginner village and delivered them into Su Qing's hands. With this batch of materials, the studio's staff could at last get to work. Zhong Jiong and the others followed the original plan and immediately produced all the backpack expansion scrolls they could that day. Although they had been directly taught the crafting techniques by Sun E and thus did not need to raise proficiency, or by schematics, the crafting process still carried a high failure rate. In the tailoring workshop, Zhong Jiong and the others had just finished the day's production of backpack expansion scrolls. Zhang Jun came over curious to ask how many Zhong Jiong had made in total. Zhong Jiong sighed and admitted that his luck had been poor, producing only 22 backpack expansion scrolls. He then asked Zhang Jun how many he had made. Zhang Jun returned a troubled face and said his luck had also been bad, failing many times and ultimately producing only 25 scrolls. Luo Chung drew near and said that both of them had been luckier than he was. He had managed to successfully craft 20 backpack expansion scrolls. Soon Zhong Jigang and others gathered to listen to their talk. Zhong Jigang smiled wryly and confessed he had done the worst, succeeding in only 18. He worried aloud that the failure rate was so high they might lose money. Zhong Jiong nervously replied that it should not be a loss, for if the operation would lose money, Sun E would not have asked them to come. Luo Chung then asked if anyone knew how much the scrolls would sell for. They did not know, but Su's manager had already notified them that she would arrive soon to collect all the crafted items. She would know the exact price when she came. Everyone was making and selling items in the game for the first time and had no sense of their market value, so their mood remained heavy. After a short while, Su Qing entered and, seeing the gloomy faces, smiled and asked what was the matter and why everyone looked so glum. Zhong Jiong explained with a worried expression that their success rates had been too low and they feared a loss. Su Qing waved his hand and reassured them with a smile that they need not worry. He and the guild leader had already agreed that the studio would buy their crafted backpack expansion scrolls at 30 yuan apiece, supplying all the materials so that failures would not be their concern. Surprised eyes widened as Zhong Jiong stared at Su Qing in disbelief, and the others were expressions of shock. 30 yuan for each one. Su Qing confirmed that indeed for every successfully crafted backpack expansion scroll, they would receive 30 yuan with no need to account for material costs. Su Qing smiled at the group. This arrangement had been decided beforehand as the method of distribution. Then does that mean I just earned 660 in a short while? Am I dreaming? Is money really this easy to make? Zhong Jiong was completely astonished, feeling as if he were in a dream. Making the backpack expansion scroll only took 2 hours, requiring no thought or effort. It was just a simple task, and to think it could be so profitable felt like a dream. Heavens, does that mean I also earned 540? Zhong Jigang exclaimed, his previous troubled expression replaced with excitement and a flushed face. Wow, I can't believe it. In such a short time, I actually earned 750. Igu really didn't lie to us. He truly brought us to make big money. Zhang Jun's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, I'm so glad I came out with Igu, or I would regret it terribly. This is amazing. Even a cripple like me can earn money. I can hardly believe that so much money can be made. I must be dreaming. A group of people was filled with excitement, exclaiming as their earnings exceeded their expectations. Su Qing looked at the crowd's excited faces and smiled slightly, then called out, "Come over and line up. Hand in your backpack expansion scrolls one by one, and the money will be transferred to your accounts simultaneously, no debts." Zhong Jiong, you go first, Su Qing beckoned. Okay. Zhong Jiong hurried over, and the assistant next to Su Qing quickly traded the backpack expansion scroll with him. After the transaction was completed, another assistant directly transferred the money to Zhong Jiong's account. When he checked his balance, his face nearly broke into a smile. Alright, those who have completed the transaction go to the back of the line to find Assistant Wong for the materials needed to make the scrolls, and then go to the alchemy room to craft the scrolls. You won't need to pay for materials either. Later we will send someone to trade for the successfully made scrolls at $1 per scroll. Only $1. That's even less than making the backpack expansion scroll, someone suddenly said. Who wouldn't want to make a backpack expansion scroll? Unfortunately, each person can only make 100 a day, Zhang Jun said with a smile. Su Qing smiled and said, don't underestimate making scrolls. Although they are only $1 each, they are quick to produce and currently have no production limit. So if you can make 1,000 a day, that's a pure income of $1,000. If you can make 5,000, that's a pure income of $5,000. Is there really that much? Is it for real? Then won't we get rich? Before Su Qing could finish speaking, everyone became excited, as if they could see money waving in front of them. Of course it's true, but I must remind you that the backpack expansion scrolls and the regular scrolls are currently in high demand, hence the high price. Once others can also make them, the price will surely drop significantly. So to make money, you need to act fast. Quick, I want to work all night making scrolls. I decide not to sleep for a day. I decide not to rest for 2 days. I will fight for 3 days straight. Alright, rest assured, everyone, the studio won't shortchange anyone. For your health, work hours will also be arranged. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, though a bit disappointed, they felt relieved, thinking about how much money they could still earn. The speed of the exchanges noticeably quickened, and in no time all the backpack expansion scrolls were traded. Then everyone rushed toward the alchemy room. Su Qing stayed behind with a few assistants. Assistant Wong, how many backpack expansion scrolls did we have today? Assistant Wong, standing next to Su Qing, looked at the records and replied, today a total of 880 backpack expansion scrolls were exchanged, with each person averaging 20 scrolls made. Have all their payments been settled? Su Qing asked again. All payments have been successfully made, Assistant Wong replied. Has the Battle Wolf side been notified? They have been informed. They will send someone over to exchange shortly, Assistant Wong replied. Good, once the exchange is finished and the funds are credited, transfer the money to the president's account immediately and notify him to check it. Su Qing instructed. Rest assured, Manager Su, I will handle it promptly, Assistant Wong assured earnestly. After Su Qing reminded a few more things, he walked toward the alchemy room. These 40-plus life profession players were the studio's golden geese, and Su Qing needed to keep a close watch on them. When Lin, she invited her to join. Before, she hadn't taken the studio too seriously, but now she had completely changed her mind. The studio's earning potential was simply terrifying. It was only the first day, and with just over 40 people in the team, once the numbers were filled, it would be even more impressive. With Sun Yi's current level, each life profession can recruit up to 70 apprentices, and with 6 life professions, that totals to 420 life profession players. If all 420 can be utilized, this studio could easily crush others. Before long, the staff from Battle Wolf completed the exchange here, and Assistant Wong promptly transferred the money belonging to Sun Yi to his account. Sun Yi, who was battling against the demon bats, received Assistant Wong's notification immediately. Upon checking his account, he saw a credit of 26400. Seeing this income credited, Sun Yi was filled with emotion. The first income of the newly established studio was unexpectedly high. He had never dreamed that making money could be this easy. However, ever since Lin she invested money, he no longer lacked funds. His inner calm gradually returned, and he adjusted his mindset to continue focusing on leveling up. Time passed quietly as Sun Yi became completely immersed in his battle with the demon bats, each bat falling before his sword. The drop rate for soloing demon bats was already quite decent, and with his luck far surpassing that of ordinary players, the drops for the lifesteal accessories still greatly satisfied him. He finally gathered a full set of bronze-level demon accessories, greatly enhancing his lifesteal effect and significantly boosting his attributes, making him even more powerful. After another 4 hours, he received another notification from Assistant Wong. Upon checking his account, he found it had credited another 57690. Looking at the transaction record, Sun Yi felt almost numb. Just then, Su Qing also notified him that it was time for dinner. Sun Yi looked at his backpack, which was almost full, then returned to the novice village and logged out of the game. As soon as he stepped out of the game pod, he heard loud noises from outside. Opening the door, he heard waves of excited voices coming from the living room. So excited. It seems you all struck it rich. Sun Yi walked into the living room, smiling at the excited faces of his friends. Good, do you know how much I earned today? Zhong Jiong couldn't wait to pull Sun Yi over. How much? Sun Yi asked with a smile. 2,100. A full 2,100. Zhong Jiong exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Earning 2,100 in one day was something he never even dreamed of before. For them, it was an astronomical figure. Looking at the excited face of Zhong Jiong's son, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. He wondered what Zhong Jiong would think if he knew that Sun Yi had earned over 80,000 a day. Not bad, an income of over 2,000 is a good start. How about you all? How much did you earn today? Sun Yi smiled as he looked at the others. I earned 2,200 today, Zhong Jiwen said with a simple smile. I earned the least only a bit over 1,900. Zhong Jigang claimed to have earned the least, yet his face was full of smiles showing no signs of disappointment. Sun Yi smiled and said, over 1,900 is already quite good. Keep it up and strive to catch up with everyone. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely work hard, Zhong Jigang said with determination in his eyes. Sun Yi chuckled and turned his gaze to Zhang Jun asking, what about you? I earned over 2,500 today, Zhang Jun said with a grin, his eyes narrowing with joy. He's the one who earned the most among us, but I didn't do too badly either. I earned 2,200, Zhong Jibing said with a smile. Sun Yi looked at the happy faces of the group, revealing a look of satisfaction. These individuals were his childhood friends, although their education levels were not as high as his. They were all genuinely good people. During the hard times when his family struggled, it was these good brothers who extended a helping hand to him while he was in university. Though their help was not substantial, Sun Yi had always remembered it. He had silently vowed that once he became successful, he would surely help these friends. This was also one of the reasons he returned home to bring them out as soon as possible, saying, don't forget, when you become rich is easy, but actually doing it is not. However, it was still not enough. He wanted these people to earn more money and become enviable wealthy individuals. You all did well, but earning over 2,000 is still far from enough. I hope that in the future you can earn over 5,000 a day, even 10,000 or more, and I want you all to live in mansions and drive luxury cars. Brother E, can we really achieve that in the future? Brother E, are you joking? Sun Yi's words lit up everyone's eyes as if they could already envision a wonderful life of driving luxury cars and living in mansions. Each of them was breathing a bit more rapidly. Sun Yi smiled and said, trust me, it will definitely be possible. At that moment, Lin Shi and Su Qing entered the hall along with Zhang Bo. They had all heard Sun Yi's words. Su Qing smiled and said, you must have faith in the president. Today is just the first day. You will see that it will definitely be possible. The crowd greeted Su Qing warmly as she approached. You've worked hard today, Su Qing, Sun Yi said earnestly. Su Qing smiled and replied, is there any job that isn't hard? As long as it earns money and offers hope, that's enough. Lin Shi asked with a smile, so did you make any money? Of course I made money. Today's situation is excellent. Our products are not even enough to supply the werewolf side. They require us to supply at full capacity. In 15 days, they will take all the goods we can provide. Su Qing said. Lin's eyes brightened. It seems that the werewolf is preparing for a major campaign and wants to dominate our goods for half a month, aiming to be the sole powerhouse here. You're right, Zhang Bo said with a smile. Today the werewolf has fully mobilized in this village, aggressively recruiting personnel. Given the scale and cost of their recruitment, they are making significant moves. Additionally, I've noticed many newcomers from Werewolf joining our novice village. Lin Shi nodded and praised the Werewolf King has great vision and is very decisive. To develop the Werewolf into one of the top 10 guilds is indeed impressive. Zhang Bo said with some concern, with the Werewolf making such big moves, will it affect us? Lin Shi glanced at Zhang Bo and replied, you don't need to worry. As it stands, the better the Werewolf develops, the more beneficial it is for our future growth. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi nodded and said, as of now, we have no competitive relationship with the Werewolf. Don't forget, we haven't recruited members in game yet. I believe we should increase our support for the Werewolf and help it grow. Once we establish ourselves and start recruiting, having the Werewolf as a backing will make our initial development smooth. Lin Shi smiled at Sun Yi and said, it's great to have a president with such a broad vision. I believe our guild will develop very well. Sun Yi couldn't help but blush slightly at Lin's compliment and waved his hand, saying, I'm far from it. The matters of the guild should primarily be handled by you all. Regarding increasing support for the Werewolf, the strategy mainly involves dealing with Ao Shi and Xiongba Wangchao. After all, I have enmity with them, and I want to take this opportunity to eliminate their influence in this village. Su Qing nodded and said, that's a good idea. It not only clears obstacles for Werewolf, but also maintains our visibility. If you can truly resolve these two major guilds, your popularity will increase significantly. Next, I will investigate the situation of Ao Shi and Xiongba Wangchao. You maintain contact on your end, Zhang Bo said at that moment. By the way, Jibing, how's the situation with the comrades you contacted? Sun Yi turned to Zhong Jibing and asked. Zhong Zibing's expression instantly turned sour, and he awkwardly said, I've already called them, but most of them are hesitant upon hearing it's a game studio. It might be a bit difficult. I see. How many people did you contact in total? Sun Yi asked. I contacted a total of 63 people, and only 11 clearly expressed their willingness to come over. Even at the fastest, they need 4 to 5 days to arrive. Zhong Jibing said. Lin Shi frowned slightly and remarked, that's too few people, and the time is dragging too long. Zhang Bo nodded and said, exactly. 3 to 4 days is enough to create a significant gap. Su Qing also frowned and said, "It seems we can only think of another way." Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Sunny smiled and said, "What are you all worried about? Did you forget how I brought Jibing and the others out of the village?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and quickly realized. Su Qing's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting to throw money at it?" Sunny nodded and said, "That's the simplest and most effective method. But how much will that cost?" Zhong Jibing asked with concern. Lin Shi, looking calm, turned to Sun Yi and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Sun Yi replied, "Very simple. Jibing, just call each of them directly and assure them to come over. Each person who comes over will receive a direct payment of 10,000 and well book their plane tickets as well. Don't worry about the expenses, as long as we can bring them over quickly. Money is not an issue. What we lack now is people and time, and of course we need Lin to agree too." Everyone looked at Lin Shi, who nodded without hesitation, saying, "Let's do it this way. I will arrange for my assistant to help Jibing manage this, aiming to bring everyone over in the shortest time possible. As for accommodation, let's arrange a hotel for now. The studio has just been established, and there is a lot to take care of. For studios like Sun Yi's with significant investment, there are even more matters that need to be handled quickly to form a scale. However, these matters do not require his concern. Lin Shi is an exceptionally capable manager. As Sun Yi has witnessed her assign tasks to everyone with clarity and meticulousness, embodying the image of a domineering CEO from a television drama. Su Qing, on the other hand, is an extremely skilled manager overseeing all aspects of the studio with remarkable coordination. Her capabilities far exceed Sun Yi's expectations. Comparing himself to Su Qing, Sun Yi feels like a complete novice despite having attended university for several years and gaining some internship experience. Nonetheless, it is reassuring that he can completely entrust the studio's affairs to Su Qing and her team without worry. Although he is just a newcomer, he understands the principles of effective management. After all, Lin Shi has invested 100 million, and she wouldn't let the studio collapse. Moreover, his situation is already quite good, and no matter what happens in the future, it can't possibly get worse. The affairs of the studio have nothing to do with him. He can fully dedicate his energy to the game. After dining with everyone, he immediately logged into the game and found Zhanlang Wushuang. "Brother Nanfeng, it seems you had a good income today." Zhanlang Wushuang said, his tone cheerful and clearly in good spirits. "Haha, it seems Brother Wushuang is in a good mood." Sun Yi smiled in response. "Haha, all thanks to Brother Nanfeng. Meeting you has been the greatest fortune since I started in Zhengzhan." Zhanlang Wushuang said with a smile. The extent of Nanfeng's help is something even Nanfeng himself is unaware of. Previously, Zhanlang Wushuang struggled for years in Zhanlang as just a minor character. However, since collaborating with Nanfeng, his status within Zhanlang has skyrocketed. Especially after signing the strategic cooperation agreement, he has directly become one of the main responsible persons of Zhanlang, receiving significant attention and support from the higher-ups with a promising future ahead. Currently, how is Zhanlang developing in our village? Sun Yi asked. Although Zhanlang Wushuang did not understand why Sun Yi was inquiring about Zhanlang, he did not conceal anything and replied seriously, "Indeed, it is developing well. The higher-ups are placing great importance on you. The products from your studio have a significant impact on us, and they have decided to fully develop Zhanlang in this village. Today, they arranged for over 500 people to join, and they are also recruiting externally. Overall, it is quite good." Sun Yi was somewhat astonished to hear that Zhanlang had arranged for 500 people to join the village today. After all, choosing a novice village costs 1,000 coins. Just these 500 people would cost several 100,000. They must be very wealthy. "How is the recruitment situation for you in this village?" Sun Yi suddenly asked. "It's not bad, but the game has just started and all major guilds are striving to recruit members, so the competition is fierce. Although we have a significant advantage in this village, there are still some competitors. Should we collaborate on this?" Sun Yi suddenly asked. "Aren't we already collaborating?" Zhanlang Wushuang replied in confusion. Sun Yi smiled and said, "You help me find Ao Shi, and I will help you deal with Ao Shi, while also handling the situation with the Xiong Ba Wang Chao in this village. What do you think?" Zhanlang Wushuang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The main competitors of Zhanlang in this village are indeed Ao Shi and Xiong Ba Wang Chao. Both of these guilds are among the top 10. Ao Shi has substantial funds and is willing to invest, making them very attractive to players. Xiong Ba Wang Chao is also an established guild with abundant resources and considerable competitiveness. If they could eliminate these two guilds from the village, it would be a tremendous help to Zhanlang. Pleasure doing business. Zhanlang Wushuang readily agreed to collaborate with Sun Yi. By the way, I hope you can pay attention to the various production blueprints. If you get any, please contact me immediately. Zhanlang Wushuang chuckled bitterly and said, "Do you think production blueprints are easy to come by? Those things are extremely rare and the drop rate is shockingly low. With so many members in our guild leveling up, not a single blueprint has dropped, which shows just how precious those items are. I don't even know what kind of luck you have to have obtained so many blueprints. Sunny also did not expect the production blueprints to be so difficult to obtain, but it seems he is indeed a lucky person. Don't worry, as long as I have blueprints I will contact you immediately. You can go level up now. I will arrange matters regarding Ao Shur and Shionba right away and will contact you with any news. Okay, I will wait for your news. After hanging up, Sun Yi tidied up briefly before preparing to level up. As for finding people, he believes Zhanlang Wushuang will not disappoint him. In fact, after hanging up, Zhanlang Wushuang immediately sought information about Ao Shur and Xionba Wang Chao, and soon received significant news. Just as Sun Yi finished clearing his backpack and had not yet left the novice village, he received a communication from Zhanlang Wushuang. You contacted me so quickly, do you have news? I don't know if it's our good luck or if Ao Shur is just unlucky, but I just received news that Ao Shur's members are fighting a boss. Where? Hearing that Ao Shur's members are fighting a boss, Sun Yi's eyes brightened. This is a godsend opportunity. In the Poison Snake Valley, Ao Shur has already booked the entire place. The news hasn't spread yet, you can go directly to have a look, you should make it in time. Poison Snake Valley. Alright, I'll go take a look. Sun Yi dashed toward Poison Snake Valley. The place is not far from Wolf Valley, and while he knows the location, he has never been there. He didn't take the main road, but carefully avoided the crowd rushing toward Poison Snake Valley. The entrance of Poison Snake Valley is quite large, and Ao Shur has stationed people at the entrance to block players trying to enter. At this moment, many scattered players have gathered at the valley entrance. What do you mean? You Ao Shur members are too domineering. This Poison Snake Valley isn't owned by you, so why can't we go in? That's right, I have tasks in Poison Snake Valley. It's unreasonable for you to occupy it like this. Exactly, I also have tasks in Poison Snake Valley. You Ao Shur are too overbearing, let us through. A group of scattered players confronted the few Ao Shur players with angry faces, but did not dare to charge in. Despite the fact that the Ao Shur guild had only a few players and their levels were not very high, they held an air of arrogance, completely disregarding the scattered players. We from Ao Shur have booked Poison Snake Valley. Of outsiders are temporarily not allowed to enter. If you want to go and wait until we finish, one of the Ao Shur guild players stated with authority. Sun Yi crouched in concealment at a distance, watching as independent players were barred from entering Serpent Valley by members of the Aoshi Guild, while numerous Aoshi players slipped past the blockade one after another. Unaware that the Aoshi Guild was battling a boss within the independents, could only shout in frustration outside the entrance, daring not to storm in directly. The Aoshi Guild's domineering reputation was well known to all. Just recently, a small party had exchanged heated words with Aoshi members, and every one of them was slaughtered back to level 0. Beyond such incidents, any player bold enough to contest monster spawns or provoke the Aoshi Guild inevitably faced merciless pursuit and elimination. Though Sun Yi had momentarily outmaneuvered the Aoshi Guild within this novice village, other players dared not even challenge them elsewhere. Seeing the Aoshi Guild blockading the entrance, Sun Yi found himself momentarily stymied. Any overt attempt to infiltrate would instantly alert their vigilance. With no knowledge of conditions inside, and fearing delay might cost him the boss entirely, he could not afford to linger. With no alternative, he contacted Zhanlang, requesting that several unfamiliar faces be dispatched to feign independence, lead a coordinated rush through the gate, and allow him to slip in unnoticed. Zhanlang Wushuang acted with remarkable efficiency. Within 10 minutes, movement stirred at the valley's opposite entrance. Brothers, the Aoshi Guild grows ever more tyrannical, blocking our leveling, sabotaging our quests. If you've got spine, follow me in. A swordsman roared and charged forward first. Beside him, a warrior bellowed, charge, slay those gate-blocking dogs, and surged ahead. All together, we're indistinguishable. Another swordsman followed hard on his heels. Fight alongside them, you'll be safe. 2 priests joined the charge. Seeing this coordinated advance, not merely one lone voice, the incensed independents ignited with fervor and rushed the blockade en masse. What do you think you're doing? Filthy scum, dare you raise hands against Aoshi? Do you wish to vanish from this world? Fall back now, 1 step closer, and you die. Only 10 Aoshi sentinels guarded the entrance. Confronted by the sudden unified assault, even they faltered. The leading swordsman bellowed, to hell with your gate. Die for obstructing my quest. He swung his blade and lunged. Humph, you seek death, snarled an opposing warrior, hefting his battle axe to meet the strike. Within 10 seconds, the Aoshi warrior lay slain, while the swordsman's health bar remained full. Watch closely. Aoshi is no invincible force. Follow me and strike. His valor galvanized the crowd. Independent players surged forward like warriors possessed, descending upon the Aoshi ranks with unrestrained fury. Sun Yi observed keenly the swordsman was unmistakably an elite from Zhanlang's faction. Only level 8, yet clad in superior gear backed by 2 priests sustaining him with healing spells. Kill them. Slay these mongrels. Amidst the clamor of battle cries, the Aoshi defenders were swiftly encircled. Chaos erupted. Seizing the turmoil, Sun E slipped silently around the periphery and vanished into Serpent Valley's depths. Serpent Valley sprawled vast and labyrinthine. Its myriad side paths made locating the boss arduous. Fortunately, Sun E trailed a fleeing Aoshi player deeper into the gorge. At the valley's heart lay an open basin, littered with jagged boulders and choked with wild grass, where hundreds of Aoshi players besieged a colossal serpent. The beast stretched over 20 meters long, its girth rivaling a water barrel. Iridescent scales shimmered across its coiled body, and its raised head bared fangs sharp as daggers, terrifying in its primal ferocity. A throng of Aoshi players pressed the assault. Scores of metal-class fighters queued to tank the monster, while ranged specialists unleashed devastation from behind. Aoshi Ingsha stood at the rear directing operations, his expression taut with exhilaration. Tanks, advance immediately. Keep the boss away from our ranged. Priests, maintain tank health at all costs. Mages, unleash full output. Spare no mana potions. Over 1,000 Aoshi members filled the basin. Metal-class fighters rushed forward in waves, each holding aggro for mere seconds before falling. The boss wielded devastating poison attacks, wide in scope and virulent in effect. Even ranged attackers on the periphery succumbed swiftly once afflicted. As the boss's health dwindled to a final tenth, Ingsha's features flushed with mounting elation. Suddenly, a subordinate hurried, close voice urgent. Captain Ingsha, word from outside, independents have breached the gate. Our sentinels at the entrance have fallen. What? Who dares defy us so brazenly? How many? Are there guild affiliates among them? Ingsha's brow furrowed sharply. All independents, roughly 100. No guild insignia detected, replied the subordinate. Dispatch 100 men immediately, to halt them before they near this valley. Ingsha commanded. Understood, I'll act at once. The subordinate hastened off with a contingent, unaware that an unfamiliar figure had already melted into the shadows behind a massive boulder nearby. Faster, press the assault. Ingsha thundered. Securing this boss had been grueling, yet today no cost was too great. Though he led the Aoshi Guild's operations in this village, his standing within the guild had lately eroded. Despite recruiting over 1,000 members, he had suffered repeated setbacks against Sun E, losing both strength and prestige. Mocking threads flooded forums across the realm, sparking no fewer than 10 reprimands from his superiors. Given their current strength in this village, defeating the boss was borderline impossible. Yet to redeem himself, Ingsha resorted to the grim tactic of sacrificial attrition. Leveling was brutally difficult now. Claiming the boss via attrition would cost each Aoshi player roughly 3 levels. To spur his forces into fearless sacrifice, Ingsha pledged 300 coins per lost level, a staggering personal expenditure. Yet if the boss fell, his superiors would surely revise their judgment, and such investment he deemed was well worth the price. From afar, Sun E watched Aoshi players hurl themselves into the breach, wave after wave, sacrificing life itself, a spectacle both harrowing and awe-inspiring. Distance obscured the boss's precise condition, but its health bar remained visible. Seeing it still held substantial vitality, Sun E settled patiently behind his boulder, biding his time. As the boss's life dwindled, Ingsha's excitement intensified. Visions of legendary gear danced before his eyes. After all, silver-tier bosses were exceedingly rare. When the boss finally clung to its last sliver of health, Sun E burst forth from behind the boulder. Although the boss appeared to be left with only a sliver of health, the actual amount was still considerable for the players of the Proudview Guild. Eliminating the boss would still require some time. Sun E's sudden appearance did not attract the attention of the Proudview players, as there were too many players gathered here, until Sun E completely approached the boss. Hey, that person seems a bit different. Such speed. Nanfeng. That name sounds familiar. Holy SHD. It's Nanfeng. Nanfeng is here. Finally, someone reacted and exclaimed loudly. Be careful, Nanfeng is here to steal the boss. Captain Nanfeng is here to steal the boss. As more and more people reacted, the attention of Proudview's shadow kill, which had been focused on the BOSS, finally shifted to Sun E, who was charging toward the boss. Quick! Stop him, don't let him get close to the boss. Proudview's shadow kill was horrified and immediately called for people to intercept Sun E. The players from the Proudview Guild reacted quickly, and dozens of players rushed to intercept Sun E. Seeing the players rushing toward him, Sun E's expression did not change. Although there were quite a few opponents, their levels were low, the highest being level 7 and the lowest only level 5. There was no way around it. The Proudview Guild had invested too much to take down this BOSS, resulting in a drop in levels for almost all members, especially those melee classes near the BOSS who were in a dire state. Nanfeng, stop right there. If you take another step, we won't go easy on you. Do you have any idea what will happen if you steal our BOSS and phone? Some players from the Proudview Guild attempted to intimidate Sun E with words. However, Sun E's response was very straightforward as he charged in and launched an attack. Half Moon / Fury / Blade Storm Double / Fury / Lifesteal Wave. Sun E transformed into a killing god, plunging into the crowd and wreaking havoc with damage numbers floating above the heads of the opposing players, occasionally revealing golden critical hit numbers that were terrifyingly high. In just a moment, the players at the front had fallen, while Sun E's health bar appeared to be untouched, showing no signs of damage. Holy SHD. Is this guy a monster? Why isn't he losing health? What the hell, how do we fight this? Captain, we can't stop him. Hurry and call for reinforcements, we can't hold him off. Sun E continued his slaughter, and the Proudview players blocking his path fell one after another, utterly unable to match his strength. Seeing this, Proudview's Shadow Kill's face darken like a pot bottom. He never imagined things would turn out like this. Get in there. We must stop him, and we absolutely cannot let him get through. Once again, a group of players from the Proudview Guild recklessly charged at Sun E in an attempt to block his advance. However, it was all in vain. Sun E harvested the lives of the players like mowing grass. Captain, it's no use, we can't hold him back. What do we do now? A player next to Proudview's Shadowkill was filled with panic. Proudview's Shadowkill was also flustered. In order to take down this BOSS, he had sacrificed everything, consuming vast resources and lowering the levels of the guild's players. If they could secure the BOSS, there would be room for recovery, but if they failed, it would be a disastrous outcome. No, we absolutely cannot let this happen. Proudview's Shadowkill clenched his fists. Everyone split into two teams. All support classes go to intercept Ninfeng. Do not let him get close to the BOSS, and everyone else focus on dealing damage to the boss. Hearing Proudview's Shadowkill's command, all the players gathered here sprang into action. All the priests stopped healing and charged towards Sun E, using their bodies to block his path. Even some low-output metal classes rushed forward. The remaining mages, archers, scouts, and swordsmen, who had higher damage output, focused all their attacks on the boss. Proudview's Shadowkill also charged towards Sun E, but he dared not get too close. Instead, he stood a short distance away and shouted loudly, "Ninfeng, if you immediately give up on stealing the BOSS, I can overlook your previous actions." Sun E completely ignored Proudview's Shadowkill and continued his massacre against the players of the Proudview Guild. Despite the increasing number of enemies and the growing number of attacks landing on him, with his current lifesteal rate and the red potion, he felt no pressure at all. Seeing that Sun E remained unfazed, Proudview's Shadowkill's expression grew even uglier, his heart filled with murderous intent. Clenching his fists, Proudview's Shadowkill shouted loudly, "Ninfeng, if you stop right now, I can immediately transfer you 100 yuan as compensation. I won't pursue the past actions, and in the future we can coexist peacefully." This time Sun E seemed to react. He glanced at the boss's health bar, then turned to Proudview's Shadowkill and said coldly, 100. Are you trying to insult me? At least 100,000. Proudview's Shadowkill wished he could tear Sun E apart, his murderous intent boiling over, but he still forced down his anger and said loudly, "Fine, 100. It is you stop first, and I'll transfer the money to you." Do you think I'm a fool? Transfer the money to me first. Only when the money arrives will I stop. Account number XXXXX. Sun E snorted coldly and directly provided his account number to Proudview's Shadowkill while continuing his slaughter of the Proudview players. Proudview's Shadowkill was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Proudview Guild's members could not stop Sun E. He could only transfer 100 yuan into Sun E's account. "Ninfeng, the money has been transferred to you. Please stop immediately." Proudview's Shadowkill shouted with a grim face. Sun E checked his account and indeed found the extra 100. What a wealthy person. Sun E sighed to himself, then silently blocked Proudview's Shadowkill and continued his massacre against the players of the Proudview Guild as if nothing had happened. Seeing that Sun E did not stop slaughtering the Proudview Guild's players, Proudview's Shadowkill immediately shouted at him, but he received a system notification. "System notification, you have been blocked by Ninfeng. The other party cannot receive your voice." Proudview's Shadowkill spat blood in disbelief. He never expected Sun E to be so shameless as to blatantly deceive him out of 100. "Bastard. Ninfeng, I won't let this go." Proudview's Shadowkill clenched his fists, his eyes red, roaring in anger. Meanwhile, Sun E continued his slaughter, clearing a path through the Proudview players, blocking his way until he reached the vicinity of the BOSS, where he finally got a clear look at this boss. Colorful Poison Python Silver. Level 10. Health 100,000. Attack power 460,630. Upon seeing the basic attributes of the BOSS, Sun E gasped. The boss's attack power was quite high. No wonder the Proudview Guild could only resort to a strategy of stacking corpses. Given the current health of the players, they simply couldn't withstand it. As soon as Sun E dashed into the boss's domain, he received a system prompt. System prompt: you are affected by the poisonous effects of the colorful poison python, losing health at a rate of 50 points per second. Such terrifying poison. Seeing the effects of the poison, Sun E's face changed dramatically. Even with his current health, he would be in serious trouble if he wasn't careful. The 5-colored venom serpent's toxin was exceptionally potent, though fortunately its remaining vitality was low and Sun E's own health far surpassed that of ordinary players. Coupled with lifesteal effects and healing potions, he could still manage the situation. His gaze sharpened. Then without hesitation, he lunged straight toward the serpent and unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes with both hands. 95, 120, 120. Damage numbers erupted from the serpent's body one after another, leaving the nearby members of the Arrogant Dominion Guild utterly stunned. After all, most Arrogant Dominion players dealt only single-digit damage to the serpent, only a handful managed double digits, and those exceeding 20 points were exceedingly rare. None surpassed 30. What the hell? Is this even the same games? Damn it, I'm quitting my mage. I'm switching to swordsman, declared a mage, eyes blazing with sudden resolve. Just then a swordsman from the Arrogant Dominion Guild standing beside him let out a bitter laugh. I am a swordsman, but I swear Southwind isn't playing the same class as me. Hell, I'm reporting Southwind for cheating. Sun Yi's damage output against the serpent dwarfed that of the entire Arrogant Dominion Guild by several orders of magnitude. Within mere moments, he seized the serpent's aggro. Its golden vertical pupils snapped towards Sun Yi, and in an instant it surged forward, launching a vicious assault. 470. A massive damage number flared above Sun Yi's head, slashing away a huge chunk of his health bar. Sun Yi's expression turned ashen. Realizing he had drawn the serpent's full attention, he immediately activated all available buffs and retaliated with furious strikes. As his attack intensity increased, so did his lifesteal, gradually restoring his lost vitality. Yet before much could be recovered, the serpent struck again. Despite evading with every ounce of skill, Sun Yi failed to dodge. Another damage number blazed overhead. 550. His health bar plummeted once more, just as it had begun to recover, sending a chill through his heart. At this pace, death would come swiftly. He scanned his status. 1 block skill remained unused, capable of absorbing a single strike, but his healing potion was still on cooldown, and a venom debuff continued draining his life. Continuing direct assault would surely end in annihilation. His mind raced, then inspiration struck. He whirled around and charged straight into the Arrogant Dominion ranks, swinging his twin blades in rapid succession, unleashing a sweeping lifesteal wave that engulfed multiple players at once. Damage numbers burst above their heads. Though the lifesteal wave targeted 5 players by design, splash effects extended its reach, hurting over a dozen. Their collective damage instantly converted into Sun Yi's vitality, surging his health bar back upward in the blink of an eye. Seeing his health rebound, Sun Yi's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a brilliant method of regeneration. With so many Arrogant Dominion players still present, none noticed the true purpose behind his maneuver, assuming instead he merely sought to clear enemies near the serpent. Once his health stabilized, he pivoted back toward the serpent and resumed his assault. Each time the serpent drove his health down to critical levels, Sun Yi spun away, rushing back into the Arrogant Dominion ranks, unleashing area attacks to rapidly replenish his vitality. After each restoration, he returned to the serpent, treating the entire Arrogant Dominion Guild as nothing more than a portable battery. You bastards, what are you doing? Kill him now. Arrogant Shadowkill watched Sun Yi carve through his forces, fury boiling over, yet utterly powerless to stop him. Fewer than 500 Arrogant Dominion members remained, most low-leveled, nearly all support classes already fallen. Only damage dealers remained, and upon death they respawned helplessly at the novice village, unable to be revived. Time bled away, until with a final flash of light the colossal form of the 5-colored venom serpent crashed to the ground. Sun Yi's eyes flickered. Then he spun and unleashed a devastating area attack behind him, sending the last wounded Arrogant Dominion players hurtling back to the novice village. Seizing the opening, he swiftly gathered every item dropped by the fallen boss. You bastard. Nanfeng. Drop those drops now, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Arrogant Shadowkill watched incensed as Sun Yi swept up every last treasure. So enraged he nearly fainted, roaring impotently into the void. As the loot vanished into Sun Yi's possession, every remaining Arrogant Dominion player froze, staring wordlessly at him. Sun Yi met Arrogant Shadowkill's furious gaze from afar, then grinned, flashing a downward-pointing thumb in open mockery. He did not flee. Instead, he charged headlong into the Arrogant Dominion ranks, launching a relentless barrage of attacks upon them. Sun Yi had not forgotten his next strategic objective. This was the perfect moment to dismantle the Arrogant Dominion Guild, and he would show no mercy. Watching his members fall one by one, arrogant Shadowkill could do nothing but seethe. 400 souls remained, but none posed any real threat to a single player. Surrounding him was futile. "Captain, we've lost. Retreat now," urged a nearby player. "Yes, Captain, better to preserve our strength. Our levels put us at a severe disadvantage. Staying means greater losses. Right now survival is paramount. We're no match for him, not yet. Once we level up, we'll have our revenge, and many chances to settle this score." His loyal lieutenants pleaded relentlessly, but only arrogant Shadowkill knew the truth. His fate was sealed. There would be no after. Retreat. At last he issued the order, seeking to salvage what little remained of his guild. Perhaps this was the last meaningful act he could perform for the arrogant Dominion. After giving the command, he stood hollow. His spirit drained, his will extinguished, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Watching Sun E hunt down his fleeing members, his rage dissolved, leaving only boundless regret and crushing helplessness. As the arrogant Dominion players scattered, Sun E pursued relentlessly, spotted arrogant Shadowkill in the distance, enclosed and sword raised high. Arrogant Shadowkill offered no resistance, falling under Sun Yi's blade in mere moments. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the novice village. Waves of arrogant Dominion players streamed from the resurrection point, drawing stunned glances from countless onlookers. What's going on? Why are arrogant Dominion players all respawning together? They blocked the path to the Viper Valley, barring solo players from entering, probably attempting a boss raid. Even as speculation swirled, a seismic rumor exploded across the realm. Southwind had seized the silver-tier boss of Viper Valley from the arrogant Dominion guild, causing over 1,000 players to lose levels and slaughtering hundreds more in cold blood.